Chapter 41, A business of only 300 million, and you think you can talk to me? Wang Song heard someone talking to him like this and instantly wanted to curse. I'm the son of the chairman of the board of directors of the Wanda Group, and someone actually wants me to weigh in on this. Wang Song is hot-tempered and has publicly spewed at several big shots. He has even taken on 4 people at once and angrily spewed at the 4 young masters of Beijing. He quickly turned his head and said, "I'll fuck you." But when he saw the person in front of him, he froze. Are you Qin? Qin boss? Wang Song asked in a daze. Xin Chuan sneered, it seems you still know who I am. Suddenly, Wang Song realized that he had come to the Jingdu Manor. The mysterious major shareholder of the group, who owns 30% of the shares, lives here. When the Wanda Group was bought out overnight, the news shocked the entire group. Everyone speculated about what international consortium or financial giant it was. But later, his father, Wang Lin, told him. The person who bought 30% of the shares of his own group was a 20-year-old young man. You see, the Wang family is the largest shareholder of the Wanda Group, with a 41% stake. The second largest shareholder was the young man in front of him. Mr. Qin, is this Tian Xin your girlfriend? Xin Chuan nodded, staring at Wang Song with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Wang Song swallowed his saliva. It is true that the Wang family is the largest shareholder of the Wanda Group and has the highest say. But that's all the Wang family has. The second largest shareholder, a 20-year-old young man, owns 30%. But what a concept! It can be said that the shares of Wanda are just a small investment for others. The true strength behind such a wealthy person is far higher than that of the Wang family. His own father is respectful of him. When the other party said that they were firing a senior executive, his father immediately sent a letter to the entire group to fire that person. It can be seen that even his own father is afraid of this person, so how can he offend him? Wang Song is arrogant and rich, but being rich doesn't mean that people are stupid. He had previously insulted some big shots, but they were people who had nothing to do with his business. The only person he mistook was the one he apologized to afterwards. Obviously, Xin Chuan is someone he can't afford to offend. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. I've made a mistake. I don't know my own family. Wang Song looked around with a sincere expression. He picked up a bottle of whiskey and poured himself a glass. Mr. Qin, I'll drink this. Can we just forget about this and move on? Xin Chuan nodded, but still looked expressionless. Seeing this, Wang Song raised his head and gulped down a full glass of whiskey. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Is this still the young Master Wang who stirred up a storm on the internet and who couldn't stand to see injustice and spoke out? Why is he so humble and even offering to drink a glass of whiskey as a punishment? Everyone looked at Xin Chuan with a strange look. What is his identity? It's too scary. Long Tian and Zhang Haotian both wanted to strangle He Shuhua to death. You're the son of a branch manager, what are you trying to pull tonight? You've made them offend the wrong people. He Shuhua's face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he was so scared that he almost urinated incontinently. Wang Song is a person he can't offend. Then Xin Chuan is even more invincible. He fell to his knees. Mr. Qin, He Shuhua, have gone blind. I offended you tonight, so please let me go like a fart. He wept and wailed, his face streaming with tears. He was afraid that if Xin Chuan was unhappy, his small family would be destroyed. He was lucky that he was a good-for-nothing who was supported by his father, the bank president. If his father lost his job, the whole family would be finished. Xin Chuan drew his leg back an inch, afraid of touching this kind of scoundrel. He asked slowly, Wang Song, is this your dog? Wang Song immediately denied, I don't know him well. If he hadn't said there were beautiful women here tonight, I wouldn't have paid any attention to him. After saying that, Wang Song suddenly realized that he had said something inappropriate and immediately stopped talking. Mr. Wang, I have gone to such lengths to please you, how can you kick me away like this? Wang Song was furious. Fuck you, do I know you well? I even scolded you. What kind of person would dare to set up a meeting and almost get me into trouble with Mr. Qin? Wang Song kicked He Shuhua away with one kick. He Shuhua, who was originally dressed in white and had a charming demeanor, rolled on the ground twice. Xin Chuan looked at He Shuhua, who was covered in snot and tears, and felt a little sick to his stomach. he said, "Get out of here quickly, don't dirty my home." Hearing this, He Shuhua felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and he ran out of the villa, crawling and rolling. Long Tian knew that he had offended Qin Chuan tonight and that there was no chance of financing, so he ran away in a dejected manner. Zhang Haoyu was stronger than the others, and he thought that the other party would not hit a smiling person. Today, his company is in a life and death crisis. Zhang Haoyu was desperate. He rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Boss Qin, Wang Xiao, I am Zhang Haoyu, the founder of the Zhang Hezwang Internet Celebrity Hot Pot Restaurant. We have 500 stores nationwide and annual revenue of 300 million. Now, due to expansion needs, we urgently need investment from the big guys. As long as..." Before Zhang Haoyu could finish his idea, Qin Chuan glared at him and said, "What makes you think you're qualified to do business with me? You're only a small business with an annual revenue of 300 million yuan, and you're still asking me for investment. Get out." Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, but it was like a bolt of thunder, scaring Zhang Haoyu's back to the point of being soaked through. He quickly bowed his head and slunk out of the villa. After seeing the three of them leave, Wang Song wanted to stay and chat, but he felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. He was surrounded by two beautiful women, and he didn't dare to touch either of them. If the other one is also Qin Chuan's girlfriend, I'll be jinxed. "Mr. Qin, I have some things to do tonight. How about this, next time I'll treat you to dinner and we'll go out and have some fun." Seeing that Wang Song's attitude was not bad, Qin Chuan nodded and said, "Okay, you can add me as a friend, and we'll get in touch when the time comes." Wang Song was overjoyed and quickly added a WeChat ID. "Hey, let me tell you, I've got all the hot girls you can think of, from internet celebrities to young models and celebrities. You'll be so happy you came here that you won't want to leave." After saying that, Wang Song raised his eyebrows and made a knowing expression. So, after adding him as a friend, he left in a hurry. There were 3 people left in the room. Qin Chuan sat on the sofa, and Huang Wenwen and Tian Xan dared only to stand aside, not daring to breathe. They were the lowest-ranking people in the room. Everyone else is a big shot they look up to. But when these people talked to Qin Chuan, they were all subservient and cautious. The 2 little girls didn't dare to make a move. Tian Xan saw her last hope leave, and her heart was as dead as ashes. The originally optimistic and cheerful little girl now had a worried look on her face, and there was no trace of life in her. "Sit down, why are you standing?" Qin Chuan said. Huang Wenwen pulled Tian Xan's sleeve, signaling her to sit down with her. Having missed Wang Song, Tian Xan now had only this man in front of her as her last hope. Instead of sitting down, she knelt down and said, "Qin Chuan, can you save my father?" Chapter 42, There is a price for giving you 10 million. Huang Wenwen was shocked and quickly pulled Tian Xan up. "Xinshin, what are you doing? Don't be like this. Let's think of another way." "Wenwen, there is no other way. There are only 3 days left, and my family simply cannot come up with 10 million. Don't worry about me." Tian Xan shook off Huang Wenwen's hand and continued to kneel. Huang Wenwen couldn't bear to watch and slapped Tian Xan on the face. "Tian Xan. Wake up. How can you be so degenerate? Wenwen, didn't you want to introduce me to a rich man tonight?" Qin Chuan is a rich man now. Huang Wenwen was speechless for a moment after hearing what Tian Xan said. Tonight, she was supposed to introduce a rich young man to her best friend as a boyfriend. But that was limited to someone like He Shuhua. How could she possibly give up the opportunity to be with Wang Song and Qin Chuan? As a student at the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, she is a rising star in the domestic film and television industry. Her boyfriend can only be a man of outstanding talent and a leader in the world. Just as Huang Wenwen was thinking about what to say next, Qin Chuan spoke up. "I can lend you 10 million to help you get through this difficult time." A ray of hope burst from Tian Xan's despairing eyes. "Really? Qin Chuan, are you really willing to help me? But, if I help you, what can you give me in return?" Tian Xan was silent. She understood that any gift in the world has a price tag. What does she have? No technology, no industry. How could she ever repay the huge debt of 10 million? She lowered her head and looked at her body. Now, only this body is worth anything. She gritted her teeth and said, "Qin Chuan, if you are willing to lend me 10 million, I will do whatever you want." "Do anything?" Qin Chuan asked coldly. Tian Xin was unwilling, aggrieved, and tears of frustration swirled in her eyes. She nodded vigorously. Xin Chuan leaned back and surrendered his body to the leather sofa beneath him. Okay, for the next 4 years, you will cook for me every meal at school. You know how bad the food is in the school cafeteria. I like light food, and every meal must have soup, any kind of soup. Tian Xin was stunned. What kind of condition is this? She raised her pretty face, which was already tear-stained, and asked with a puzzled look in her eyes, cooking? That's it? Xin Chuan nodded. Yes, you'll cook and deliver my meals every day. What? Is that a problem? Tian Xin felt at this moment that the man in front of her was an angel sent from heaven to save her. She wiped her tears and smiled. It's not difficult, it's not difficult. People make delicious food. I promise to cook and deliver food to you every day for the next 4 years of college. Huang Wenwen was dumbfounded, her mouth agape. Is this the kind of sick taste of the rich? 10 million, hiring a pretty girl to cook for you every day? What is wrong with the world? Are all the rich people so willful? Xin Chuan didn't waste any time and immediately handed Tian Xin the 10 million yuan. He had a good first impression of this little girl, and felt a bit like she was his own sister. If he hadn't helped her, she would have definitely gone astray. This is something Xin Chuan cannot bear to see. 10 million yuan, for ordinary people, may be a huge amount that is unattainable in a lifetime. For Xin Chuan, it was just an ordinary number. According to the shares of several groups he currently owns, the annual income is conservatively estimated to exceed 5 billion. In other words, every day he wakes up from a good night's sleep with 14 million yuan in his pocket. He can save a young girl's life with less than a day's income. It's like someone who makes 5,000 yuan a month spending 100 yuan to save a girl who has gone astray. No one should feel like they're losing out. Xin Chuan felt that this deal was doable. Tian Xin's heart was relieved, and her face returned to its usual sweet smile. She stood up, stretched, and said in a soft voice, I didn't notice when I came in just now, Xin Chuan, your home is so big. Tian Xin, no longer gloomy, took Huang Wenwen to carefully tour the villa. Wenwen, look, I love this chandelier, the flowers in the garden are also very nice. Xin Chuan, how many rooms are there in your house? Will you get lost at night? Your toilet is bigger than my living room, it's too exaggerated. If these words were spoken by someone else, they would be full of flattery and jealousy. But when they come out of Tian Xin's mouth, they sound like the exclamations of a child in a park. The two of them kept on laughing until late at night. Xin Chuan invited the two to stay at his home. In addition to the master bedroom and the butler's bedroom, they could choose any of the other 10 oversized bedrooms. Tian Xin immediately chose a room that overlooked the entire garden. After a long night, Xin Chuan was finally able to turn off the lights and lie down in bed. A familiar sound rang in his head. Congratulations, Challenger. Complete side mission, sacrifice and rescue. Reward for completing the task, obtain the divine item multi-signature. Note, the item Do More Signing can control the rise of a single stock by 100%. Note, this item is a one-time item that will be automatically destroyed after use. Please cherish it. As the prompt bar disappears, the interface shows the attribute bar. Character attributes. Xin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, 4th level peak. Medical skills, beginner level 2. Single item, multi-signature. Xin Chuan was a bit surprised. This time, the reward was different from the usual reward. It was a reward for props. It turns out that the system has this function. The Do More sign can be used to do more stocks. This is a powerful tool, which is equivalent to giving money directly. Xin Chuan closed the attribute bar with satisfaction. The scene in front of him returned to normal. Just as he was about to close his eyes and fall asleep, suddenly, the neural defense system that came with his level 4 martial arts power kicked in. His senses suddenly picked up movement at the bedroom door. Someone is spying on me at the door? Xin Chuan remained motionless, pretending to be asleep. He saw the door to his 300 square meter bedroom quietly opened, revealing a crack. A thin, tall figure slipped through the crack and tiptoed into the room. The other person was light on their feet and walked across the thick wool carpet without making a sound. Qin Chuan's mind clearly visualized all the movements of the other person. He was in complete control of every move the other person made. The man slowly walked to Qin Chuan's bed and climbed onto it. He quietly reached out with one arm, as if he was about to get close to Qin Chuan's neck. He suddenly rolled over, riding on top of the other person and holding him firmly under him. He grabbed the other man's throat with his left hand, and his right hand was clenched in a fist, ready to deliver a powerful blow. The other person was shocked by Qin Chuan's actions and subconsciously screamed, Qin Chuan frowned, let go of his hand, and jumped off the bed, asking, "Why did you come into my room?" Chapter 43, Recharge 10 billion overnight, shocking the headquarters of Douyin. Qin Chuan turned on the lights in the room and sat on the sofa across from the bed. Huang Wenwen hugged her knees and leaned on the pillow. As a freshman at the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, Huang Wenwen's appearance is above 8 points. Her face is small and round, with delicate facial features. If you look closely, she looks a bit like Yang Mi. Her body is extremely charming and delicate, and it is hard for people to hold back. Huang Wenwen said with a pout, "I'm afraid to sleep alone." "Then you should go to Tianxin. Do you know that your actions just now almost killed you?" Qin Chuan asked coldly. Huang Wenwen got off the bed. Her slender feet were on tiptoe, stepping on the soft carpet. She walked over to Qin Chuan and squatted down. "Xin is asleep, I don't want to disturb her. You were so strong just now, you held me down with one hand. But you were too strong, and now I'm a little sore. Rub it for me." As she said this, she leaned over and fell into Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan ignored her and said, "I'm tired. I need to rest. Then I'll give you a massage. I'm very good at it." "No need, you can go back." Huang Wenwen did not move, just standing there quietly. Qin Chuan said angrily, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Huang Wenwen's tone was low and she whispered, "Why? You all like Tianxin, but no one likes me. I know that in your eyes, women like me are cheap and lowly. Tianxin is the right match. But what have I done wrong? My looks were given to me by my parents. How can I change my body?" Qin Chuan snorted, smiling and not smiling at the same time. "So you want to seduce me with your looks? How much money do you want?" Huang Wenwen's face changed, and the fear and trepidation disappeared, replaced by humiliation. "Money? Ha, if I wanted money, I could just go to those small bosses. Where do they need me to flatter them? Just flick my finger, and they'll obediently give me money to spend. So what do you want?" Huang Wenwen sat down and sighed, "I just want a sense of security. I know what I'll be facing in the future with the career path I've chosen. The backstabbing and scheming in the industry is nothing compared to the fact that I want to survive. I don't ask you to give me a penny, I just want a safe haven where I can film with peace of mind and be a good actress without being harassed by those people. That's all." Huang Wenwen leaned back on the soft sofa, curled up, and looked out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the moonlight, continuing, "I know that since I chose the path of an actress, I will have to pay a price. Since the outcome is already predetermined, my only wish is to pay for one person." After saying this, she looked at Qin Chuan leisurely and remained silent. Qin Chuan suddenly realized that the other party wanted him to be her protector and shield her. How chaotic the circle is can be seen from the daily gossip news. For example, in the neighboring country of the Sticks, all the actresses in the entertainment industry. None of them are spared, they are all the playthings of the chaebol. Many of them were driven insane by the torment and eventually took their own lives. The young girl in front of him just wanted a place to hide. Qin Chuan withdrew his disdainful gaze and thought about the media company he had just acquired. As the boss, it is considered a fortune to recruit a promising actor. So he said, "If what you want is my protection, then I can promise you. I can guarantee that you can finish your studies with peace of mind, act properly in your films, accept the right scripts, and turn down the messy drinking parties." Huang Wenwen's eyes suddenly lit up. She ran to Qin Chuan in disbelief, "Really? Are you really willing to help me?" Qin Chuan still said coldly, "Do I look like the kind of person who would joke with you?" Huang Wenwen hugged Qin Chuan, and then a kiss flew over. Her soft, bony body pressed tightly against Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan pushed her away. "Okay, since your goal has been achieved, go back to sleep." Huang Wenwen was a little surprised and a little disappointed. "Don't you want me to keep you company?" Or do you think I'm not good enough for you? Don't worry, you're my first man. After saying that, she lowered her head in shame. Sha Churan waved his hand. My help to you is that I hope to cultivate an outstanding actor. Your current behavior makes me feel that you and I are in a transaction. Huang Wenwen's eyes lit up with disappointment. She didn't expect Sha Churan to think like that. Her favorable impression of him increased by several grades. But since Sha Churan had said so, she could only give up. If not today, then another day. Huang Wenwen had just closed the door. A familiar tone sounded. Congratulations, Challenger. Complete side mission, Shelter. Reward for completing the task, 10 billion do coins. Sha Churan was a little dazed. He had just saved a young girl from falling, and the system rewarded him with 10 billion do coins. Is this to let him save the entire female anchor of Douyin? He still has more than 90,000 carnival tickets to give away. How can he study properly? Sha Churan closed the system interface and angrily fell asleep. Kyoto, Haizhou, Douyin headquarters. Song Shifeng, the director of the operations department, who had been busy all day, stretched out in his seat. Today was already his 8th consecutive day of overtime. Recently, due to the poor environment, the number of online viewers watching the online PK has been declining. The big brothers in the live broadcast room are stingy with their rewards. Some time ago, a local tyrant named Sha Churan appeared. He also disappeared after giving 154 carnival rewards. In theory, this should not have happened. He checked the account information of the local tyrant. There were more than 90,000 carnivals in there, which almost scared him to death. But if these carnivals are not rewarded, they are not considered sales, and the customer can choose to get a refund. Song Shifeng took a deep breath and got up to pack up and go home. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. There were constant messages coming in from the group chat. Damn it, Song Shifeng cursed. He thought that the manager was probably assigning tasks again and wanted feedback on today's performance. Song Shifeng originally wanted to pretend not to see it. But the read function of the flying book made him have to click on the dialog box to show his face. To his surprise, the message was not sent by the manager. It was the boss of the risk control department in Douyin's background. The other party at everyone in the group and attached a screenshot. If any of the colleagues in the technical department are online, the risk control department will receive a major risk alert. Please check the situation as soon as possible and report the results. Song Shifeng clicked on the screenshot below out of curiosity and took a look. He gasped in shock. In the screenshot from the head of the risk control department, there was a user who had just topped up 10 billion do coins tonight. For a moment, everyone in the Douyin group was shocked by this message. The bosses of various departments have read the message and demanded that the IT department investigate it thoroughly. This is most likely a deliberate attack by hackers for profit. If it is not handled properly, Douyin will suffer immeasurable losses. The leaders of various departments in the group were indignant and spoke out against the situation, and some even called the police to deal with it. Recharging 10 billion do coins in one night is unprecedented, so the head of the IT department personally checked the machine. After half an hour of investigation, the head of the IT department had everyone in the group. After the investigation by the department, it was found that the user ID Sha Churan had made normal recharge and consumption, and there were no irregularities such as card bugs. A short message was sent, and everyone read it in an instant. The group fell into a dead silence, and no one continued to speak. Chapter 44, I'll teach you how to do business. Kyoto, on the 3rd Ring Road heading into the city. It's Tuesday, and the Ring Road is congested. It's not because drivers are changing lanes at random, causing accidents. It's because a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan is driving at a snail's pace on the Ring Road. All the other cars are keeping their distance from it. Tianxin, drive faster. It's fine. Don't be afraid. If you hit it, I'll pay for the damage. Sha Churan urged from the back seat. Tianxian adjusted the entire seat to a position that almost touched the steering wheel. Her nervous hands were shaking. I'm not scared. It's just that the car is too big, and I can't get used to it all of a sudden. Sha Churan was speechless. He had originally thought of making Tianxian the driver so that he could sleep a little longer. But now that he had finished sleeping, the car was still on the 3rd Ring Road. Kyoto University of Finance and Economics is just 2 blocks away from the Kyoto Film Academy. Huang Wenwen got a ride and got off happily. She stood outside the car, gave Qin Chuan a heart sign from the back seat, and then hurriedly ran into the school. Tian Xin continued driving, and with a narrow escape, he managed to drive into the university. Qin Chuan was sweating profusely for the first time, and if he was judged late by the system, it would be a loss of more than 1 billion yuan to withdraw any of the rewards. He let out a long sigh and said, Tian Xin, you almost cost me a loss of over 1 billion. Tian Xin rolled her eyes and said, do you have to exaggerate like that? I safely got you to school. Forget it. Keep one of the car keys. Use it to buy groceries. After saying that, Qin Chuan got out of the car first and went to the classroom. Tian Xin was delighted, thinking that she would be a little fairy with a luxury car to buy groceries. But the next second, she saw the fuel consumption on the dashboard. 23L/100 km. Suddenly, she was about to cry out. Who can withstand this fuel consumption? Qin Chuan, I'm not going to drive it anymore, I'm giving it back to you. Kaida, Moral Education Building, 2nd floor classroom. The young male teacher on the podium glanced at Qin Chuan, who had entered the classroom on time, and said nothing. Instead, he continued writing on the blackboard. This was his first class in this class. He had to set an example for all the freshmen and establish his authority. Otherwise, he would be led by the nose by them in the future. He wrote the 3 characters Su Gongqing on the blackboard. Hello, everyone. I am your teacher of business management. The audience was quiet. Such a young teacher? Everyone was a little disbelieving. Su Gongqing touched his glasses, obviously expecting it. He continued, I am 29 years old, a PhD graduate from the University of Finance and Economics, and have worked for many Fortune 500 companies. I have held the position of operations director, the youngest director in the company's history. When Su Gongqing said this, the students in the audience were in an uproar. They had never imagined that the teacher in front of them was so young and had such an impressive resume. A Fortune 500 executive. My goodness, how many people have to work for more than 10 years to climb to that position? Teacher Su is so awesome. Su Gongqing saw the admiration of the people in the audience and was very pleased, with a slight smile on his lips. At this moment, Qin Chuan's phone vibrated. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Xiaoying, the secretary of the Shilong Group. Hello, I'm in class, don't disturb me. He didn't wait for Xiaoying to speak. Qin Chuan hurriedly hung up the phone and returned to his seat. Su Gongqing frowned slightly at this, but didn't say anything. He continued to say calmly, this lesson is about business management. I would like to ask everyone in the class a question. If your parents run a business, please raise your hand. A quarter of the students in the classroom raised their hands. Su Gongqing then continued, those whose parents run a business and employ more than 10 people, please raise your hand. The students who had just raised their hands lowered most of them, leaving only 3 students with their hands raised. This was all within Su Gongqing's expectations. He continued, then these 3 students, whose parents' businesses employ more than 100 people, please raise your hands. The 3 students looked at each other, lowered their hands, and none of them raised their hands. Su Gongqing got the answer he wanted, so he said confidently and frankly, running a large country is like cooking a small dish. It is the same for managing a business. At the beginning, a few small workshops can be managed with personal charm. But when the business gets bigger, the bottlenecks encountered are even greater. There is a world of difference between managing 2-digit and 3-digit employees. He paused here to see the audience's reaction. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from somewhere. Su Gongqing looked in the direction of the sound and saw the same classmate. The other person walked out of the classroom quietly to answer the phone. Su Gongqing's face was a little difficult to look at. Although Qin Chuan going out to answer the phone did not affect the others. But to Su Gongqing, this was clearly a display of disrespect. He suppressed his anger and continued with the lecture. When I first became the director of operations, my work was 1,000 things at once. A manager not only has to consider the situation in his own department, but also communicate with other departments in the company to do a good job of connecting the work and allow the people under his command to operate in an orderly manner. Su Gongqing paused deliberately, then continued, at the peak of my career, I managed nearly 1,000 people. After he finished, the classroom was filled with gasps. Mr. Su is awesome. My father's company has only 30 or so employees, and he is always frowning and doesn't know how to manage them. Mr. Su manages 1,000 people alone, which is amazing. Mr. Su, what was your annual salary at the time? Tell us. Su Gongqing's lecture today is the result of several classes that he has refined over and over again. He knew exactly what he was going to say and how the audience would react. His smile was so light that it seemed that all his previous achievements were not worth mentioning. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the student in the last row go out to answer a call. This time, the student, unusually, was furious in the aisle. I told you, I'm in class. Don't call me again. If you can't even do a little business, tell them all to get out tomorrow. Qin Chuan hung up the phone angrily and returned to the classroom. This time, Su Gongqing could no longer hold back. This was the first class of the semester, and this had never happened before. He sneered and asked, "What's this student's name?" From the sound of it, it seems you've already started a business in college, and it's not a small one either. Su Gongqing's words had a hint of sarcasm. The others in the classroom also picked up on the tone and laughed in unison. Ha ha, Mr. Su, his name is Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, since Mr. Su is here today, why don't you tell him about your business? That's right, Qin Chuan. Maybe if Mr. Su gives you a hand, your business will break $1 million next year. The others, knowingly or unknowingly, agreed, and Tang Yuming, who was in the same dormitory, found it very offensive. He said, "You people don't know shit. Qin Chuan's business is huge, it's in the millions." Chapter 45 I never cared about business. Tang Yuming's words made the rest of the class fall silent. Su Gongqing narrowed his eyes, as if on guard, and asked, "What kind of business does Qin do?" Before Qin Chuan could speak, Tang Yuming interrupted, "Used cars, bed and breakfast." Tang Yuming's words shocked everyone. What? A freshman who deals in used cars and runs a bed and breakfast? That's amazing. I never thought there would be someone in our class who would start a business. Qin Chuan, what's the name of your guest house? How much is it for one night? Can you give me a discount? I just recently started dating a girlfriend. I want to buy a 3,000 yuan Mercedes. Can you help me get one? Seeing his students' attention turn to Qin Chuan, Su Gongqing felt a little embarrassed. How could he let someone steal the limelight on the first day of school? So he coughed twice and said, "Not bad, not bad. Qin is young, but he has already achieved so much. I'm sure his family has helped him a lot, right?" Su Gongqing's words seemed to be praising Qin Chuan, but in fact, he was implying that Qin Chuan's achievements were mostly due to his family's sponsorship. Wu Ming, as the eldest brother in the dormitory, heard the hidden meaning in Su Gongqing's words. He defended his fourth brother, saying, "Teacher, Qin Chuan's parents are both frontline workers in the factory." Wu Ming's implication was clear: Qin Chuan's parents would never give him the first pot of gold to start a business. Su Gongqing was quite surprised by this and took a second look at Qin Chuan. He had a handsome face with a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows. There is a sense of authority in his eyebrows, like those of top leaders. This surprised Su Gongqing. "Qin, why don't you tell us about your business? We can use your personal experience to explain it on the spot, which may help your business reach a higher level." Su Gongqing's words made the students who had family businesses at home very jealous. Their family businesses, no matter how big or small, all encountered management problems. What they lacked was the help of a master who could make or break a deal with a single word. They opened their notebooks and took out their pens, ready to take notes during the rest of the conversation. They would then be able to share Su Gongqing's management experience with their parents. Tang Yuming nudged Qin Chuan with his elbow and said, "Fourth brother, tell Mr. Su about it. Maybe he can help you improve your performance." Wu Ming said, "That's right, fourth brother. With a good teacher's guidance, you can definitely take your business to the next level." Qin Chuan sat in the last row and sighed lightly, saying, "Teacher, I don't really understand how the business is going right now." Qin Chuan's words took everyone by surprise. "Ah? You don't know your own business? What's going on? Are you playing a joke? Qin Chuan, are you hiding something and deliberately not saying it?" Several male classmates who were interested in the matter spoke up. Su Gongqing remained calm and continued to ask, "Qin, can you tell us how much inventory you have of second-hand cars? How many days does it take to turn over? What is the gross profit per unit?" Qin Chuan replied, "I don't know. Su Gongqing stroked his glasses and continued to ask, what about the bed and breakfast business? How many rooms are there? What is the occupancy rate? Qin Chuan replied, I don't know. How can you not know the answer to 3 questions? Is Qin Chuan really starting a business, or is he just blowing hot air? I guess so. At least a few 100,000 yuan has been invested in second-hand cars and homestays. Who would dare give their child such a large sum of money to start a business during college? Tang Yuming, seeing that someone was questioning his 4th child, angrily said, You know nothing. We in Qin Chuan have earned a lot of money, and we can easily spend 1 to 2 million yuan. Tang Yuming, come on, everyone knows that the guys in 511 dormitory are all in the same boat and have a great relationship. Ma Zha from the next dormitory, 512, retorted. Su Gongqing raised his hands and made a gesture of pressing down, causing the noise in the classroom to suddenly quiet down. Classmates, please don't question Qin Chuan. As a teacher, I believe that Qin Chuan has the entrepreneurial spirit. Teacher, then how do you explain that he doesn't know anything? Su Gongqing smiled and said, This involves the issues we cover in our professional courses. Our courses are designed to address the problems that Qin Chuan is facing. Teacher. Another bright student interrupted. Before he could finish, the people around him covered his mouth and then signaled Su Gongqing to continue. Qin is just starting his business and is still in the extensive management mode. Extensive management means that the entrepreneur takes on everything by himself. He is the one who solves all the problems. If he is very capable, then everything will go smoothly. If he is not, then the management will be full of loopholes and he will lose sight of the bigger picture. The students in the audience all understood Su Gongqing's words. He analyzed Qin Chuan's entrepreneurial management model. In fact, he was secretly criticizing Qin Chuan's lack of ability. Su Gongqing saw that the beating was almost over and continued, however, Qin has the courage to start a business during his freshman year, which is worth learning from. With luck and hard work, you can make money. But when he said but, Su Gongqing bought the suspense and deliberately paused to see the reaction of the students in the audience. Teacher, just tell us. I'm dying of impatience. Why does this teacher always like to quote from online writers? Su Gongqing saw that the timing was right, so he took a sip of tea and then said slowly, however, this kind of extensive management model cannot be sustained for long. Human energy is limited, so it is impossible to do everything yourself all the time. Human luck is also limited, so it is impossible to make money every day. Teacher, are you saying that Qin Chuan's business is going to fail? Su Gongqing smiled meaningfully and looked up at Qin Chuan. Qin, it seems that the other students in the class are very concerned about your business. Do you want me to give you some pointers so that you can avoid unnecessary losses and take less detours? Everyone turned to look at Qin Chuan, waiting for him to say yes. This kind of practical case study class is so interesting that everyone can't stop listening. Qin Chuan raised his eyebrows and slowly said, Thank you, teacher, I don't need your guidance. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Qin Chuan is a real horse, daring to reject the guidance of a famous teacher. Where does he get the courage? Ma Zha had long been dissatisfied with the few people in the 511 dormitory and said, Teacher, let's not help him. Look at how arrogant he is. Su Gongqing pushed his glasses up and said calmly, Qin, do you really want to continue operating blindly? Teacher, the companies under my name are all managed by top professional managers, so I don't need to worry about them at all. I just have to wait for the quarterly dividend income. When Qin Chuan said this, the classroom fell silent. Chapter 46, A decision of 10 billion is a trivial matter, not worth my concern. Ma Zha saw that everyone was silent, and the first to jump out and say, Professional managers? Ha, Qin Chuan, you are really good at talking, and you even brought up professional managers for such a small business. With him taking the lead, the other students couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. A girl turned on the voice recorder and clicked on the watermelon strip effect to start recording. Family, who understands? The scum in the class is really terrible. He starts to brag all kinds of nonsense as soon as class starts. The boys began to secretly film Qin Chuan and prepare to post it on the forum. Wu Ming, Tang Yuming, and Kong Huijun stood up and blocked Qin Chuan to stop others from filming. Su Gongqing shook his head and felt that this student was hopeless. Fortune that comes by chance, if not properly managed, will be lost. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom was pushed open. A middle-aged man peeked in. He was well-dressed and looked very professional. He raised his hand awkwardly and nodded to Su Gongqing. Su Gongqing asked, "Who are you?" The man politely replied, "I'm sorry, I'm Du Wei, the general manager of Tiancheng BMW 4S. Su Gongqing frowned slightly. BMW 4S store? What's the matter? Du Wei apologized, "I'm really sorry to bother you. Yesterday, our boss brought a car back to the shop for repairs. It was fixed today, so I brought it here. But my boss's phone was turned off, so I had to come to the classroom." Du Wei's voice was not loud, for fear of disturbing the students in the classroom. However, his words were heard by everyone. Tiancheng BMW 4S store? Boss? Shit, one of our classmates has a family that owns a 4S store. It's a BMW 4S store. I'm so surprised that there are so many hidden talents in our class. When Mr. Su asked for volunteers to talk about family businesses, why didn't anyone raise their hands? For a moment, everyone in the class looked around. They were all looking around to see who had the strength to open a BMW 4S store. Dewey saw that Su Gongqing did not stop him, so he looked around the class on his tiptoes. He looked around the classroom. Finally, his eyes fell on the last row in the classroom. Dewey trotted up to Qin Chuan. He handed over the keys to a Volkswagen with both hands. "Mr. Qin, the Golf you brought in yesterday has been repaired. It was a small battery problem, so we just replaced it with a new one. We also did a comprehensive inspection and maintenance to ensure that everything is in order." Dewey kept his head down, not daring to look Qin Chuan in the eye. The boss in front of him was a god, and he was afraid that he would offend him if he wasn't careful. He would end up like Manager Wang from the sales department, packing up and leaving. Qin Chuan's face turned slightly angry and he said, "Who told you to enter the classroom? Do you know that you are disturbing our class?" Dewey heard this and immediately said in a trembling voice, I'm really sorry, I'll leave now." After that, Dewey carefully put down the key and then left the classroom. The classroom was silent. Qin Chuan is actually the owner of a 4S store? His so-called used car business is actually selling BMWs. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Those who had just been mocking Qin Chuan. Now they wanted to dig up the ground and hide in it. That's a BMW 4S store. How could it be possible to do it without 100 million or two? Su Gongqing was shocked. He never expected that Qin Chuan could own a BMW 4S store. The sharp light in his eyes behind his glasses began to seriously observe Qin Chuan. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, the classroom door was knocked on. Su Gongqing walked down from the podium and opened the door. He saw two people standing outside the door. One was his colleague, Zhou Pei, a teacher of tax law. Zhou Pei was accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked very refined. Su Gongqing asked, "What is it?" Zhou Pei introduced with a smile, "Mr. Su, I'm sorry to disturb you. This is the legal representative of the Biotti Group." The middle-aged man extended his hand and said hello politely, "Hello, Mr. Su, I am the legal representative of the Biotti Group. My name is Qiu Xinfan." Su Gongqing was stunned and repeated in a low voice, "Which Biotti Group?" Qiu Xinfa smiled and nodded, "The BYD Group that deals in automobiles, new energy, and batteries." Su Gongqing gasped. The current BYD Group is a giant in the new energy vehicle market and it is thriving. It sells over 1 million cars a year. Moreover, it is the only company with a complete industrial chain. It is truly self-sufficient and dominates new energy. Su Gongqing quickly said with a serious face, "Hello, what brings you here today?" Xiao Xinfa smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry to bother you, but there has been a recent change in the shareholding of our group. Some materials need the signature of the major shareholder to take effect. Because it involves a transaction of nearly 10 billion, I was also forced to fly from Shenzhen early in the morning. The matter on the document is relatively urgent, so please be flexible, Mr. Su." Xiao Xinfa had just landed today and called the major shareholder. But the other party had turned off his phone. There was no other way, so he had to contact the teacher at the school where the shareholder was a student, and his old classmate, and that's how he got him here. Su Gongqing's forehead began to sweat at this point, and he had a bad feeling. "Please. Excuse me, who is your major shareholder?" Xiao Xinfa answered without hesitation, "Qin Chuan." Su Gongqing's legs went weak and he almost fell over. What's going on? What the hell is going on? 100,000 Sha Nimas were running wild in his heart, trampling his heart and making it beat wildly. Xiao Xinfa thought Su Gongcheng hadn't heard him and repeated, Qin Chuan. Su Gongcheng was now pale, and he knew what was going on. Only shareholders with a certain level of shareholding would need to personally sign internal documents. This also means that Qin Chuan is a very important figure within the Bayati group. In the classroom, the students were discussing what had happened and why Mr. Su's face looked so bad. But Su Gongcheng seemed to have lost his soul, waving at Qin Chuan and saying, Qin Chuan, come here for a moment. Qin Chuan walked to the door and saw Xiao Xinfa. After the other party explained his reason for coming, Qin Chuan signed with anger and said, can't you see that I'm in class? In the future, don't bother me with these trivial matters. I fully entrust the CEO of the group to handle them. The three people at the door were speechless. A transaction worth nearly 10 billion yuan was actually a trivial matter in Qin Chuan's eyes. Su Gongcheng thought back to the time when he had mocked Qin Chuan for thinking like a professional manager. Now he wished he could slap himself. After seeing off Xiao Xinfa, Su Gongcheng returned to the classroom in a daze. He ignored the students' questions and instead, he cheered himself up. Su Gongcheng, you are the best. Qin Chuan is just a rich young man, but you are a genius in business management. Before Su Gongcheng could finish comforting himself, he saw the dean of the Academic Affairs Office, Ho Yud, push open the classroom door and walk in. Chapter 47, Does he have the strength to arm wrestle with me? Su Gongcheng was very surprised. The dean of the finance department was a very important person in the school. It is very difficult to meet a small teacher like him on weekdays. At this time, Ho Yud came to his own class, presumably because of some urgent matter. Su Gongcheng hurriedly approached him to start a conversation. Ho Yud raised his hand to his chest and said, It's nothing. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? Su Gongcheng was puzzled. Could it be that one of his students had done something wrong? Everyone be quiet, Director Ho from the Academic Affairs Office has something to say. Although he didn't understand what was going on, as a teacher, Su Gongcheng still had to maintain order in the classroom. Hearing that it was the dean of the Academic Affairs Office, everyone sat back down in their seats and dared not breathe. Ho Yud looked around, his eyes falling on the last row. He hurriedly trotted forward, leaned over and whispered to Qin Chuan, Qin, the people from the Shilong group are here. They said they absolutely must see you today. Just then, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Ho Yud took advantage of the situation and said to everyone, Class is over, everyone. This classroom has been requisitioned by the Academic Affairs Office. Everyone, pack up and disperse. Everyone wanted to stay and watch the show. But they were chased away by Ho Yud's words. What do you think Qin Chuan did that made Director Ho catch him? It must be a big deal. Director Ho is notoriously cruel. I guess Qin Chuan is a bad guy because he owns a 4S shop. A girl quietly turned on the voice recorder, clicked on the watermelon strip special effects, and started recording. Family, who knows? The local tyrant in the class doesn't know who's pregnant, and the dean of the faculty came to the classroom to arrest him. After all the students had left, a group of foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, and different skin colors, came out from the back door of the classroom. These foreigners were dressed in designer clothes and looked very professional and wealthy. The whole classroom was instantly filled with perfume. Su Gongcheng was dumbfounded and didn't understand what was going on. Ho Yud walked up and pulled on his clothes. Mr. Su, the classroom is on loan to the Seton group. Let's go out first. Su Gongcheng gasped and exclaimed, The Seton group? Oh, it's the Shilong group of the Shilong Hotel. You, a business management teacher, don't know this? Of course, Su Gongcheng knew about the Shilong group, which was one of the world's top 500 companies. A giant company with annual revenue of nearly 100 billion US dollars. What are they doing here? Ho Yud smiled proudly and said, They came to find Qin Chuan. He is the big boss behind the scenes of the Shilong group. What? Qin Chuan is the boss of the Shilong group? Su Gongcheng was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground. Ho Yud had anticipated the reaction and continued, He is also the second largest shareholder of the Wanda group. I heard that he recently bought 50% of the shares of Bayati. Su Gongcheng's face turned green. the major shareholder of a domestic giant, the owner behind the world's top 500 companies, and the owner of a BMW 4S store. Who the hell is this guy? I just wanted to show off in front of him. He was going to talk about business management and give him advice on how to improve his performance. Now, looking back, his behavior was like brandishing a big sword in front of Guangdong, showing off without knowing his own strength. Su Gongqing felt extremely ashamed and quickly left the scene with his head bowed. As he walked to the door, he passed a girl in a black silk-wrapped skirt and white blouse. Xia Ying walked into the classroom in her Prada high heels. She was holding a document in her hand and handed it to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan took the document and threw it on the table, frowning and saying, "You've already disrupted my class." Xia Ying was a little embarrassed when she saw Qin Xuan's dignified face. She lowered her head and said, "Boss, please take a look at the file. It's very urgent." Qin Xuan opened the file and glanced at it. He saw that it was full of dense data. Then a familiar name appeared. Gaosheng Group. Qin Xuan looked up and asked, "The American Gaosheng Group wants to snipe us, the Westland Group?" Xia Ying nodded and said, "Yes, since you, the boss, acquired the entire share capital of the Seton Group, the American financial groups have been alarmed and they have begun to sit still and want to snipe us." Not long ago, short-selling operations led by the Gaosheng Group began quietly. "We have been constantly hearing negative news about Seton Hotels, and the stock price has fallen by $40. It is currently stabilizing at $95 per share. Based on the current trend, there is a possibility of further decline." Qin Xuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, "What is the purpose of the people on Wall Street?" Xia Ying looked troubled. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Their goal is to force you to sell the Seton Group, or else they will target the group's listed company, Seton Hotels." "Oh? How could the greedy people on Wall Street see such a slow business? They're not interested in the business of the Seton Group, it's just. Qin Xuan slammed the table and said in a stern voice, "Just what? Don't mumble in front of me." This was Xia Ying's first meeting with her boss. She had never imagined that a 20-year-old man could be so imposing and awe-inspiring. He pressed down on her, giving her a suffocating feeling she could not describe. Claude, the president of the Gaosheng Group, said that as a noble American, he would never allow a Chinese person to control and manage an American company. So he must take action. Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes. Just because he is the president of the Gaosheng Group, he thinks he can compete with me. Does he have the strength? Upon hearing this, Xia Ying felt that her boss had gone crazy. "Boss, that's the Gaosheng Group, which has a history of over 100 years and is a top financial consortium in the world's top 500. Qin Xuan snorted and said disdainfully, "You're talking to me about 100 years of history. If 100 years of history were useful, the Qing dynasty wouldn't have fallen." Xia Ying had originally harbored a glimmer of hope that her boss, a second-generation rich kid, could do something. But he never expected that the other party would only be making threats from beginning to end, without any action plan. Alas! Maybe it's better if the group is bought back by the Americans. Otherwise, sooner or later, it will be defeated by this second-generation heir. But Xia Ying was a bit unwilling to accept this. The harsh and discriminatory remarks made by Claude, the president of the Gaosheng Group, lingered in her mind for a long time. What Americans are superior, Americans are given priority. Chinese people are only fit for low-level jobs and don't deserve the same rights and treatment as Americans. They can only live under the feet of the Americans and eat the leftovers of the Americans. Whenever she thought about these remarks, Xia Ying's little fists would clench tightly. Unfortunately, she was only a secretary and could do nothing. She brought a group of senior executives to Qin Xuan today to discuss a plan in a meeting. But now, she has given up. Instead of talking nonsense with this spoiled brat, she might as well go back to the company and ask the directors below what they think. "Boss, sorry to interrupt your class. We'll be going now." Just as she was packing up the documents on the table, Qin Xuan pressed his hand on the documents. "Going back? You're leaving without asking me for my opinion? Do you still consider me your boss?" Chapter 48. What are the rules in the mall? In my case, I am the rule. Qin Xuan suddenly spoke up, and everyone was shocked. They all looked back at their young boss. Xia Ying hesitated and said, "Boss, do you have a strategy?" "It's simple. They're shorting, so we'll go long." Everyone heard this and secretly cursed. What kind of bullshit strategy is this? It's completely ridiculous. Boss, this won't work. Yes, boss, they have done unprecedentedly, and have released a lot of negative news about our group. Now in the secondary market, people are selling our stocks in panic. Boss, I don't think we should fight the Kaohsiung consortium head-on. We should send a negotiator to talk to them. A foreigner with blonde hair and a combed-over head spoke in broken Chinese. Sha Churan narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. The other person immediately introduced himself. Boss, my name is Mark, I am the global CEO of the Seton Group. Sha Churan asked with a blank expression, negotiate with them? How? Mark saw Sha Churan ask questions, so he straightened his back and took out his notebook. He looked at the strategy already written on it and said, we should give full understanding to the proposal of Mr. Claude, the president of the Kaohsiung Group. He has two requests. First, the boss must agree to sell 51% of the shares of the Seton Group. After all, compared to the forced bankruptcy and reorganization of the Seton Hotel, losing only 51% of the group's shares is nothing. Moreover, by tying up 51% of the shares, we will be firmly united with the Kaohsiung Group, and we will be protected forever. Sha Chuan's mouth curled up, and Mark thought the other party agreed with his point of view. So he continued, Claude's second request is that Mr. Claude likes your house. That is, the villa at the Kyoto Manor, and he is willing to pay 50 million to buy it. It would be an honor for you to have Mr. Claude live in your house. As long as these two conditions are met, Mr. Claude promises to immediately stop all short selling of the Seton Group. Mark closed his notebook and looked at Sha Churan confidently. Although Claude's two demands are quite harsh. But in the face of bankruptcy, forced short selling, and acquisition, sacrificing a little equity and a house in exchange for peace, Mark believed that the Chinese people knew how to weigh the pros and cons and make decisions. You are already a fish on the chopping board, what else can you do? Sha Churan sneered and asked, are you finished? Mark nodded with a smile. Sha Churan nodded and said lightly, okay, you're fired. What? The executives in the classroom suddenly had their pupils dilate. What's going on? The CEO of the group has suddenly been fired. Everyone looked at Sha Churan in disbelief. Boss, Mark is the CEO of the group now. Boss, the group is now being shorted by the Kaohsiung consortium, so we can't panic. Several regional managers spoke up to advise him. Mark himself was stunned, completely unable to predict the current situation. He was a little angry. He was a noble American. It's fine for you to work for the Chinese, but you actually have the nerve to fire me. Sha Churan, how dare you fire me? I'm an American. Sha Churan looked up and coldly looked at Mark. Do you think it's still the era of 100 years ago, when the Chinese were bullied by foreigners and dared not resist? Do you think we Chinese still need to cede territory and pay reparations to do business? Lick your foreign masters? I tell you, that's all history. Now, only we Chinese bully others. Whoever dares to snipe at me will be repaid tenfold. Sha Churan, you don't understand business at all, you don't understand the rules of the game in the business world. If you dare to rebel against the Kaohsiung Group, it will only bring about even more fierce short selling. Mark roared. Haha, what rules in the market? In my place, I am the rule. You will be punished. You are no longer a member of our group. Please, get out of here. Sha Chuan's voice was like a bell, and it was the first time he had used his inner strength to make his voice heard. His voice silenced everyone present, even Mark was scared white. Seeing this, several regional managers quickly took Mark out of the room to avoid a fight. Xia Ying was a little stunned. How could he fire the CEO in the middle of the day? Boss, you're too impulsive. Sha Chuan snorted, people with no ability are impulsive, but people with ability are decisive. Xia Ying didn't want to argue with her boss, so she asked directly, Boss, then give me a plan. Now that there is no CEO, I'm afraid the morale will be unstable. It's easy without a CEO. I'm appointing you as the group CEO now. You only need to report to me. Once again, everyone was dumbfounded. Some regional managers who had worked for a long time had dreamed of climbing to the position of CEO. Now she has taken the position. Their hearts were cold. Xia Ying was completely dumbfounded. She was a secretary, and suddenly she became the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. The classroom was silent. After a few minutes, several regional managers from different countries resigned on the spot. The classroom, which originally had more than 10 people, suddenly became a room with only 5 people. Qin Chuan, Xia Ying, and 3 other senior executives from the China region. Xia Ying sat down on the chair, and the whole person looked like a deflated balloon. In an instant, the majority of the group's executives had resigned. As soon as the news came out, there was no need for the Gaosheng group to report a short position. It can fall 50% on its own. Qin Chuan smiled and touched Xia Ying's head. What, are you unhappy to be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company? Although this girl is not very polite to me, I quite like her arrogance. I'm afraid I'm the world's shortest-lived CEO. Xia Ying sighed. If things go on like this, I'm afraid the Seaton Group will be wiped out within a month. Then, it will be forced to liquidate and then restructure. No, as long as I'm here, you can stay in your position until you retire. Xia Ying sighed again. Boss, don't comfort me. Qin Chuan continued, listen to me, go back now. Work harder than ever for me, and go against the high-rise consortium. The goal is 100%. Boss, do you know how much that will cost? Do as I say. This is war, not a game. Don't think about the future. Use up all the reserves. Qin Chuan said without hesitation. Xia Ying had no choice but to listen to her boss. When she left the office, she planned to download a job search app and apply for a job. Seeing that everyone had left, Qin Chuan's consciousness was mobilized, and the interface of the system appeared in front of him. He clicked on Person Attributes. The interface quickly jumped, and Qin Chuan's basic information appeared. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, 4th level peak. Medical skills, beginner level 2. Single item, multi-signature. Qin Chuan click on Single item, multi-signature. The system prompts. Do you want to use this item? Qin Chuan clicks Confirm. Afterwards, Qin Chuan saw a flash of light. Then the system interface disappeared. He returned to the real world. Qin Chuan looked around and it seemed that nothing had changed. However, he was not worried. He was confident in the power of his system. So, Qin Chuan packed up his bag and prepared to go back to his dormitory to rest. For 2 days, the international financial market was in a frenzy. The short-selling war between the American high-rise group and the Seaton Group continued. In this battle, the share price of the Seaton Group has fallen by another $10 per share. Wednesday morning, 8 a.m. Just when everyone thought the short selling would end with the high-rise consortium winning a resounding victory, a newsflash appeared on the headlines of various financial news, newspapers, and websites. Chapter 49, the consortium collectively stepped down and divided up the territory. At the same time, all the financial news, newspapers, and websites had a headline. Shock. The top executives of the world's top 500 company, the Seaton Group, have all left the company, allegedly due to the short selling of the Gaosheng Group. For a time, the international financial market was in turmoil. Financial giants who had been on the sidelines, such as the Morgan Group, the DuPont Group and the Malin Group, began to get excited. They realized that the young man who had acquired the Seaton Group had already begun to panic. The Silton Group was experiencing huge internal conflicts and was about to fall apart. The traders of several consortia immediately drafted a joint plan to join the short-selling campaign led by the Gaosheng Consortium. On Wednesday morning, the spokesman of the various consortia held a press conference. The news was announced. On the television, the spokesman of the various consortia read from almost identical scripts as they spoke to the reporters in front of them. Recently, we have discovered serious management problems at the Seaton Hotel. There have been problems with inflated customer numbers and financial fraud. We believe that all of this is due to the poor management of the Chinese. The Chinese only know how to cheat and not to be honest in business. Unlike us Americans, who value credit as our life. Their low level of ability means that they can only work in low-end industries and are unable to manage large enterprises. Therefore, our consortium is committed to doing God's work in maintaining world peace. We will short-sell the Seaton Group to show the Chinese that they are not worthy of managing the group companies that we Americans have created. We hope that through a fair market game, the Chinese behind the scenes will know their own weight. Then hand over the industry that belongs to us Americans. At the press conference, the consortium spokesperson made extremely discriminatory remarks. However, none of the reporters present found anything wrong with it, and they even laughed mockingly. Mocking other ethnic groups could cost you your life or your job. But when they mock the Chinese, they have to close the door and reflect on themselves, then come back and apologize with a smile on their faces. A nouveau riche, what does he know about the world's top 500 companies or management? We have only been developing for a dozen years, so where do we get the experience to manage a large company in the United States? We didn't learn much from the big shots in the United States, and now we've been taught a lesson for being so reckless with our money. How dare the Chinese person make a decision to buy Seaton without consulting Wall Street first to see if they would approve of the deal? We Chinese have really lost face as a nation of courtesy, and others will think that we Chinese are all arrogant like that. The three Chinese journalists complained to each other. They only felt that their compatriots' acquisition of the Seaton Group was an extremely foolish and presumptuous act. After venting their anger, they had planned to attend a dinner arranged by the consortium. However, they had just arrived at the hotel entrance. They were stopped by a black security guard, who said, "You Chinese are not allowed in." The reporters were anxious. Why? We are also reporters. The boss said that you Chinese are the most treacherous. Once inside, you will eavesdrop on confidential information and leak it to China. One of the reporters quickly took out his American ID card and said, "I'm an American. I immigrated here a long time ago." The black security guard still shook his head. The boss said that as long as you have a Chinese face, you are not allowed to enter. The three of them looked at each other, their teeth grinding in anger. Damn, it's all the fault of that damned nouveau riche. Yes, it's bad enough to mess with the Americans, but now we're suffering too. The reporter who had just immigrated to the United States with an American ID card. He put away his camera and said to the two people next to him, "I'm not going to eat with you. I have to hurry and go buy some food, go back and cook for the Americans around me," and sincerely apologize to him and explain it. So that they don't think that all Chinese people are rude. Wednesday, 2 p.m. The consortium's joint statement was just released this morning. The new CEO of the Shilong Group, Xia was interviewed by the Chinese financial news channel in the Chinese office. Xia facing the camera, directly denounced the shameful behavior of the Western consortium. And announced on the spot that he had the approval of the company's boss. He will do his best to support the share price of Seaton at all costs. This interview caused a stir in the domestic and international financial and securities markets. Everyone questioned the young new CEO. An ABC TV commentator in the United States frankly said that he had never seen such a headstrong CEO in his life, daring to go against Wall Street. The reporter from the country of the stick believes that this new CEO has inherited the Chinese people's bad habit of being greedy and aggressive, and will push himself into an abyss. A Japanese financial expert commented, "The arrogance of the Chinese will destroy the century-old company." International public opinion is fermenting in full swing. However, at the same time, in the stock market of the United States, a trader was surprised to discover that under the pressure of huge short positions, in addition to the Seaton Group, there were actually people operating in the opposite direction, mindlessly going long. And the amount of long positions was close to the amount of short positions. The downward trend of the Seaton Group was immediately alleviated. The largest and most authoritative stock forum in China, the Oriental Stock Forum. Someone posted a message to explain what they had observed. Surprise! The hidden big guy is operating against the Seaton Group, going against several major consortiums. The comments below are almost overwhelmingly bearish. Forum ID, Milk Snow said, "How could there be a fool who goes against the consortium?" Forum LD, Guan Bao's Friendship said, "I heard that the owner behind the scenes of the Seaton Group is a Chinese person. Could it be that the higher-ups have helped out?" Forum LD, Itching the Acupoints said, "Impossible. The higher-ups will only step in to mediate, they won't directly intervene." Forum LD, Teach from the Bottom of the Heart said, "Why doesn't the Chinese owner of Seaton reflect on why he was sanctioned by Wall Street? The current approach is tantamount to pouring oil on the fire, making Wall Street more hostile to us." In the forum, the two sides debated with each other. It was a heated debate for a while. One side believes that Chinese people should be low-key, should bide their time, and should not fight head-on with the Americans. One side believes that in the current situation, it is foolish to remain low-key and bide one's time when one has the strength. If you keep on being humble and tolerant, people will take advantage of you. Thursday, the CEO's office at the Seaton Group. Xia Ying's desk is already full of resignation applications. Without exception, they were all foreigners in the group. These people are not all Americans. There are also Japanese, Koreans, Indians, etc. of all colors and races. When they first learned that the boss was Chinese, they all felt unbalanced. They couldn't accept working for a Chinese. But they reluctantly stayed on because of the stable jobs and good salaries at the Seaton Group. Now, the Seaton Group is under attack from Wall Street financial giants. Yesterday, Xia Ying denounced the Western Consortium and said that they would support the stock price at all costs. This made these fickle-minded people decide to resign and run away. Xia Ying threw the resignation applications into the trash. She lay on the boss's chair, feeling exhausted. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. Xia Ying looked at the phone and saw that it was the group's chief financial officer calling. She felt a chill down her spine and suddenly felt uneasy. Since yesterday, the group has used all its reserves to prop up the stock price. Despite this, the stock price only held firm for 10 minutes before continuing to fall. Hello, what's the matter? Is there no money in the account? Ms. Xia, this matter cannot be explained in a few words. You'd better take a look at the stock market. Xia Ying took a deep breath and clicked the mouse. She selected the time-sharing chart for the stock of the Seaton Hotel. The scene before her shocked her. The time-sharing chart of the Shillong Hotel showed a V-shaped pattern. In the last 10 minutes of the closing, a huge amount of capital poured in, constantly devouring the stocks sold above. The share price of the Shillong Group was directly pulled up to $130 per share. Xia Ying was completely stunned. Chapter 50, Short Selling, You Will Die Without a Burial. On Friday, the U.S. stock market opened. The share price of the Seaton Hotel Group jumped from yesterday's closing price of $130 per share to $150 per share. Suddenly, the American Stock Exchange was in a state of mourning. Traders from the Mogan, Dubang, and Melong consortiums. Their scalps were tingling. Yesterday, the consortium to which several traders belonged had just announced a joint attack on Seaton. In just 24 hours, a mysterious Oriental force swept through the entire American stock market. With a devastating momentum, the crumbling stock price of Seaton was directly lifted to $150 per share. And it looks like the rally is still going. The U.S. stock market has been open for less than half an hour. The Mogan, DuPont, and Marron consortiums all issued statements. Due to global economic fluctuations, for the benefit of investors, they have recently abandoned all short-selling operations. They have all withdrawn from the ranks of the snipers against Seaton. On the surface, the major consortia abandoned short-selling for the sake of investor interests. But everyone on Wall Street knows that these consortia were forced to liquidate their positions in less than 24 hours. Were blown out of the market by the powerful Oriental forces, with an average net loss of $2 billion per family. The president of the Demon Root Group, Mr. Diamond, was in his office, waving his new golf clubs. He smashed the luxuriously decorated office to pieces. Motherfucker, which son of a bitch suggested shorting Seaton? Let him out. Pierre, the president of the DuPont Group, was signing several documents. From the moment the position was liquidated, he ordered the entire risk management department to be laid off. Every single one of them. The Malin Group is currently the richest fund on Wall Street, without a doubt. President Charlie is holding a stack of photos in his hands, and cold sweat is pouring down his back. The photos show evidence of his illegal behavior. Each set of photos is a crime. All of them are crimes that start with life imprisonment and end with a prison explosion. He held the phone in his trembling hands and pleaded in very broken Chinese, "Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, please let me go. There is an old saying in China that I don't speak Chinese well. Can I express myself in English? If you don't know Chinese, learn it. No one will pamper you." Qin Chuan said sternly. Charlie was so scared that he almost dropped the phone. Yes. I'll let you go, but on one condition. Mr. Qin, you say it. Short selling and rising. Charlie shuddered at the news. Mr. Qin, it won't work. Claude, the president of the Gaosheng Group, is my distant cousin, my brother and sister, and my friends. Qin Chuan smiled wryly. I also have information on Claude. This matter can either be settled by you or by him. You have 10 seconds to think about it. Before Sha Churan could finish counting down, Charlie said, I'll do it. Even if he is my blood relative, I will still do it for the greater good. Wall Street, USA, the office of the president of the Kaohsiung Group. Claude's fat body sat in the main seat. The room was filled with executives and analysts from the Kaohsiung Group. The Kaohsiung Group is currently the only group that has not yet burst. Who can tell me what's going on here? Who is buying? Claude roared, questioning his subordinates. The data analyst stepped forward and said, Mr. Claude, after our investigation, we found that the source of this mysterious capital is a man named Sha Churan in Kyoto, China. Sha Churan? Claude looked doubtful, as if he had heard this name before. However, he simply could not remember. Because he thought that the Chinese names were not worthy of his brain to remember. Claude's secretary whispered in his ear, Mr. Claude, Sha Churan is the mastermind behind the Seton Group. Claude heard this and slammed his desk. How is that possible? The trend is to fall. He needs more than twice the amount of money we shorted to save the day. The room fell silent. No one could answer the question. Shorting Seton cost Kaohsiung $30 billion. But if he wanted to pull the falling share price of the Seton Group back up, he would need at least $50 billion. Claude raised his glass and smashed it against the corner of the wall, then asked, Today is the settlement date. How much will we lose if we buy enough to cover our short positions? Based on the current market, buying back the shorted stocks will cost us at least $10 billion. An executive stepped forward and said. Claude felt stars in his eyes. The short selling he had led had actually backfired. Not only had he not made any money, he had lost $10 billion. Claude sighed and asked, What if the position is liquidated? The executive looked at the tablet in his hand, entered the relevant data, and said in a panic, If the position is liquidated, then it will lose $30 billion. Claude felt his blood rush to his head and he almost fainted. After recovering, he looked at the screen and saw the stock price of Seton rising like the sun, climbing higher and higher. He said helplessly, Close the position. We'll lose $10 billion, but we can make it back next time. Claude, who had experienced many financial crises, remained calm in the face of the huge losses. Although his face showed signs of disappointment, he still maintained the dignity of an American aristocrat. Those Chinese sons of bitches. Next time, I'll get them one by one when I get promoted. Suddenly, everyone in the office received a breaking news notification from the Fox News app on their phones. Everyone clicked on it and saw a huge photo of a face in the news. The person in the photo is the president of the Kaohsiung Group, Claude. This is a collection of news articles. Each time you click on an entry, it is a news report. Billionaire Claude bribed mainstream media with $150 million to boost his friend's campaign. The Kaohsiung Group's Claude was accused of providing ex-services to high-level U.S. officials. Video of the murder of a journalist exposed. The murderer was Claude of the Kaohsiung Foundation. Claude of the Kaohsiung Foundation recruits male models into the office, high-definition pictures and videos exposed. Suddenly, Claude's face turned ashen. He couldn't believe it. These things would actually be exposed. For the rich white people in the United States, these things are commonplace. Hide well, and nothing will happen. But once it is exposed, it means that everyone will turn their backs on you and you will be in trouble. Claude trembled as he clicked on the news page, where every piece of evidence, photo, video, and audio, clearly demonstrated his crimes. He knew that all the evidence was real. Hurry! Call Fox News. Tell them to take down all the news. If they don't agree, stop sponsoring them next year. Claude roared furiously. His assistant immediately took the order and was about to rush out of the office to make the call. But as soon as he opened the door, he ran headlong into an employee from the risk control department who was rushing in. The other person pushed the assistant aside and shouted at the group of bigwigs in the room, Boss, it's bad, look at the news. Everyone in the room looked at him with dumbfounded expressions. The manager of the risk control department felt that his subordinate was too rude and said unhappily, We all know about the scandal. This is not something you should be concerned about. The employee was stunned. Boss, what scandal? Aren't you talking about the president's scandals? No, boss, it's the financial news. The Maylong Group suddenly announced that it was shorting us. Suddenly, it was quiet in the president's office. Everyone opened their phones in disbelief to check the news. Chapter 51: Those who oppose the preliminary investigation deserve to die. ABC News, with the headline Gauchang Group President Claude, perverse, the Malin Group decided to sever all ties with him. In the news was a video of an ABC News reporter interviewing Charlie from the Malin Group. In the video, Charlie is sitting in his office, looking serious as he is being interviewed. "Mr. Charlie, why did you choose to short sell Gauchang? I heard that Mr. Claude is your cousin." Charlie's face was full of hatred. "Please be careful with your words. Claude is only my distant cousin. I don't have a good relationship with him. He has done wrong and trampled on the laws of the United States, and he doesn't care about the citizens of the United States. His actions are hated by both gods and men. As a responsible American entrepreneur, I have an obligation to punish him and never tolerate him." The video of the news interview with Charlie from the Malin Group was released. The whole Wall Street exploded. The two top consortia, who used to be on the same side, were actually fighting each other at a critical time. No one knows what happened. For a time, Wall Street was on edge. Other consortia dared not move, sitting on the sidelines and watching the two consortia fight each other. Two major news stories came out one after the other. The executives of the Gauchang Group were unable to react, and the entire company was in a complete mess. The U.S. Stock Exchange. Within just 1 hour of opening, the stock price of the Gauchang Group plummeted from $320 to $240 per share. This left all the investors completely confused. Some people realized that the entire news page was pushing the scandal of the president of the Gauchang Consortium, Claude. The investors were devastated and rushed out of the exchange and headed straight for the headquarters of the Gauchang Group on Wall Street. They marched all the way, demanding that Claude step down and take responsibility for his actions. When they reached the headquarters of the High-Rise Group, their phones pushed news that the Malin Group had announced a short sale of the High-Rise Group. The stock price fell from $240 to $140. On average, everyone lost $2 million. Suddenly, investors in the United States were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? It's going to be a death sentence. In an instant, the American investors broke through the defense. Instead of asking Claude to resign, they demanded that he commit suicide in the same place. There was a lot of shouting and fighting downstairs. The 70th floor of the Gauchang Group building, the president's office, was quiet and eerie. The office is filled with executives who graduated from Ivy League universities in the United States. They were all dumbfounded and could do nothing. Things are moving too fast. Many people have shares in Gauchang. And they all had no time to sell. Now almost everyone is on the verge of bankruptcy. A newly promoted manager knelt down and cried, "It's all over, I've lost everything. I've lost everything. I still have a loan of $5 million to pay back." Claude threw a glass at him. "Malefactor, someone, throw him out." Claude's orders have always been treated as if they were the word of God within Gauchang. But today, his words seem to have lost their magic. None of the executives in the room or the security guards at the door moved. "What are you standing there for? Do you want to get fired?" After a long silence, one of the executives said in a flat tone, "Everyone, if the share price of Gauchang continues to fall, the entire group will go bankrupt. The current situation of Gauchang is all caused by Claude. I have reason to believe that as long as Claude is gone, the short-selling actions against our Gauchang Group will end." Suddenly, everyone in the office turned their attention to Claude, who was sweating profusely. What are you doing?" Another female executive stepped in to stop them. "Everyone, please don't do this." Claude was overjoyed. "Maria, you did a good job. I'll promote you." The executive named Maria smiled and said, "Don't do it yourself. Let the investors downstairs come in and do it." Upon hearing this, Claude immediately wanted to get his phone and dial 911. But his fat body moved slowly. His assistant snatched the phone from him and smashed it on the ground. The intercom in the security manager's office rang. "Boss, I've let the protesters in. They're heading for the CEO's office." Claude heard this and felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. Huagua, the CEO's office of the Shilong Group. On the CEO's desk, there are two monitors. One shows the stock market, the other shows domestic and international news. Before the market closed, the share price of the Sultan Group had risen to $190 per share. In less than a week, it had rebounded 100%. Xia Ying was dumbfounded. All the negative news, the company's bankruptcy, etc., had all become a joke. Because they had followed Qin Chuan's advice and gone long instead of short. The battle of the Shilong Group ended with a net profit of about $10 billion. Xia Ying originally wanted to call Qin Chuan as soon as possible to take credit for the success. But she calmed down and decided against it. She still couldn't afford to be careless. She was now facing the most cunning group of capitalists in the world. Especially the Gaoshang Group, which shorted them. The Gaoshang Group has always been a group of capitalists who eat people without spitting out their bones. When she looked away and looked at another screen, Xia Ying's pupils suddenly contracted. On the homepage of the American news network ABC, a news collection about Claude of the Gaoshang Group was suddenly published. The collection is titled Gaoshang Group CEO Claude Crime Special. Xia Ying clicked her mouse and entered the topic. She gasped. Every subheading was evidence of the crimes committed by Claude. Xia Ying looked at them one by one. The evidence, including videos, photos, documents, etc., was clear and obvious. The crimes committed by Claude were almost so serious that he could be sentenced to life imprisonment. Xia Ying suddenly thought of something and immediately checked the stock price of Gaoshang. When she saw the real-time stock price of Gaoshang, Xia Ying was dumbfounded. At this moment, Gaoshang had fallen to $99 per share. The next second, a real-time newsfeed popped up in the lower right corner of the computer screen. The stock price of Gaoshang has plummeted. The US government has intervened and the US stock market has been suspended for an hour. Before Xia Ying could click to view the details of the news, the next second, another news popped up. Gaoshang CEO Claude was attacked in his office and was pushed to his death by angry investors from the 70th floor office. Xia Ying felt a chill down her spine and trembled all over. Everything happened so suddenly, it was unbelievable. Kyoto, Finance University, Dormitory 511. Tang Yuming has been closely following the developments at the Seaton Group this week. He was thrilled when he saw the new CEO Xia Ying declare war on Wall Street. When he saw that on the Oriental Stock Forum, there were always some two-faced people belittling Xia Ying and praising foreigners. Tang Yuming immediately registered an ID called Seizing Every Opportunity and counterattacked on the forum. When he saw that a mysterious big shot had entered the market to buy, the president of Gaoshang was exposed in a scandal and was finally pushed off a building. Tang Yuming let out a loud yell in the dormitory to relieve the pent-up emotions in his heart. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open. Chapter 52, 1,000 words in a sentence. The person who came was Chen Fei from the 510 dormitory across the hall. He stuck his head in and said, "Tang Yuming, what's wrong with you? What are you yelling about?" All three roommates were out of the dormitory, and Tang Yuming was unable to find an outlet for his excitement. Seeing someone come to the door, he quickly ran to the other dormitory. He told the whole story of the events of the week at the Shilong Group. Chen Fei was also very excited. "Shit, that's great, it really makes me feel better. Yes, those Wall Street consortia look down on us Chinese. This time we got rid of one, next time we'll take down the whole Wall Street." The two of them were bragging and dancing around. I said, "People make money, what are you two so excited about?" "Tang Yuming, did you buy shares in Seaton?" Lu Wei from dormitory 510 sneered. Tang Yuming was speechless. He knew that the stock was American, and he was unable to do anything about it. At this time, the other three people from dormitory 511 returned. They each carried 2 large bags of food, and Kong Huijun even carried a pot. Chen Fei asked curiously, "Are you guys from 511 dormitory going to have a hot pot party?" Kong Huijun smiled and said, "Yes, the fourth one said he made some money on the stock market and wanted to treat the guys in the dormitory to a celebration. We were afraid he would spend money recklessly, so we said we would buy some ingredients and cook them back at the dormitory. You guys in 511 dormitory are really awesome, all of you are stock experts, how much have you earned?" Lu Wei asked with disdain. 200 or 300, Qin Chuan said calmly. Lu Wei was stunned. 2 or 3 million? No. Lu Wei was delighted to hear this. "Shit, we thought you had made a lot of money." $200 or $300 is nothing here. Sha Churan didn't bother to deal with these small-time crooks. They were all just little kids in his eyes, so he carried the vegetables into the house. But Lu Wei was not happy. You're just a guy who makes $200 or $300, so what's the big deal? He leaned against the door and said, Yo, you think you're so great because you made a couple $100 in college and you're still showing your face to me? Kong Tang Yuming was unhappy when he heard this. You can say that about me, but not about my brother. You know nothing. My fourth son is a big businessman. Lu Wei sneered, big business? How big? He just said it himself, 2 or 300. Since it's not 2 or 3 million, is it 2 or 300 billion? Tang Yuming was speechless at these words. He knew that his fourth son's business was not small, and 2 or 3 million was definitely possible. But Sha Churan himself admitted that the unit was not a million. And 2 to 300 billion, Tang Yuming would never dare to imagine. Lu Wei saw that Tang Yuming was feeling guilty and snorted. He took out his phone and said, You guys, you're too small-minded. You start celebrating when you make a few $100. You really haven't seen the world. Halfway through his speech, he turned on the screen of his phone. On the screen was an interface for a virtual currency called Dogecoin. In the earnings column, it showed 134,834. More than 130,000? Chen Fei, who was in the same dormitory, exclaimed. Lu Wei put away his phone and said with a smug look, Oh, it's only 130,000. It's nothing. Lu Wei's face showed a calm and relaxed expression. He was already overjoyed at his own success. Chen Fei was proud of his roommate's strength. He quickly praised him, Ah Wei, you're so awesome. You can make over 100,000 yuan in your first year of college. You're an investment genius. You'll definitely be on the list of the next outstanding young people in Asia. Lu Wei pretended to be calm and waved his hand, That's a bit too much. I just have a bit of talent for investing. But I believe I will definitely earn $1 million this year. Shit, then Mr. Lu can't forget about me, we're in the same dormitory. Lu Wei's mouth curled up. Of course, not to mention that I will definitely let my brothers eat and drink when I get rich. You like Apple computers, right? I'll get you one. Our dormitory needs to be arranged, too. It's so big and empty. Chen Fei was overjoyed at hearing this, and he praised Lu Wei to the skies. I never thought that our dormitory would produce a character like a god. I'm going to post it on WeChat Moments, I'm going to post it on Weibo, and I'm going to post it on Douyin to show off. Chen Fei saw Tang Yuming's indifferent expression again, and poked him with his elbow. What's wrong? Are you a little jealous of our dorm's godly hero's generosity? Do you want to change dorms? But you can go, our fourth roommate is also a godly hero. He said he would give us an Apple computer, but we refused. Tang Yuming didn't want Sha Churan to give him anything, but he was just being stubborn and trying to save face. Oh? Really? Chen Fei smiled slyly. He saw through Tang Yuming's pretense at once. Just as Tang Yuming was about to argue, Sha Churan's voice came from inside the house, Second, I never said I was giving away an Apple computer. At this point, Tang Yuming felt like he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. He was so embarrassed that he had been beaten by his own good friend. He lowered his head in embarrassment. Lu Wei laughed heartily and waved his hand, Fei, don't provoke them. Who can afford to buy a computer and invite people to eat hot pot in the dormitory? Let's go to Haidileo. Chen Fei immediately beamed, Viagra is so generous, 2 people can't eat at Haidileo for less than 200 or 300 yuan. Sprinkle some water. Lu Wei said, getting ready to put on his nightclub battle robe, a blue denim jacket from LV, and go out. He was just about to taunt the dormitory across the street again. Suddenly, there was a group of people in gray uniforms around him. There were so many of them that they filled the entire hallway. They were also carrying several large cardboard boxes. The man in the lead asked Lu Wei with a smile, Excuse me, are you Mr. Sha Churan? Lu Wei was taken aback and shook his head. No, I'm not. Sha Churan wiped his wet hands, walked out of the bedroom and said, I am. Hello, I'm from the logistics department. According to the time you arranged, we are now delivering the washing machine, refrigerator and other appliances you purchased. The installation technician is also here, and can install it for you right away. Xin Chuan nodded and stepped aside. The staff began to carry the appliances into the 511 dormitory. For a moment, everyone in the dormitory hallway came out to watch the fun. In the past, people in the dormitory only bought small appliances like electric kettles and rice cookers. Today, someone actually bought a washing machine and refrigerator. Is this guy here to study? Maybe they're here on vacation. The 3 people in 511 dormitory were also dumbfounded. But Wu Ming was quick to react and immediately cooperated with the staff to select the placement of the appliances. The staff first moved a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator into the dormitory. Someone stole a glance at the refrigerator model and immediately opened the Jingdong Mall to check the price. This refrigerator actually costs more than 20,000 yuan. When they heard that the refrigerator cost more than 20,000 yuan, there were groans of disbelief in the hallway. Chapter 53, First time buying stocks, and immediately made it onto the global rich list. After the refrigerator was moved in, it was followed by a washer and dryer. That is, a washing machine and a dryer. After checking the price of the refrigerator, someone else checked the price of the washer and dryer. This washing and drying machine set costs 40,000 yuan. The woku that had just subsided spread throughout the hallway again. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at the crowd, "You guys in 511 dormitory bought so many appliances, aren't you afraid of the electricity bill?" This sentence resonated with everyone for a while. During college, paying the electricity bill was always a problem. If you have good relationships with your roommates, you don't care how much each of you uses, and you just split the bill. But if you don't get along with each other, it's difficult. Paying the electricity bill together is like going to war. Everyone thinks the other is taking advantage of them. Who knows? As soon as the words were out, Kang Huijun, who was standing at the door and giving instructions, said leisurely, "Our Xin Chuan just charged 10,000 yuan for electricity, enough for 4 years. After he said this, everyone was speechless. It was their own small-mindedness. After the washing machine was unloaded, it was followed by a smaller electrical appliance. Xin Chuan took the packaging off at the door, and the contents looked like a black drum. Some people recognized it at first glance. My God, it's the Banio A9. What is that? A Bluetooth speaker from the world's top audiovisual brand, Bang & Olufsen. Oh, it's just a Bluetooth speaker. How about my Apple HomePod? The other person looked at the Apple HomePod user and said, "Your 2,000 yuan one is nothing compared to his 20,000 yuan one." The Apple user shut up on the spot, didn't respond, and silently withdrew from the conversation. When the last big item, a 100-inch Hisense laser TV, was moved into the bedroom, someone looked at the total price of all the appliances and saw the final result. 110,000. The people in the hallway watching the fun were all silent. What kind of local tyrant is this, spending over 100,000 yuan to decorate a dormitory? Chen Fei looked across at the dormitory, which had been upgraded from a normal dormitory to a top-notch apartment in an instant. He was a little excited and envious. However, when he thought about it, he restrained his jealousy. He muttered, "Let's go, Viagra, let's go to Hadileo. Ha, what's the point of buying so many appliances? It's not like we're going to use them, and we don't even have a computer." As Chen Fei turned around, he met a young man from Jingdong Logistics wearing a red work uniform. The other party did not expect that the hallway was so crowded, and for a moment, he could only yell at the top of his voice, "Which one is Xin Chuan? Which one is Xin Chuan?" Xin Chuan raised his hand, and the young man picked up the large box and walked up to him. "Hello, Mr. Qin, right? Our company has a rule that for valuable items, customers must open the boxes and inspect the goods in person." Xin Chuan was busy communicating with the TV installer and couldn't spare the time. He said to Tang Yuming, "Second, you help me open the box and check the goods." Tang Yuming took out a utility knife and looked at the large cardboard box, guessing that it probably contained an oven or something. He carefully cut open the cardboard box. When he opened it, he was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. He almost dropped the knife in his hand and it fell to the ground. Chen Fei looked at it curiously and couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow, an alien laptop." Jingdong said, "Yes, this is the Alien X17 top model. I've never seen anyone buy 4 of them at once." Hearing that there were 4 alien laptops in the box, Tang Yuming felt a wave of heat rising up to his head. His body became stiff and he could not move. It turned out that Qin Chuan had just said that he didn't want to give away an Apple computer. What they wanted to give away were alien computers. Seeing this, Jingdong quickly reminded him, "Hello, please make sure to check each one. These 4 alien laptops with top-of-the-line specifications are worth 50,000 yuan each. If anything goes wrong, I can't afford to pay for it." Qin Chuan finished fixing the TV in the room and went outside. He saw that Tang Yuming was still not moving, so he urged him, "Second, quickly sign for the computers and come in for hot pot. The computers all have the same color scheme, so there's nothing to pick. We all use white." Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, but everyone in the hallway could hear it clearly. What does that mean? Spending 200,000 yuan to buy 4 alien laptops with the best specs for his roommates? The person who was just silent in the hallway. Now he was completely disarmed by Qin Chuan's words. Some people called the counselor on the spot and asked to change their dormitory. Some people, when they couldn't change dorms, even wanted to change majors and be in Qin Chuan's class. Chen Fei and Lu Wei stood dumbfounded at the door of 511. Lu Wei felt his face burning. Just now, he was bragging about having a savings of 130,000 yuan at such a young age. But the other guy just gave him a computer and paid him 200,000 yuan. Tang Yuming leaned over and said, "Ha, you're showing off for having made 130,000 yuan. You're really a frog on a tadpole's back, showing off for your mother." After that, he went back to his room with the alien computer. In the 511 dormitory, everything was still brand new. Wu Ming, as the eldest brother, was busy preparing the ingredients. He had just said that they had bought too much Qin Chuan cuisine and there was nowhere to put it all. Now, there is a refrigerator to store the leftovers. The washing and drying machine solves everyone's laundry problems at once. Kang Weijun was the first to throw in the dirty clothes hanging on the bedside for everyone to wash. Tang Yuming was installing games on his new computer while adjusting the 100-inch laser TV hanging on the wall. He connected his phone to Bluetooth and played some hot DJ dance music. Qin Chuan was left alone in his seat, waiting for dinner. Seeing the excitement on the faces of his roommates, Qin Chuan was also very happy. No matter what time it was, the three of them were always standing up for themselves. For this loyalty alone, Qin Chuan will always remember them. Suddenly, a familiar system voice sounded. Single item, multi-signature used up. The system will withdraw the support funds, and the remaining funds will be the challenger's profit funds. The system is now calculating. Please wait a moment. Settlement successful. This item has been used, and the challenger's profit is 31,376,921,285 US. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. The profit was even more than he had imagined. With this single transaction, he would be able to enter the top 50 of the global rich list. The system interface continued to display a prompt. Convert to Chinese currency. Qin Chuan did not hesitate and clicked, Convert. The system is converting according to the exchange rate for the day. Conversion successful. A total of 215,421,390,774 yuan can be converted back to Chinese currency this time. Due to the large amount, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the challenger must provide at least 5 bank card numbers to store the funds. Qin Chuan was stunned. The system suddenly became less intelligent. He also had to provide 5 bank card numbers. He also has a card from the Huaxing Bank in his hand, with more than 900 million yuan in spending money. So, driven by his consciousness, Qin Chuan entered the card number. The system is operating, please wait patiently. Challengers can check the progress of the transfer on the personal profile page. Then, the system flashed. Congratulations, Challenger. Complete side mission, survive in a desperate situation. Qin Chuan's heart stirred, and there was actually a task reward. Chapter 54. I'm not talking about 10,000, I'm talking about 100 million. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete side mission, a narrow escape. Reward for completing the side mission, Eclipse Yacht. Qin Chuan suddenly perked up. He knew something about the Eclipse. It is the world's largest private yacht, worth more than 1.5 billion US dollars. The entire yacht is 167 meters long, 21.5 meters wide, and displaces 13,000 tons. The yacht has a stage, exhibition hall, 3 restaurants, 2 kitchens, an aquarium, a disco, a hot tub, a swimming pool, a gymnasium with a sauna, and a steam room. The entire yacht can accommodate 100 people. Luxury is an understatement for this yacht, because its biggest feature is safety. The yacht is also equipped with security and defense facilities such as radar, missile defense systems, and close-range weapon identification systems. In addition, all guest rooms are equipped with bulletproof glass. It can be said that it is the safest private yacht in the world. Sha Churan was very satisfied with the reward for the system this time. After all, the task-reward level of this system has always been fluctuating. Every time he thinks about it, Sha Churan can't help but complain. There are still 10 billion coins and more than 90,000 carnivals in his own Douyin account. These things are useless except for showing off. But he is not a person who likes to show off. Sha Churan sighed slightly and closed the system interface. Even if he were given more private jets and yachts, he wouldn't be able to use them for the time being. After all, the main task has not yet been completed, and schoolwork is the most important thing. Fourth brother, what are you daydreaming about? Wu Ming peeled a shrimp and put it in Sha Chuan's bowl. Sha Chuan closed the system interface. Oh, it's nothing. Kang Huijun picked up a sea cucumber and said, Fourth brother, we know you have money and you are a man of honor. But all this? During college, it was not uncommon to treat people to meals or give them gifts. However, it is rare to give out gifts worth tens of thousands of yuan at a time. Tang Yuming put down the computer in his hands. Huijun is right, fourth brother. You have money, and we are happy for you. But such expensive gifts are really unnecessary. Wu Ming also chimed in, yes, fourth brother, look at the dorm you've made. It's like a resort hotel, and you've also given us such expensive computers. The three of us feel a bit guilty. Sha Chuan smiled and said, these are all small things. You three have always looked out for me, just like my family. I've seen it all. Recently, I've just made some money from the stock market, so I'm using it to improve everyone's lives. Tang Yuming was interested in the topic of stocks and said, Fourth brother, you really play the stock market? I just thought you were talking nonsense with them. Well, it's my first time. Sha Chuan was telling the truth. First time playing? You've already made this much. Tang Yuming was a little surprised. Second and fourth, they have a lot of capital. Wu Ming chimed in. Kang Huijun nodded repeatedly. The fourth one plays the stock market, so he must invest 1 million or 2 at a time. He can make a profit of more than 100,000 yuan just by catching a random trading limit. You think it's like you, with a few thousand yuan in capital, you can't make a few bucks even if you make a profit for a week. When the two said this, it piqued Tang Yuming's interest. After a few drinks, everyone was a little tipsy. Tang Yuming was still curious, so he took advantage of the alcohol and asked, Fourth brother, tell me the truth. How much did you make this time? Sha Chuan hesitated and said, more than 3 million. Tang Yuming gasped in surprise. Holy shit, it can't be more than 3 million. Kang Huijun was also stunned. Fourth brother, how much did you invest? Only the eldest brother Wu Ming remained calm. Fourth brother, we all know that you are good at making money, but you are still young. In the future, you should spend less on extravagant things like today. Save where you can. Sha Chuan put his hand on Wu Ming's shoulder and smiled, it's all small change. Hey, fourth brother, how can it be small change? Your business also needs working capital. 3 million is just the inventory of a top-of-the-line 7 Series for a BMW 4S store. You've been good to your brothers, and they appreciate it. In the future, you should think more about yourself. Kang Huijun nodded, yes, fourth brother, listen to your brothers. It's most important to hold on to your money. Tang Yuming was more concerned about the details of the stock and asked, Fourth brother, which stock did you buy? Seaton. Seaton? Tang Yuming was stunned. American stock? Sha Chuan nodded. Tang Yuming suddenly became sober, and his tone began to tremble. So, the 3 million you mentioned is in US dollars? Wu Ming and Kang Huijun both gasped in surprise. My motherfucker, the fourth one is speculating in US stocks and playing with knives. 3 million US dollars is more than 20 million Chinese yuan. The three people in the room felt their blood rushing to their heads. But the next second, they saw Qin Chuan shake his head and say, "No." The blood pressure of the three men slowly dropped. Kang Huijun picked up a sea cucumber and put it in Qin Chuan's bowl, scolding, "Mom's fourth son, why are you talking so fast? You scared us to death." Tang Yuming took a deep breath and said, "I almost fainted from the shock." Wu Ming patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder and said, "Fourth brother, whether it's the Chinese currency or the US dollar, you're a good guy. Keep up the good work." Qin Chuan took a sip of beer and said lightly, "I make American dollars." Tang Yuming put down his chopsticks and asked in confusion, "Then what did you mean when you said no just now?" "I mean, the unit after 300 is not 10,000. Kang Huijun laughed and said, "If it's not 10,000, then it's still 100 million. MMM. Qin Chuan nodded. Kang Huijun. Wu Ming. Tang Yuming. The room suddenly became quiet. In the dormitory, only the hot pot was boiling, making a gurgling sound. Except for Qin Chuan, the other three had blank expressions on their faces, their mouths slightly open, and their eyes unfocused. Their hearing and vision suddenly became a little blurry. Tang Yoming's jaw trembled twice, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then said in a trembling voice, "Fourth brother, what you mean is that you made 30 billion US dollars from the stock market this time?" Qin Chuan looked calm. He despised pretending to be something he was not. He was also sincere and open with his three brothers. "Well, 30 billion US dollars, but I've already converted it into Chinese currency, which is about 200 billion. While he was talking, he still calmly picked up the hot food and cold food. It was as if 200 billion sounded the same in his mouth as 2,000. Kang Huijun shed a tear. Originally, Qin Chuan had said that he would take them to a Michelin-starred restaurant for dinner, but he felt that it was too extravagant and insisted that they just eat in the dormitory. Now he regrets it, and wishes he had not done so. The three of them urged Qin Chuan to order another takeaway with an extra dish. At this moment, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang. He paused the fun and frolic between brothers and looked at the caller. Sha Churan. Qin Chuan frowned slightly and answered the call. He could only hear Sha Churan's helpless plea on the other end of the line, "Boss, save me." Chapter 55, Anger. Sha Churan, where are you? Qin Chuan suddenly stood up and yelled at the phone. "I'm at the TV station." As soon as Sha Churan finished speaking, she seemed to realize something and quickly hung up the phone. TV station? Which company is she still in? Qin Chuan was a little confused at this point. But he still put on his jacket without hesitation. Although Sha Churan was just a little housekeeper by his side. But she is also Qin Chuan's person. Anyone who touches someone close to you is the same as dealing with yourself. You guys eat first, I'm going to run an errand. The other three dormitory residents nodded and made way for Qin Chuan. He left the dormitory, realizing that he had been drinking. He then called Tian Xin. Tian Xin was surprised to see it was Qin Chuan calling, and quickly answered. "Go out with me. You drive." Qin Chuan didn't give Tian Xin a chance to speak, and ordered directly. This was the first time Tian Xin had heard Qin Chuan speak in such a serious tone. Without saying a word, she put on her clothes and hurried downstairs. Because the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was too eye-catching. Tian Xin always parked the car in the Wanhua International Office Building next to the school. She would arrive at the office building first and go straight to the basement to get her car. Qin Chuan arrived later and couldn't wait to go down to the basement. Just as he was about to walk down the ramp, a security guard in his 50s in uniform ran over and blocked Qin Chuan's way. Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm getting my car." "My friend parked it downstairs," said Qin Chuan. The security guard looked up and down at Qin Chuan. He had no recollection of this student-looking person, so he said, "The Toyota, Honda, and Volkswagen cars are all parked up there." "Go and have a look." "What do you mean?" "I told you my car is parked below." "What do I mean?" "I mean it very clearly." "Are you driving a BMW, Mercedes, or Audi?" "Neither." "If not, then don't go down. The people who come and go from our office building are all elites. They drive luxury cars, so go to the ground floor parking lot and look at your little broken car." "I don't have time to talk to you, get out of here." The security guard suddenly became interested. "Hey, how dare you talk to me like that, kid? Do you want me to beat you up?" Then, the other person raised his hand with a self-defense roll and was about to swing it at Qin Chuan. Lao Zhang, what are you doing? A middle-aged man with a pot belly shouted. The security guard turned around and saw it was his team leader. He quickly bowed and smiled. Team leader Chen, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Chen, with his hands behind his back, his belly out, stamped his feet twice and said, TSK, I came out for a walk after dinner, and I was walking around. But then I saw you making all that noise. Old Zhang looked aggrieved. Chen, it's not my fault. It's this little brat. He had to wander around the basement of our office building. When Chen heard this, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Chuan. He kept recalling faces in his mind, which was the basic skill of a security team leader. It is a way of judging people and serving them accordingly. After a moment, he was sure that he was seeing the other person for the first time, so he said, Young man, we didn't mean to make things difficult for you. Our Wanhua International Office Building is a Grade A office building. It is home to large enterprises and multinational company offices, and the cars parked below are all high-end luxury cars like Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Old Zhang agreed, right. What if you damage such expensive cars? Young people like you like to stand on the hood of other people's cars and pretend they are your own. Chen Team hummed his throat and continued, I know that young people nowadays like to take pictures of luxury cars, and I can understand that. But you have to understand that I'm not at work. Go play somewhere else. Old Zhang secretly gave the captain a thumbs up. The captain is the captain, and his words are cultured, which immediately intimidated the young man. Qin Chuan was already anxious, and when he met two more people like this, he angrily said, If you two stop me again, I guarantee that you will be laid off today. Hearing this, Chen immediately became angry. Fuck, you don't want to drink the toast, but you want to drink the penalty wine. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll talk to you a little more. You're fucking pushing your luck. Qin Chuan saw this and picked up his phone and dialed Xia Ying's number. As soon as the call was connected, Qin Chuan said in an unmistakable tone, Buy the Wanhua International Office Building for me, immediately. After buying it, fire the security guard and the security team leader who are guarding the basement today. Xia Ying was stunned and hadn't reacted yet when Qin Chuan hung up the phone. Seeing this, the captain couldn't hold back, and he couldn't be bullied either. He pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said, You crazy bastard, you're out of control. Let me go out of work, I'll give you a head first. He said, and he raised his rolling defense to rush over. Beep beep beep. A few short honks from the car horn interrupted Zhang's attack. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove up. Old Zhang and Chen were both connoisseurs of fine cars, and as soon as they saw the small emblem of the goddess of celebration on the front of the car, immediately closed his legs, straightened his back, and saluted. After the salute, Chen was all smiles and ready to personally guide the other party out of the parking lot. But in the blink of an eye, the young man had already opened the passenger door and sat down, one step ahead of himself. When they saw this, both Zhang and Chen were stunned. Damn, this kid said he didn't have a BBA. But then he thought, the other guy wasn't a BBA, but a Rolls-Royce. Chen Team swallowed his saliva. When the Rolls-Royce drove past him, he still smiled and pretended that nothing had happened. Qin Chuan lowered the window and said with a blank expression, I've bought this office building. You two get out of here today. After saying that, the Rolls-Royce accelerated and drove out of the parking lot. Old Zhang, trembling all over, stepped forward and said, Chen, what should we do? We're going to be fired. I still have loans to pay off, I can't live without a job. Chen Team shook his fat body and smiled, What do you mean? You believe in the rich kid's bluff? Wanhua International Office Building is a Grade A office building worth 3 billion yuan. That kid just bought it. Do you think it's like buying vegetables at the market? Hearing his captain say this, Lao Zhang came to his senses. He slapped his head and said, Right, this is a fucking office building. Even if that bastard is a second-generation rich kid, he can buy a house and a car with his eyes closed. But you can't just buy an office building just because you can. Do you really think his father's money is just blowing in the wind? After they had scolded Qin Chuan, they walked towards the duty room. Suddenly, Chen's phone rang. He looked at the phone and saw that it was the property manager of the office building calling. Without hesitation, Chen clicked to answer and said respectfully, Hello, what does the manager want? Shenagu, you motherfucker, who the hell did you offend? Chen was confused. Manager, I didn't do anything. I just came out of the office after lunch. You dare to say you didn't do it? If you really didn't do anything, how could the new boss of this office building name you and say that you were fired? Hurry up and pack your bags and get out of here, don't fucking get me involved. After that, the property manager hung up the phone with a click. Chen was stunned and muttered to himself, "What? I've been fired?" Chapter 56. You're not worthy of my handiwork, you little minion. The car drove at top speed to the headquarters of the Beijing TV station. Tian Xin held the steering wheel with both hands. Xin Chuan, you can take the car back if you want to drive it. If I want to go shopping, I'll just ride my bike. What? Not satisfied with the car? Tian Xin huffed embarrassedly. No, it's just, the gas is a bit expensive. Xin Chuan didn't say a word, and transferred the money directly from his mobile phone. I transferred it to you. It should be enough for your gas for a year. Tian Xin held the steering wheel with both hands and did not look at the transfer. Hey, this is your own choice. I didn't force you to do it. Since you're paying for the gas, you might as well pay for the parking fee too. I wouldn't dare park your car at the school. I always park it in the underground parking lot of the Wanhua International Office Building. It costs 1,000 yuan a month to park there. Xin Chuan put away his phone and didn't look like he was going to transfer the money. He looked out the window and said, "You don't have to pay anymore. Just say it's my car." Ha! I've already bought the office building. It'll be my own property in the future. Tian Xin slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. What? You bought the Wanhua International Office Building? Why? For the convenience of parking. Xin Chuan said lightly, as if buying an office building was the same as buying a cabbage. Tian Xin knew that Xin Chuan was rich, and he even used a Rolls-Royce Cullinan to buy vegetables. But buying an office building for the sake of parking convenience is a bit of an exaggeration. In the car, Xin Chuan looked serious and his brows were furrowed. Concentrate on driving. Oh. Tian Xin restarted the car. She had never seen him so uneasy before, so she asked, "Xin Chuan, what's wrong with you?" "My butler is having some trouble." Tian Xin's heart eased a little. It turned out to be his housekeeper, probably a little old man like Batman's housekeeper. After driving for about an hour, they finally arrived at the Kyoto TV station. Xin Chuan got out of the car and dialed Sha Churan's phone again. When the ringtone came from his phone. At the same time, the phone call tone sounded at the entrance of the open-air parking lot not far away. A man and a woman were heading towards the parking lot. Xin Chuan saw the girl's back at a glance, and it was Sha Churan. Sha Churan's hands were crossed and tightly held in front of her chest. She had her shoulders hunched and her neck craned, clearly looking nervous and helpless. The man walking in front of her heard the ringtone and snatched Sha Churan's crossbody bag, taking the phone out of it. "Sha Churan, I've told you many times. Don't bring your phone, put it away. Don't you fucking understand what I'm saying?" The man picked up Sha Churan's phone and slammed it to the ground. A Xiaomi 12 Pro phone was smashed to pieces. The incoming call music stopped abruptly. "My phone." Sha Churan crouched down timidly to pick up the disintegrated phone. The man kicked the scattered motherboard aside and angrily said, "It's just a broken phone. If you make that big shot happy tonight, I'll buy you an Apple phone." Sha Churan trembled all over, pleading, "Manager phone, please don't. Please let me off. I'll work hard to make money and pay the TV station back." The other party stood there, looking down at Sha Churan on the ground with contempt, and said in a tone of disdain, "Compensation? The contract you lost was worth 5 million yuan. What can you compensate with? With the few thousand yuan salary you get during your internship?" Sha Churan shook his head hard. "No, manager phone, I found a job with an annual salary of 1 million. I'll work hard to save up, and I'll definitely be able to pay it back in 5 years. Please, manager phone, let me off." "Oh? $1 million a year? What kind of job can make you $1 million a year?" "Housekeeper. My boss is a hidden billionaire." Manager phone kicked Sha Churan in the shoulder, knocking her to the ground. "Fuck you. How come I can't get a job as a housekeeper that pays $1 million a year? You didn't show up to the last few dinners, but this one is the president of Huaxing Bank. If you don't accompany me, I'll sue you tomorrow. If you don't have the money to pay, you'll go to jail. No, manager phone. Sha Churan's tears flowed, and her makeup was already smudged. Seeing this, manager Fong snorted and squatted down. Churan, you said you were a little girl from a foreign place, and it's not easy to come to Kyoto and work hard. Now that the bank manager likes you, it's your good fortune. He said that as long as you are obedient tonight, you will immediately be given next year's advertising budget. You won't have to pay the 5 million. Manager Fong wanted to reach out and wipe away Sha Churan's tears. But she dodged it. Manager Fong was not angry and continued to explain, if you follow President he has so many houses, he can easily give you one, and you won't have to struggle for more than 10 years. I'm an old hand at this. I was just like you when I first came to Kyoto. I had no one to rely on. If a rich woman had wanted me back then, I would have said yes without hesitation. Suddenly, Sha Churan's eyes became determined. Fong Zhong, not everyone is like you, willing to sacrifice everything for money. Even if I go to jail, I won't betray myself. Fong Zhong was furious when he heard this. You little bitch, you really think I can't do anything to you? You have to go today, even if you don't want to. I still have a 2 million loan card in his hands, and you are the last step. If you ruin my good thing, I will beat you to death. Fong Zhong raised his hand high, ready to slap her. Sha Churan closed his eyes in despair. But after a few seconds, the slap did not fall. She tried to open her eyes, and the scene in front of her almost made her cry again. Qin Chuan grabbed Fong Zhong's hand and then threw it away. He then kicked Fong Zhong away with a single kick. He almost kicked the other person's liver to explode. Qin Chuan walked in front of Sha Churan. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of anger and pity in his eyes. He said in a flat tone, "You have been absent from work for a week. Don't you want to work anymore?" This sentence directly broke Sha Churan's defenses. Qin Chuan's arrival was like the arrival of a god for Sha Churan. She hugged Qin Chuan's leg and cried, "I'm sorry, boss." What happened? Qin Chuan asked, completely ignoring Fong Zhong, who had been kicked away by him. Sha Churan choked, her voice trembling with sobs, and told him everything that had happened. Qin Chuan frowned, "Because of this? You let 2 of the flowers in my yard wither." Sha Churan lowered her head in guilt and repeated, "I'm sorry," in a low voice. "Who the hell are you? How dare you kick me?" Qin Chuan turned around and stood up, facing Fong Zhong directly. Qin Chuan. Fong Zhong was stunned. Qin Chuan? Never heard of him. Looking at the other person's clothes, it was obvious that he was a college student. Fong Zhong asked coldly, "Which school are you from?" "Finance University." Suddenly, Fong Zhong laughed, "Ha, college students nowadays are really fierce. They really dare to reveal their names in schools. I am very familiar with your principal. I tell you, today's matter is not over. I will definitely get you expelled and receive a severe reprimand. You will never be able to find a job in the future." Qin Chuan snorted, "You shouldn't be thinking about me. You should be thinking about whether you can keep your job." Fong Zhong narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone, "A piece of trash who has never been out in the world, don't think I don't know. You just want to write a little essay to slander me. Go ahead, try it. I'm in the media industry, no matter what little essay you post. I'll delete it immediately and block your account." Sha Churan grabbed Qin Chuan's leg and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, what he said is true. Our station is familiar with all platforms, so no matter what you post, it's useless. They will delete the post and block the account immediately." During her internship, Sha Churan had seen Fong Zhong do this countless times. After being harassed by Fong Zhong, many interns had nowhere to go to air their grievances. He has the power and the ability to control everything. Sha Churan knew that Qin Chuan was rich. But that could only help him pay the money for the contract. He could do nothing about Fong Zhong. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and said, "Who said I was going to post a little essay? You're not worthy of my attention, you little minion." The next second, the phone was connected. "Where are you?" Qin Chuan's voice was stern and his tone was condescending as he said, "I'm in the open parking lot." "You get down here right now." Chapter 57 Master, the matter has been taken care of for you. Fuck, you think you're the only one who can make a phone call? Feng Zhong took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Lee. Are you guys in the security department just sitting around doing nothing? What's the matter? How dare you ask me what's the matter? I was beaten up in the parking lot. Hurry up and bring someone over. If you can't get here within 5 minutes, you won't get a bonus from your department. After hanging up the phone, Feng Zhong swung his arms around, looking domineering. Within 2 minutes, a security chief in uniform, along with 4 or 5 security officers, rushed over. Section chiefly bowed to Feng Zhong. Manager Feng, I'm sorry, my men were negligent. Feng Zhong snorted, damn it, how can the station keep such a bunch of useless people? When the security guards heard this, one of them immediately lost his temper. Just as they were about to go up and argue, they were stopped by the section chief. Feng Zhong pointed at Qin Chuan and said, it was that kid who moved his hand. You control him for me. Section chiefly turned his head and looked at Qin Chuan. Seeing Sha Churan crying behind him, he immediately guessed what was going on. It must be this son of a bitch Feng Zhong who was messing with the girl, causing her boyfriend to come looking for revenge. Although he was reluctant, Feng Zhong was his boss after all. The section chief had no choice but to say, buddy, let's talk about it in our security department. Don't stay here and block the traffic. Qin Chuan snorted in contempt, what if I don't go? The section chief was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so fearless, and a trace of admiration arose in his heart. Seeing the security department present, Feng Zhong took 2 more steps forward and sneered at Qin Chuan, fuck, kid, weren't you very tough just now? Why are you so scared now? You don't dare to move. I'm just standing here. Come and hit me. Qin Chuan did not hesitate, and without saying a word, he raised his hand and punched him. Feng Zhong covered his stomach and knelt on the ground. He only felt that his kidney had been blown up. The section chief saw this and secretly applauded. However, he could not just stand by and watch. So he said, brothers, if you don't cooperate, we'll have to force you, brothers. Take him. At this point, a threatening voice came from a distance, I dare you to make a move. A loud and authoritative female voice came from afar. Feng Zhong, who was kneeling on the ground, turned his head and froze. He forced himself to stand up despite the pain and trotted forward, saying in a flattering tone, Director, why are you here? The section chief shuddered. How did the director come in person? Today's schedule is too bad, a small accident has caused the director to come in person. He quickly lowered his head and waited in trepidation for what was to come next. Kong Meng is a woman of action, and she walks with the air of a strong woman. Today she wore her hair in a short, neat style, and a slim-fitting white shirt and suit. She was wearing tight jeans and long leather boots, looking like a queen. I just heard someone say they were going to get someone. Do you know what this place is? Is this still a TV station? Kong Meng shouted angrily. Her domineering temper was well known to everyone in the station. Countless interns have been scolded and made to cry by her. Even if the director or anchor makes a mistake, they can't escape her reprimand. Although she has a charming appearance, everyone at the station stays away from her. Feng Zhong shivered and said in a trembling voice, Director, it's that kid is causing trouble. But the next second, Feng Zhong suddenly realized that something was wrong. It seemed that the director had been called down by that kid. Suddenly, Feng Zhong's back broke out in cold sweat. As an intern, Sha Churan had only seen the station director once, when she first started working there. At that time, even though there were dozens of people between them, she could feel the fierce authority emanating from the female director. All the interns were afraid to look her in the eye, including Sha Churan. Now, Sha Churan didn't care about the other person's identity. She didn't want to get Qin Chuan into trouble, so she quickly ran to Kong Meng. When Kong Meng saw Sha Churan, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She was surprised, jealous and unwilling. Sha Churan tried her best to suppress her panic and told her the whole story. When she heard about the 5 million contract, Kong Meng narrowed her eyes and looked at Feng Zhong. What advertising contract for 5 million? Which company? Why would the contract go through the hands of an intern? Feng Zhong looked away and changed the subject. Director, I'll tell you about this later. The most important thing now is to catch that kid. He dared to commit a crime in broad daylight in front of our TV station. He's gone against me. What Feng Zhong did not expect was that Kong Meng did not look at Qin Chuan, but continued to stare at him. Why do you have to go back and talk? The interns are all here. Let's talk here. Feng Zhong was stunned. What was going on? What I meant by going back to talk about it is that I don't want to talk about it. Director, this, that. Speak. Kong Meng was furious and shouted. This angry shout almost made Feng Zhong pee his pants. He stammered, Director, I have no choice. President, he likes Xiao Xiao and wants her to accompany him to drink. I only did this for the sake of the station's advertising sponsorship. As for the contract, it's all fake. This is all President He's idea, I'm just cooperating. When he heard that the contract was fake, Sha Churan felt a sudden release of tension throughout his body. The shoulders that had been unconsciously hunched up suddenly dropped. Then she realized what was going on and began to beat Feng Zhong furiously. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Feng Zhong hid behind Kong Meng and whispered, Who told you to have a flirtatious face and be noticed by others? Feng Zhong. Kong Meng called coldly. Feng Zhong was scared and didn't dare to answer. Starting today, you are suspended from duty and will be investigated internally. If anything is found, you will be prosecuted. Feng Zhong immediately knelt on the ground, pleading, Director, you can't do this. I'm doing this for the good of the station, Director. Kong Meng looked at the security guard and said, Take him away. Director, you can't do this to me. I can't lose my job, Director. I have a family to support, and I have a mortgage to pay. Everything was the idea of the director, not mine. Director, I'm innocent. Spare me. Without saying a word, the security guards took Feng Zhong out of the office. Suspension from duty, internal investigation basically means a formality. Once you reach this point, it's a matter of time before you're arrested. The security guards had long been unhappy with Feng Zhong, and today they finally had the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Seeing that the man had gone far away, Sha Churan wiped away her tears and wanted to thank Kong Meng. Before she could say anything, Kong Meng ignored her and walked towards Qin Chuan. When she stood in front of Qin Chuan, she no longer had the air of a queen. She exuded the gentle charm of a lady of the upper class. She bowed respectfully and said, Master, I have taken care of everything. Your girlfriend is fine now. Qin Chuan nodded and said, Good. However, she is not my girlfriend. Not a girlfriend? Kong Meng was shocked to hear this. A blush appeared on her originally pale face. Who is the bank president he mentioned? Qin Chuan asked in a low voice. Chapter 58, $1 million in fuel. Kong Meng replied quickly, He is the president of the largest branch of the Huaxing Bank in Kyoto, He Hai. The station sometimes needs loans, and they all come to him for help. This person is arrogant and conceited by nature, and he is not careful in his life. However, due to his extremely strong personal ability and his vast network of relationships, he is best at attracting deposits and getting results. He has worked his way from a teller to the position of president of the largest branch in Kyoto, and I heard that he will be promoted to the head office at the end of the year. Does he have a son named He Shuhua? Kong Meng was taken aback and replied, Yes, master. Do you know his son? Sort of. Kong Meng nodded, and she vaguely sensed Qin Chuan's hostility towards He Hai. So she said, Master, you have to be careful with He Hai. He is narrow-minded and has a strong desire for revenge. Today, I can deal with Feng Zhong as the director of the station. But He Hai. For someone who is about to be promoted to the head office of Huaxing, Kong Meng is not powerful enough to have any influence on him. Since you know what kind of person he is, you must not let him get what he wants and enter the head office to gain more power. Otherwise, he will cause more harm. The most important thing is that he has offended people he shouldn't have. People he can't afford to offend. Qin Chuan said. Kong Meng nodded. Master, you are right. But He Hai has very strong connections and is very capable. Every year, there are many people who report him, but he is still safe and sound. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. His connections are like sandpaper in my eyes, fragile and weak. Kong Meng lowered his head and did not respond. The master is still young. He doesn't understand the darkness of society. In today's environment, as long as you can bring benefits, then someone will protect you. Even if you make some mistakes. As long as the crime is not fatal, you will be transferred to another position or demoted at most. When the storm passes, you will be back in your original position. Does the master want to move him? Kong Meng asked tentatively. If this person is not removed, heaven will not tolerate it. Kong Meng nodded. At this point, she wholeheartedly followed Qin Chuan. Since Qin Chuan wanted to deal with He Hai, she could not stand by and do nothing. So, Kong Meng took out her cell phone and looked through her contacts in the address book. Hello, is this Director Meng? This is Meng, the daughter of Kung Fu. Uncle Lu, it's me, Xiao Meng. I was there when you came to see my dad. Auntie Wang, I beg you. Kong Meng made more than 10 phone calls in a row. The people on the other end of the line were all more important than the last. There were his father's former subordinates. There are also the brother's current comrades in arms. And also the connections she had cultivated over the years. When they answered the phone, they were all polite and friendly. However, once Kong Meng made her intentions clear, the other party was dumbfounded and hung up the phone in a hurry. Only Kong Meng's longtime friend, a senior official at the headquarters of Huaxing, kindly advised, Xiao Meng, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. You know He Hai, he has been managing a network of relationships in various industries for many years. The senior management at our headquarters is very optimistic about his abilities. You should know that the branch he manages is known as the 100 billion deposit branch. It can be said that as long as he is not killing and arson, the headquarters will protect him. What you are doing is like hitting a stone with an egg. Is there really no way out? Kong Meng was not giving up and asked. The other person hesitated for a moment and said, Alas, if your father hadn't abdicated, with his connections, he might still be able to negotiate with He Hai. But now, your father has been retired for many years. His friend stopped abruptly, and without saying the rest, Kong Meng knew. After all, no matter what, bringing down He Hai would not directly benefit these people. No one would be willing to offend a future senior executive of Huaxing headquarters for the sake of a woman's words. In the world of men, it is not about fighting and killing, but about being sociable. Kong Meng hung up the phone, pursed her lips, and looked at Qin Chuan with a bit of a lost look. She shook her head and said, Master, He Hai's influence is too great. No one is willing to help us. Qin Chuan's expression was calm, without a hint of joy or disappointment. He said, It's fine. Qin Chuan, don't need to rely on others to do anything. Kong Meng lowered her head in guilt. She blamed herself for being incompetent and not high enough in rank. She was unable to help Qin Chuan. Master, please give me 1 more year. With 1 more year, I can be promoted to the ministry. During this year, we will slowly collect evidence against He Hai, and when the time is ripe, we will expose him in one fell swoop. Qin Chuan waved his hand, did not speak, but turned and walked to the side of the road. Outside the Kyoto TV station, there is a temporary parking space on the side of the road. Tian Xin sat in the car waiting for Qin Chuan to return. When she saw that the car's fuel gauge showed less than a third of a full tank, she realized that she would have to refuel again, and that it would cost a lot of money. Every time I fill up the tank, I want to cry. Tian Xin muttered to herself. Suddenly, she remembered that on the way here, Qin Chuan seemed to have given her a red envelope to use for refueling. So Tian Xin quickly took out her phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Qin Chuan's profile picture. The next second, she was dumbfounded. In the chat box, she saw a transfer marked fuel cost. Was a 1 and a long string of zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, 100,000, million. Tian Xin was completely shocked. Qin Chuan transferred 1 million yuan to her as fuel expenses. Tian Xin's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Just as she was hesitating whether to accept it or not, Qin Chuan and the others returned and got into their cars. When she saw Qin Chuan with 2 beautiful women with outstanding temperament, Tian Xin pouted and immediately clicked to accept the payment. Then she angrily asked, Didn't you say you were going to pick up the housekeeper? Where is she? Sha Churan sat in the back seat and weakly raised his hand and said, I am the housekeeper. Tian Xin was stunned. Do butlers now have such high requirements for appearance? Then she turned around and asked, Who is this sister? Kong Meng replied, I am the master's servant. Tian Xin was speechless. The two behind her were both beautiful women with a score of 8 or above. No matter where they are the object of desire for thousands of people. But now they have all become Qin Xuan's housekeeper and servant. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was as if someone had taken a slice of her cake. Qin Xuan didn't give her time to think, and directly ordered her to drive to the largest Huaxing branch in Kyoto. Kyoto, Daxian Street, Huaxing. Qin Xuan got out of the car alone and walked up to the sales office. There were 9 ordinary windows and 1 VLP window in the business hall. Only one teller was working at the ordinary window, and the rest were idle. The VLP window was empty, and the teller sitting at it was busy fixing her makeup. An 80-year-old woman with a bank card in her hand paced back and forth in the spacious lobby. She saw that there was no one at the VLP window, so she sat down. "Miss, could you please check if the pension money has been deposited into my account and withdraw 100 yuan for me?" The teller at the VLP window raised his eyelids and said coldly, "This is the VLP window. If you want to check your balance or withdraw money, go to the machine outside." The old lady was too old to hold her hand up for more than a few seconds, so she let it drop. "Miss, my eyes are bad and my hands and feet are not very nimble, so I can't read the words on the machine. The machine is too complicated for me, I can't use it. Please help me." The teller snorted, "Hey, why can't I explain it to you, you little old lady? Your eyes are bad, you can't use the machine, what's that got to do with me? Go find your children yourself and ask them to come teach you." The old man's eyes suddenly became vacant for a moment, and he whispered, "My son died defending our country at the border. Now I'm all alone. Miss, please help me, or I won't have money to buy rice today." The teller deliberately hit the mouse a few times, and said impatiently, "You little old lady, I can't explain it to you. I've told you, this is a VLP. Do you understand VLP? It's a place that serves the rich. Either you go to the machine to check your account and withdraw money, or you find help on the street. Don't bother me, I hate you old people, you're so annoying." Chapter 59, 9 billion deposits. Seeing that the old lady had not left despite his repeated attempts to get her to leave, the teller behind the counter began to lose her temper. She angrily pounded on the keyboard and mouse. She made a lot of noise on purpose. This was her way of venting her frustration at the old lady. The old lady wanted to leave, but she was too old and her legs were slow. The worst thing for an elderly person is to lose their balance and fall. She was just about to stand up, but she was startled by the sound of the teller hitting the keyboard and mouse in anger. She lost her balance and fell off the chair. The teller immediately became angry and said, "You old hag, how could you be so malicious? Not only do you not follow the rules, but you also want to touch me. I can tell you that the bank is full of surveillance cameras, and they will clearly capture everything. I didn't touch you, so if you want to make a false accusation, go to the street." The old lady held on to the edge of the counter with one hand, trying to keep herself from falling. Seeing this, no one dared to come forward to help her, for fear that if they did, they would be stuck with her for the rest of their lives. Just as the old lady was about to give in, a pair of hands reached out to her and helped her to her feet. The old lady, who had sat back down in her chair, let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that the old lady didn't fall, the teller also let out a sigh of relief. "Damn it, if you really fell, you would have made me write a report tonight." The old lady looked up and looked at the young man who helped her, saying, "Thank you, my child. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed in the fall." The teller rolled his eyes and snorted, "Humph, it's better if she's gone. She'll meet your dead son." Qin Xuan turned and glared at the teller, "You have the guts to say that again." Qin Xuan's gaze carried the deterrence of a strong man, chilling people and making them afraid to look directly at him. The teller immediately turned his head away, not daring to look directly at him, and whispered, "Damn it, I've seen a ghost. What kind of people have I met on my last shift today? Call out your bank manager." Qin Xuan shouted angrily. The teller was stunned at first, then laughed mockingly. "What, you want to complain about me? I'll tell you, I didn't do anything. I adhere to the company's rules and regulations. Even if you complain to the headquarters, it's useless. Your rules are to bully the weak? Your system is to mock the families of martyrs?" Qin Xuan asked back word for word. "You're just a young kid who watches too many TV dramas and thinks you're a superhero. You haven't even grown your hair yet and you're already picking on the strong and helping the weak. I'm telling you, here, what I say is the rules, and what I do is the system. What can you do about it? Sha Churan looked at the teller with cold eyes. Fine, I'll give you a lesson according to your rules and regulations. He took out a washing bank card and said, now, immediately, withdraw all my money. I said, are you deaf or illiterate? You didn't see the VL on it, he said before he could finish the word. The teller glanced at Sha Churan's bank card. It was a platinum card. The teller recognized it at a glance as the top platinum card of his bank. The washing platinum card is a privilege that only VLP customers can have. The minimum deposit is 1 million. Suddenly, the teller's voice was hoarse, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. How much do you want to withdraw? All of it. Sha Churan said in a single sentence. The teller's cold sweat dripped, and he cursed in his heart. Damn it, I've had a bad day. This year's performance has not been completed, and now I have to deduct money. With the performance appraisal period approaching, everyone is carrying a deposit task. At this time, the lobby manager, who had just finished relieving himself, saw the situation at the VLP counter. He walked over slowly and whispered to the teller. What's going on? What happened? The teller glanced at Sha Churan and whispered in a low voice, I met a stupid second-generation rich kid who is trying to act like a hero here. He wants to withdraw all the money in his card. The lobby manager frowned slightly upon hearing this. You already fell short of the 1 million deposit last month, and now you're going to let someone withdraw a large sum. What are you going to do during the assessment? If you fail the assessment for 2 consecutive months, you will be dismissed. The teller gave him a look and snorted, well, my dad can just deposit another 2 million into the company's account. What's the big deal? The lobby manager sighed, alas, it's good to have money at home. The teller was smug, her job was made possible by her father depositing 10 million in the bank. The bank president personally opened the back door for her to come to work. Let him withdraw 1 million or 2. I'll go home and sleep it off, forget everything, and come back to work next week, she said, and then she hit the return key. The computer screen jumped to the information on Sha Churan's bank card. In an instant, the teller and the lobby manager froze. The balance on this bank card. How can it be so much? The lobby manager swallowed and said in disbelief. The teller was dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly and then looked at the screen again. After double-checking, she muttered, how could there be more than 900 million? The two of them looked at Sha Churan with fear in their eyes. What, are you deaf or blind and don't understand what I'm saying? Take out all the money inside. Sha Churan shouted angrily. The teller's legs trembled in fear. People who rely on their own little money are the most likely to bully the weak and bully the strong. They always like to attack the weak and the sick, and those who are not as good as themselves. But they are submissive to the strong, like a grandson. The teller was already scared out of his wits. His family's assets of 10 million yuan are nothing in front of this young man. It's not even worth a fart. If the other party really takes the more than 900 million, her father will not be able to make up for the hole even if he buys insurance and jumps off a building. First, sir, your balance is really too high. According to the regulations, it exceeds. The teller was so panicked that she forgot the amount in the regulations for a moment. The lobby manager lowered his head and added in a whisper, 5 million. The teller suddenly realized, right, 5 million. According to the regulations, for large cash withdrawals over 5 million, an appointment must be made. Right, it takes a week to make an appointment. After that, the teller finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are rules and regulations, which give him a buffer period of 1 week. During this period, he just had to ask the bank manager to intervene. With the ability of the bank president, he will be able to persuade the other party. After all, the branch has a deposit of 100 billion yuan, and almost all of it was brought in by the branch manager. Oh. There are also rules and regulations, Sha Churan said with a smile. The teller did not notice the change in the other person's expression. She handed the card back to him with a tone of victory, saying, Sir, I'll make an appointment for you today. Come back next week to discuss the cash withdrawal. Wait, I didn't say I wasn't going to withdraw any money. I'll withdraw 10,000 yuan at a time. Sha Churan paused and continued, until I withdraw 900 million yuan. Chapter 60, Bohemia Mansion, a war is about to break out. As soon as he said this, the teller's heart was instantly overwhelmed by blood and chi. He didn't catch his breath, and with a loud thud, he fell backwards and fainted. The lobby manager hurried out and apologized profusely, as respectful as a grandson. Sha Churan had no connection with him, and such people were as good as heir to him. Call out your bank president. The lobby manager was sweating behind his back and said in a trembling voice, Sir, the bank president is out today. He should be having dinner with a client at this time. Where are you eating? Should be at the Bohemia Mansion. Sha Churan's eyes narrowed, and he said with a meaningful look, money. As soon as he heard the word money, the lobby manager clasped his hands together and said, Sir, I am truly sorry about what happened today. I will definitely report the behavior of that idiot to the headquarters and deal with it seriously. She is an extra staff member, so it will be very easy to deal with her. She will be fired immediately, never hired again, and a note will be made in her personnel file. No regular enterprise or institution will hire her again. Sha Churan nodded slightly after hearing this. Make a setting on my card and transfer 50,000 yuan to the old lady's card every month. At the beginning of each month, please ask her to go to the bank to withdraw the cash in person. Also, all of my gifts to my major clients during the holidays should be sent to the old lady's home. The lobby manager was relieved and kept saying yes. Sha Churan turned and left, got into his Rolls-Royce and headed straight for the Bohemia Mansion. Kyoto, Zijing Road, Zijing Mansion. Bohemia Mansion is a private club that hosts only the most important and influential VLPs. If you pick one out at random, it will be a big shot in the industry, a wealthy businessman. This is a private courtyard hidden in the bustling downtown area, with privacy comparable to the level of the Kyoto ceiling. The villa is built according to the style of a Jiangnan garden, with small bridges, artificial hills and streams, pavilions and the sounds of stringed instruments. It seems like a peaceful and tranquil place. As soon as Sha Churan arrived at the gate, he sensed that something was wrong. He took a quick look and decided that this place was not normal. There must be some very dirty business going on behind the scenes. The water in the courtyard, how many of them are the tears of young girls? The sound of the wind in the pavilion has covered the cries of many people. Sha Churan asked the three women to go back first. He went into the Redbud Mansion alone. As soon as he entered the mansion, he was greeted by a woman wearing Japanese clothing. Seeing the other person dressed like this, Sha Churan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The woman bowed slightly and said, Sir, this is a private residence. I'm here to see someone. The woman looked embarrassed. This. Sha Churan took out a bank card and said, I'm here to see Hi. The woman looked at it and realized it was a platinum card from Washing Bank. She immediately guessed that the man in front of her was someone special, and quickly bowed and said, Okay, sir, please follow me. The woman led Sha Churan through the corridor to the door of a private room. She made a gesture of invitation, and Sha Churan did not hesitate. He pushed the door open and went in. Inside the box, there was a thick cloud of smoke, and on a large round table, 3 men were sitting. Except for the man in the main seat, the other 2 were both holding a young woman. One of the men, who was smoking a cigar, cursed, Damn it, Kumiko, why did you bring a man in here? Kumiko, who was following behind Sha Churan, stepped forward and smiled slightly. Boss Song, this is all the idea of the bank president. Upon hearing this, Boss Song turned his head to look at Hi, who was sitting in the middle. Boss He? Did you invite someone else to the card game today? Hi was sitting upright in the middle, wearing a black suit. He flicked the ashes off his cigar and smiled, squinting his eyes. Feng Zhong couldn't make it today. What? What's going on? He didn't say anything in advance. Damn it. Hi pointed to Sha Churan in front of him and said, This kid is the one who sent Feng Zhong to jail. The 2 people next to Hi immediately became on guard. Who are you? Mr. Wang, who was sitting to Hi's right, asked warily. Sha Churan sneered, walked to the table, and sat down. Sha Churan. Song and Wang looked at each other and shook their heads. They both said they didn't know such a person. Hi remained calm and collected. He opened a box of red sandalwood on the table and took out a cigar from it. He then placed the cigar on the round table and turned the glass turntable on the table. The cigar made a full circle clockwise and came to Sha Churan. Since you're here, have a smoke, said Hi. Xinchuan's lips curled in disdain, and he waved his right hand, knocking the cigar off the table. He Hai's face showed a hint of anger, but he still maintained an inscrutable smile. Ha ha ha, kids these days are so full of youthful vigor. He Hai, you know what you've done. I'll give you two choices. 1. You can turn yourself in, and maybe you'll get a chance to confess and be lenient. 2. I'll send you in, and you'll be in for life. Upon hearing this, both Song and Wang were shocked and turned to look at He Hai. He Hai laughed loudly. He laughed arrogantly, and tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. After a few seconds, He Hai's laughter gradually subsided, and he asked Xinchuan playfully, I'd like to hear how you plan to send me in. It's very simple. Let the Huaxing headquarters do the self-examination themselves. In the past few years, your internal dirt and the letters of complaint are enough to put you in jail for life. Dealing with people like you, there's no need to dirty my hands. Xinchuan, it's just a woman, why do you have to be so mean? In this society, as long as you have money, you don't have to worry about not having a woman. As long as you are friends with me, I can get you as many women as you want. Even if you want a celebrity or a host, I can get them for you. You're wrong. I want justice. He Hai was stunned, and then laughed mockingly, justice? Xinchuan, you really are a talented person. How much is justice worth? I don't lack money, I just lack justice. He Hai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, then there's nothing to talk about. Xinchuan picked up his phone and smiled at He Hai, it seems you have chosen the second option. He Hai slammed his hand on the table and shouted, you little bastard, you moved Feng Zhong and I haven't even settled the score with you. Now you actually dare to speak out in front of me, trying to bring me down. Do you think He Hai, have been running this business for so many years and it's just for show? He Hai deliberately raised his voice, first in response to Xinchuan's presumptuousness, and second to intimidate the two bosses next to him. Seeing that the two men around him were both lowering their heads, He Hai got the result he wanted. He continued, you can call the police to report me, but if anything happens to me, I'll be the one to blame. Xinchuan turned the screen of his phone towards himself, and while operating the phone, he said, who said I was going to call and report you? I said that I don't need to get my hands dirty to get to you. He Hai narrowed his eyes and sneered, you just want to transfer 900 million from my branch to blackmail me. Chapter 61, How can you abandon your loyal subordinates? He Hai's words startled the two bosses standing next to him. 900 million? This kid has 9 billion in savings? He Hai slammed his fist on the table and continued angrily, Xinchuan, do you think I don't know what you did in my branch just now? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you think that your measly 9 billion in savings can bring me down? Do you think that my reputation as a billionaire was gained casually? He pointed to the boss on his left, Song, and said, Song Wentao, the owner of Floro Media Company, Limited, a listed entertainment company with a market value of 3 billion. After that, He Hai pointed to the right and said, Wang Ning, the chairman of the Jingle Group, a group with an annual turnover of 10 billion. He Hai then pointed to Xinchuan, with my abilities, even if you take away 900 million, what's the harm? Do you think that if you lose a big client, the headquarters will blame me? Ha, joke, I can make it up in minutes. My connections are something you can never imagine. He was very proud of this wave. He has not only saved face, but also intimidated the two bosses who have just started working together. It can be said that he has achieved two goals with one arrow. Xinchuan sneered, oh? Is that so? After that, his phone rang. Xinchuan pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone was the voice of a middle-aged man, speaking in a soft and respectful tone. Hello, Mr. Qin, this is Hao Jiandong, the risk director of Huaxing headquarters. A personal balance transfer application just popped up in the background. Is this your operation? It's me. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, but we have confirmed your funds. There is no problem and the transfer can be made. However, may I ask you a personal question? You ask. Because you have always maintained a good cooperative relationship with our bank, why would you suddenly transfer your deposits to other banks? Is it because other banks offer you higher interest rates or other services? As the largest bank in China, I can personally guarantee that we at Huaxing Bank will definitely provide you with better service and interest rates. I didn't transfer my money because other banks have better offers. I found out that the manager of one of your branches is a criminal who coerces women into illegal activities. He has already harmed people close to me. Mr. Chin, please tell us which branch manager it is, and we will deal with it severely internally. Hi, Huaxing, Daxian Street. Okay, Mr. Chin, I received your feedback. We will definitely conduct an internal investigation and give you an explanation. After hanging up the phone, Song Wentao, the owner of Floral Media Company, Limited, looked at Hi in horror. President He, this kid really reported you. Hi took a sip of tea and said calmly, if reporting me was useful, I would have been in jail a long time ago. Hearing that even the risk department at the headquarters was not afraid, Wang Ning, the chairman of the Jingle Group, immediately lit a cigarette for Hi. President He is indeed extraordinary. My company's loan. Hi's mouth curled up. Mr. Wang, I just lost 900 million, and you're talking to me about loans. Wang Ning understood and quickly took out a red paper bag from his side and handed it over. Seeing this, Hi smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you are. Okay, I will hurry up your loan application and add it to the urgent list. It will definitely be approved next week. Wang Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead and thanked him repeatedly. At this moment, Hi's phone rang. Shit, are the people in the risk department just sitting around doing nothing? 900 million is nothing. He picked up his phone and answered it. But the voice on the other end of the phone made Hi feel cold. The caller was a senior executive at Huaxing, a member of the board of directors, and the executive director, Duan Zongwei. Duan Zongwei immediately began to scold him. Hi, you offended the wrong person. You offended a major client and also slept with his girlfriend. Duan Zongwei was the biggest supporter of Hi behind him, and also the person who recommended Hi to the headquarters. Hi is naturally respectful to him. He immediately said, oh, my good leader. You know me, Hi. I'm just doing this for the sake of performance. He spoke without any hesitation. He wanted to show Qin Xuan his strength in front of him. He also wanted to show off his strength to the two new bosses. He continued, that woman is a slut. I didn't want to sleep with her, she came to me herself. And I'm not doing it for myself, it's all for. He looked around and then smirked, it's all for the sake of cooperating with Floral Media. Boss Song told me personally that he wants to transfer all of his business from China Merchants Bank to us. Song Wentao had a long face, as he was being used as a backdrop. But what can he do? His company is still listed on the market, and it was Hi who introduced the deal. He just had to return the favor. Seeing the silence on the other end of the phone, Hi said, Boss, it's only 900 million. I guarantee that I will bring you 10 billion in half a month. Oh no, 20 billion. Hi said with a smug look, then looked coldly at Qin Xuan. Even if you turn over 9 billion, with my ability, I can still turn the tide. But after Hi finished speaking, the other end of the phone was strangely quiet, which made him feel a little suspicious. After a moment, Duan Zongwei shouted angrily, Hi. Now that things have come to this, you still don't understand the seriousness of the situation, and you're still laughing and joking in front of me. Hi was confused by what he had heard. Leader. Don't call me leader. You fucking idiot, you still don't understand the situation, do you? Do you know how much Qin Xuan is going to transfer? He's going to transfer 50.9 billion. Not 9 billion. He stumbled and almost fell. He repeated in disbelief, what? 50.9 billion. Now that they have this 50 billion, they are openly blackmailing you and asking headquarters to thoroughly investigate you. Think about the things you have done. If they investigate, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. When he heard Hi say 50.9 billion, Song Wentao and Wang Ning, who were standing next to him, were shocked. They were shocked to see such a young boy with more than 50 billion in his pocket. This is impossible. The two of them have been in the business world for decades. They have only been able to achieve their current social status and wealth. But the combined wealth of the two of them is less than 5 billion. There are also many real estate and stocks. And Qin Xuan, who is in front of them, actually has more than 50 billion yuan in his possession. That is real money, not any kind of virtual value like stocks, funds, or options. No matter which bank you put this 50 billion in, they would all be the most top-tier clients. A VVLP in the VLP. It can be said that as long as Qin Xuan wants to play, he can even directly replace Hi. He could even become the president of the branch where He Hai works. It can be seen that 50 billion is a huge amount, a terrifying figure. Duan Zongwei saw that He Hai had been scared out of his wits, so he didn't continue to scold him. He Hai was the focus of Duan Zongwei's support, and he had been cultivating him for more than 10 years. He definitely could not easily give up on him. He Hai, I'll give you 2 months to plug the hole. If you can't, you'll go to jail yourself. Chapter 62. My trillion-dollar fortune is something you can't compete with. Duan Zongwei's heartfelt words. He Hai, who was stunned, grabbed a lifeline. Please rest assured, please rest assured. I will. After hanging up the phone, He Hai slumped in his chair. He was exhausted, as if he had just experienced a huge battle. 50.9 billion, even for him, is also an astronomical figure. It took him more than a decade to accumulate a deposit of 100 billion yuan, earning him the nickname Bank President of 100 billion yuan. Thanks to this honor, he had the capital to be promoted to the headquarters of Huaxing Bank and reach the next level. Today, it is just a little bit short, and all his decades of hard work will be wasted. He was scared. His heart was churning. He felt like he was going to vomit his stomach acid. It took a long time for He Hai to calm down. He put his hands on the round table and stood up. Standing proudly in the private room, He Hai said excitedly, Xin Chuan, I admit that I was too careless at first and didn't investigate your background properly. I thought that someone your age would be a second-generation rich kid at best. He would probably be a playboy with a few $100 million from his family to spend his days. But I never expected that you would have a net worth of more than 50 billion. You hid it so well that even the rich list didn't find you. Xin Chuan looked at the balance in the Huaxing app, 50.9 billion. This is the money that was transferred to the account last time. He ignored He Hai and looked at the time, continuing to press the phone. He enjoyed the sense of relief after the ordeal. This feeling made his body secrete a huge amount of dopamine. The more He Hai spoke, the more excited he became. It's useless. No matter how many messages you send, it's useless. You think 50 billion yuan can bring me down? You think as the head of the 100 billion yuan bank, I, the future head of the Huaxing headquarters, will be so easily abandoned by the leaders above? Xin Chuan, I told you, you are too young. The operation of society is not just black and white, 1 and 2. Everything is about interests. Everything is about transactions. You want to use 50 billion yuan as a threat to make the headquarters abandon me. If it were someone else, you might have succeeded. But you have miscalculated one thing, I am worth more than 50 billion. After finishing his monologue, he felt that his emotions had been completely released. It was a feeling that was even more pleasurable than the pleasure of a man and a woman. He enjoyed this feeling of being in a life and death situation. He looked at Xin Chuan, wanting to see the disappointment on the other's face after the plan failed. He wanted to see the look of despair on Xin Chuan's face because he was unable to punish himself. But to He Hai's shock, Xin Chuan in front of him did not look the least bit disappointed. Instead, he was smiling, a mocking smile. What are you laughing at now? I'm laughing at how a stupid person like you got to this position. He was furious. What do you mean? Suddenly, his phone rang again. The caller was still Duan Zongwei. He immediately calmed down and then pressed the phone to answer the call. Hello, sir. Duan Zongwei's tone was calm as he said, He Hai, the chairman of the board of directors and the president of the head office personally ordered that an investigation team be set up within Huaxing to conduct a thorough investigation of you. You have been suspended from duty. I advise you to turn yourself in immediately and seek leniency. Duan Zongwei's words were as calm as water. But in He Hai's ears, it was like a bolt of thunder. He asked incredulously, Leader, didn't you say you would help me suppress it? Why would the president of the bank still give this order? Is it because the 50 billion I promised is too little? I can go and try again. 70 billion. No, 100 billion. No matter how much, I can get it within 2 months. Duan Zongwei gently exhaled the smoke in his mouth and said, He Hai, I advise you not to struggle. Do you know who you are facing? He Hai was stunned and did not reply. He is a member of the board of directors of the Wanda Group, the largest shareholder of the Bayati Group, and the behind-the-scenes boss of the Seaton Group. The three groups just called the president of the bank at the same time, demanding to sever all cooperation with the Huaxing Bank and turn to the ICBC. Do you know how much business these three groups have? Can you handle it alone? Because I just defended you, I am now in a difficult situation, unable to protect myself. Duan Zongwei hung up after saying that. He Hai's phone was on loud volume. Wang and Song, who were sitting next to him, both heard Duan Zongwei's words clearly. They both suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The Wanda Group and the Bayati Group are both their top clients and their biggest business partners. He Hai had actually offended the other party to the point of no return. Wang Ning immediately stood up and splashed a cup of tea on He Hai. He Hai, I never thought you were such a heartless person. I, Wang Ning, was blind to eat with you at the same table. Wang Ning picked up her bag and was ready to run away. When passing Qin Xuan, he hurriedly bowed to him, saying, Mr. Qin, I have offended you today. I hope you will forgive me. My mother is dying, and I have to go back to see her one last time. I will apologize to you in person some other day. After that, Wang Ning ran away. Song Wentao was one step behind Wang Ning. But he also scolded He Hai, then performed a scene of breaking off the friendship. Then he came to Qin Xuan and said, Mr. Qin, I'm the same. Qin Xuan looked at Song Wentao coldly and said, Is your mother dying too? Song Wentao shook his head and said, No, it's my wife giving birth. Mr. Qin, I'll leave you now, and apologize to you later. After that, Song Wentao also ran away. Seeing this, He Hai crawled to Qin Xuan in despair. Mr. Qin, I was wrong, I was really wrong. He slapped his own mouth frantically. Please, Mr. Qin, let me go. I'll do whatever you say. At this point, He Hai suddenly realized. This great god he was facing seemed to have everything he needed. With the resources Qin Xuan has, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is worth $1 trillion. He thought about it and suddenly realized something. Mr. Qin, if you let me go, I can tell you a secret. Just as He Hai was speaking, the martial arts power in Qin Xuan's body gave a warning. He sensed a bullet coming from behind him. Qin Xuan immediately dodged the bullet with a flash of his body. However, He Hai in front of him was shot and killed. Qin Xuan dodged the bullet and looked in the direction from which it came. He saw 5 people walk in through the door. The leader was the Japanese woman Kumiko. Qin Xuan took another look at the other party. Kumiko was wearing a traditional Japanese outfit in black and white. She had very white foundation on her face, and her lips were a bright red, with 2 touches of blush on her cheeks. It was very strange to look at. Kumiko was wearing white stockings and clogs. She walked forward in small steps, giving He Hai a disdainful glance. Chinese people have no sense of contract and can't keep secrets. Behind Kumiko were 4 burly men, each over 2 meters tall. They wore black sunglasses and black suits. They never smiled and stood straight. Qin Xuan's eyes narrowed. Second-level martial arts peak? Chapter 63, The Lowly, the Unworthy, the Unworthy. Kumiko was a little surprised. She looked at Qin Xuan again. Then she smiled slyly, So you are a martial artist, then I will give you a chance to live. Join us and work for us, and I will spare your life. Qin Xuan's gaze locked on the woman in front of him. The other party's words were already very clear. This battle is inevitable. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in Qin Xuan's eyes. Congratulations, Challenger, you have triggered a hidden mission, the Japanese spy station. Mission description: The Bohemia Mansion is a former spy outpost of Japan that has been operating in China for many years. It is home to many Japanese spies who ostensibly run the mansion's affairs, but in fact secretly gather confidential information about China. Challenger mission: Defeat the enemy forces. Note, each time you kill a spy, you will gain the corresponding martial arts experience points. When the experience points reach 100, you will automatically be promoted to the next level. After a short prompt, Qin Xuan's vision returned. He noticed that there was a yellow number on the heads of the 5 people in the room. The experience values of the 5 people were all 25. Qin Xuan was overjoyed. This meant that as long as he defeated these 5 people, he will be able to advance 1 level, from the current level of introductory martial arts to the level of intermediate martial arts. Kumiko saw Qin Xuan standing there hesitating, and secretly rejoiced. Her 4 top fighters are indeed very intimidating. Ha ha ha, The four of them are the four great kings of the Yamada gang. Individually, they are second-level peak fighters, but when they act together, they can look down on third-level minor fighters. After Kumiko finished speaking, she looked at Qin Chuan with a playful expression. She wanted to see how the other person would bow down. However, she never expected that Qin Chuan would not kneel down and beg for mercy as she had expected. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and looked down at them coldly. She snorted in disdain. "Humph, I look at you all as if you were selling your heads to the highest bidder." Jumizi was furious. She had been in China for many years and had never been so humiliated. "Kill him for me. The organization will reward you with a Medal of Honor." The four black-clad men immediately became excited like crazy when they heard about the merit award. They clenched their fists and their clothes burst. An amazing power burst out from within. Seeing this, Kumiko smiled and said, "You four are making too big a deal out of this. You don't need to use your full strength to deal with a trashy Chinese person. Look at him, he's at most a second-level martial arts beginner." One of the black-clad men smiled seductively and said, "Kumiko, don't blame me. It's really a meritorious reward, and the temptation is too strong." Kumiko turned to look at Qin Chuan. "You arrogant Chinese, you have no chance to regret. The four great kings are bursting forth, and the world will change color." She had hoped to see Qin Chuan cower in fear and beg for mercy. But to her great surprise, the young man on the other side seemed even more excited than the four kings. It was as if he was the hunter and they were the prey. This made Kumiko feel doubtful. After a few breaths, all four men in black fell to the ground. "Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 30 experience points." "Congratulations, challenger, you have gained 30 experience points." "Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 30 experience points." "Congratulations, challenger, you have gained 30 experience points." After 4 consecutive experience points reminders, the system finally issues a promotion reminder. "Congratulations, challenger, you have been promoted to the 4th level of martial arts mastery." Suddenly, a strong power of martial arts gushed out from Qin Chuan's heart. It spread throughout his body. Qin Chuan felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Kumiko glared at him in horror, backing away and asking, "Who are you? Are you one of the Zhanlong people?" Qin Chuan sneered, "You are unworthy of knowing my name." Kumiko sensed the murderous intent in Qin Chuan's eyes and felt that something was wrong. She was about to reach for her shuriken at her waist. In an instant, Kumiko felt a blackness in front of her eyes and fell to the ground. If the opponent was an ordinary person, or even an ordinary Japanese, Qin Chuan would not have killed him so easily. But the other person was a spy, so there was no room for mercy. Just follow international practice. "Congratulations, challenger, you have gained 30 experience points." "Congratulations, challenger, you have defeated the spy liaison." "Congratulations, challenger, you have earned 3 minutes of double experience." When he saw the double experience, Qin Chuan froze. "Double experience, is this how you play?" He didn't hesitate, immediately mobilizing the power of martial arts within his body. He sensed the entire interior of the Bauhinia Hall to search for the remaining Japanese spies. In an instant, he locked on to 3 rooms, all of which had unusual movements. Qin Chuan rushed straight to the first room. He kicked open the door. He saw an 80-year-old man with a wrinkled face. He was on top of a young woman. The woman was tied up and gagged. Although he could not speak, the tears streaming down his eyes and his violent struggles already said it all. The old man saw someone ruining his good deed and angrily shouted, "Baga, who are you? How dare you intrude into my compartment?" Old Baga has only 25 experience points, but because of the double experience bonus, the experience value on his head eventually showed 50. Qin Chuan's face turned slightly angry. "You don't deserve to know who I am. Baka Yalu." Old Baga turned his head and was about to get the Japanese sword hanging on the wall. But before he could take a step, his neck was struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, and it snapped. Old Baga's whole body went limp and he fell to the ground with a loud crash, spitting out white bubbles in his mouth. Qin Chuan quickly went up to rescue the bound woman. At the same time, he took off his white sports jacket and put it on her. Then he walked out of the room and went to the second box. In this compartment were 2 middle-aged men, one with a Japanese mustache and the other Chinese. They sat facing each other, with a map on the table. Sha Churan saw the text on the drawing at a glance. It was a construction plan for a bridge across the sea in southern China, with red dots marking the weak points of the bridge. The Japanese man saw a Chinese person intrude and shouted, "Baka, you betrayed me." The traitor from China sitting across from him quickly waved his hands to explain, "Sasaki-san, you're mistaken. I didn't." Before the man could finish, Sasaki pulled out a gun and shot him in the forehead. Then, Sasaki picked up the map on the table and was about to point the gun at Sha Churan when. The next second, he only saw his arm holding the gun, bent at a 90-degree angle. Sasaki screamed in pain, "Ah, my hand." Sha Churan took another step forward. Sasaki, despite the pain, quickly knelt down and said, I said, don't torture me, I'll tell you everything I know." Sha Churan looked down at him and said coldly, "You don't have to say it. I'm not interested in knowing." In an instant, Sasaki's neck twisted and he fell to the ground. Sha Churan did not linger, and went straight out the door. For him, time was now the most precious thing. The most important thing is to eliminate spies and gain double experience. The last place is located in the southeast corner of the Zijing mansion. A small hut made of bamboo. It is secluded and dark, as if it is cut off from the world. Sha Churan stepped forward, ready to force his way into the hut. Suddenly, the door to the hut opened from the inside. A woman in rags with bloodstains on her body rushed out of the house. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old. She had long, flowing hair. Her delicate, oval face had a pair of big, watery eyes. Her clothes were all ruined, and she was only protected by a red cloth on her chest. The whole person looks like she has been forcibly defiled. The woman was covered in blood, apparently having fought a desperate battle. As soon as she saw Sha Churan, she immediately cried out, "Sir, save me. I am a female student at Kyoto University. They tied me up and were going to sacrifice me to those bigwigs. I fought back and knocked one of them out, and I ran away." The woman immediately threw herself into Sha Churan's arms and sobbed with trembling all over her body. Sha Churan grabbed her arm and sneered, "Your acting is good, but unfortunately you won't have the chance to act again in this life." Chapter 64, Back to the Top, rewarded with a new skill pack. The woman's entire arm was locked firmly by Sha Churan. A sharp dagger slid down. The woman looked at Sha Churan in horror and asked viciously, "How did you see the flaw?" Sha Churan did not answer, and directly sent her to the next world. Then he said lightly, "I don't need to screen you at all, because you have 50 experience points on your head. Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, challenger, you have reached the 4th level of martial arts." Sha Churan felt a long-lost power returning to his body. It was the feeling of returning to the pinnacle. Before he could savor the feeling, the system continued to prompt. "Congratulations, challenger. Complete hidden mission, Japanese spy agency. Reward for the task, global language skills package." Sha Churan was stunned and puzzled. Global language skills package? The next second, his mind was flooded with an endless number of dictionaries. English, French, Spanish, Cantonese, Hokkien, Trump, Wenzhou dialect, West African indigenous language. Excellent. Yen Yen. Some of the languages he had never even heard of. And there was also a strange mixture of characters. When the system forcibly fed him dinner, the moment Sha Churan opened his eyes, he felt as if he had been sublimated. He could suddenly describe everything in front of him in other languages. The main task includes the requirement that you cannot fail the course. Sha Churan let out a sigh of relief. It seems that I don't have to worry about the English Level 4 exam. Kyoto, North Gate. Next to the towering skyscrapers and the quaint courtyard houses, a 5-story office building with an ordinary, even unremarkable exterior stands quietly. This is the headquarters of the Ministry of State Security. A middle-aged man in his 30s hurriedly ran to the office at the end of the corridor. Before entering the room, he knocked on the door as per the rules. After a dignified reply came from inside, the man twisted the doorknob and walked into the room. The interior is very simple, with only a simple office chair and computer. The only difference is that the entire room is filled with massive files and documents. At the desk sat an elderly man in his 60s. The old man, with a full head of white hair and a pair of reading glasses with brown frames, was prostrate in front of the desk reading documents. The middle-aged man said with a hint of urgency in his respectful tone, "Minister, there was a gunshot just now from the Bohemia mansion." The old man suddenly looked up. Under the thick lenses, a pair of sharp eyes stared at the middle-aged man. "What? The Japanese have moved? Are there any Chinese casualties?" "I don't know yet. I'll leave for the Bohemia mansion as soon as I finish reporting." The old man said with a heavy heart, "If I had known this, I would have closed the net as soon as possible. Alas, it's my fault. I wanted to catch the big fish with a long line." The middle-aged man lowered his head and left the office. Kyoto, South Gate. A location that cannot be viewed on a satellite map. On the vast school grounds, a burly man sprints with unparalleled speed. He is so fast that he kicks up dust as he runs. At the north and south corners are light armored vehicles. The man charged straight at the armored car and punched it. The armored car is knocked over. "Damn, lone wolf. When did you get promoted? You knocked down an armored car with one punch. You must be at the second level peak, right? Falcon, you underestimate me. I've already been promoted to level 3. The man codenamed Falcon was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. "You're less than 30 years old and you've already reached level 3? Lone Wolf, you've broken the War Dragon team's record." Lone Wolf stood tall. As the strongest warrior selected by the entire nation, he has every reason to be proud. A man in green camouflage uniform came running. Lone Wolf and Falcon immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Captain." The man was the captain of the War Dragon, codenamed Sangxiong. Seeing that the captain's face was not quite right, Lone Wolf asked, "Captain, what's going on?" "There was a gunshot inside the Zijing mansion. I need to take a look." "Is it that Japanese spy? Didn't the Ministry of Public Security say that they were fishing for big fish and that we should stay out of it?" Huang Tian said with a solemn expression, "A few days ago, I received intelligence that the Yamada Group of Japan had dispatched 4 of its top fighters to escort a liaison officer to secretly infiltrate our country. If they come to our country, their first stop will definitely be the Bohemia mansion. If that's the case, our comrades in the Ministry of Public Security will be in danger." "The 4 Yamada Gang Kings? They are 4 second-level peak characters. If they fight together, their combat power will probably reach at least the level of 3rd-level minor achievement." The expression on the Falcon's face suddenly darkened. "Captain, I've been promoted to level 3. I'll go with you." Lone Wolf took a step forward and said. Cheung shook his head and said, "No, I'm enough." Falcon smiled and said, "Lone Wolf, you'd better keep practicing on that armored car. The captain can easily beat the 4 kings at the 3rd level. If you go, the captain will have to take care of you." The Lone Wolf glared at the Falcon and said, "I'll practice on you first." Kyoto, in front of the Zijing mansion. It was getting dark and drizzling. The security cordon had already been set up around the perimeter. Dozens of security guards are maintaining order at the scene. A middle-aged man in a navy blue jacket crossed the cordon and entered the Bohemia mansion. A security guard immediately stepped forward to stop him. "Security guards are working, so please leave." The middle-aged man took out a document from his breast pocket. "I am Shi Ming, the director of the first-level office of the Ministry of Public Security of the People's Republic of China." The security guard immediately straightened up and said, "Good day, sir." Shi Ming put away his ID and asked, "What's going on inside?" The security guard replied, "There was a murder at the Bohemia mansion. After a preliminary investigation, there were 10 victims, 2 of whom were Chinese citizens and the remaining 8 were Japanese." Shi Ming nodded. "Because it involves people from other countries, all information is being blocked until the situation is clarified." "Yes, sir." But what? Just say it." But among the 10 victims, 2 Chinese men were killed by gunshots. The other 8 were killed by a single blow with bare hands. "Unarmed? Killed in one blow?" Shi Ming frowned, and it seemed that the matter was more complicated than he had imagined. "It was done by a martial arts master." A deep voice came from behind Shi Ming. Xiong stood straight between the two of them. Cheong? Shi Ming was stunned. Qian nodded, as if to say hello. Then he said to the security guard, I am the captain of the Battle Dragon team, Sang Cheong. The security guard heard this and gasped. Captain of the Battle Dragon team? That's the legendary special force that guards the border of the Kingdom of China. The team only has a dozen members, but each is an elite among elites. Because of their special team, they have always been very mysterious, and their combat record is unknown. The only time it was made public, it was when a general of a certain country was interviewed by foreign media and accused the Dragon Squad in a fit of rage. He said that more than 10 of them had wiped out his entire regiment of 3,000 soldiers who had accidentally crossed the border. As a result, he is now a commander without subordinates. The security guard immediately gave a military salute to the sky to show his inner reverence. Shi Ming asked, Is the video recording intact? The security guard nodded, Everything is fine. If you two want to see it, we can go to the surveillance room of the Bohemia mansion to take a look. Xiang Kong and Shi Ming nodded and followed the security guard to check the surveillance. Soon, the three of them arrived at the surveillance room. The screens in the surveillance room showed the inside and outside of all the private rooms. The security guard operated the monitor and adjusted the screen to a position 1 minute before the gunshot. Shi Ming immediately noticed something unusual on screen 3 and pointed at it. Screen 3, what are those two doing? Chapter 65, the country's most important equipment, anti-espionage talent. As soon as Shi Ming finished speaking, one of the two men on screen 3 suddenly fell to the ground. He had been shot in the head. Then 5 figures appeared on the screen. Qian Kang whispered in alarm, The Four Kings? Shi Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The Four Kings? Are you talking about the 4 kings of the Yamada gang in Japan? Yes, said Xiong Kong in a heavy tone. The 4 Yamada gangsters are so bold that they dare to commit a crime in broad daylight. Then, Quang Tian discovered another person and said, Look, in front of the 4 kings is the liaison of the Yamada group. It is Kumiko, known as the Smiling Poison Woman. Shi Ming was shocked. What does Japan want with such a high-profile team? The two looked at the screen, where the 4 kings and Kumiko were talking to a young man. They were deep in thought. The security guards standing by listened to the two men's introduction and couldn't help but feel cold behind their backs. Today's case seems to be beyond my ability. I'll have to pass it on to the security department later. Just as the three were each thinking their own thoughts, the monitor screen suddenly changed. The young man who was just talking to the 4 kings and Kumiko instantly launched an attack on them, and after just a few breaths, the 4 kings and Kumiko were killed by the young man. Then, the young man moved quickly. He accurately guided himself into each compartment. Yamamoto Taro, the alcoholic and lecherous old man of Japan. Japan's Agent Zero Sasaki. Japanese Viper Yuko Ogura. Shi Ming named the people in the surveillance camera one by one. All 3 are internationally renowned Japanese secret agents. Whenever he said the identity of one of them, the other party was killed by the young man who was like a god. In less than 3 minutes, the internationally renowned Japanese agents were all killed. In the surveillance room, there was a dead silence. Shi Ming was shocked. He had been the director of the Huan department for many years. Only recently had he obtained photos of the real faces of the 3 agents. And the young man in the surveillance video was able to found the Japanese agent and killed him. Is this the Natural Defense Force? Shi Ming immediately made up his mind to find this young man. If the other party's political review is not a problem, he must be invited to join the Ministry of National Security. This is a rare talent for counterespionage. Kung Xiang saw on the surveillance camera that the young man had killed the 4 kings and Kumiko in just a few breaths. This is something even he couldn't do. Xiong was trembling with excitement. If the young man in the surveillance video is of good character and has a strong sense of responsibility, he must bring him into the War Dragon. This is a national treasure. If a man has such skills, how can he not protect his country and his family? The two of them asked the security guard at the same time, Who is that young man? The security guard rubbed his head and said, I don't know, but don't worry. I'll take the image back to the security office and use the heavenly eye to check it. Xiong Kong and Shi Ming both took out their business cards and handed them over, saying, I found it. Notify me as soon as possible. Kyoto, Shun District, Kyoto Manor, Building 1. When Qin Chuan arrived home, it was already late at night. He walked into the hall and saw three women of great beauty sitting or lying on the sofa. They were sweet and lovely, mature and charming, and cute. Kong Meng slept lightly and was the first to wake up. When she saw Qin Chuan coming back, she hurried over. Seeing that there were bloodstains on his clothes, she asked with concern, "Master, what happened to you?" Qin Chuan looked down and said, "Oh, it's nothing. It must have been when the actress just now fell on him." Kong Meng's pupils suddenly contracted. What? An actress? Pounced on? And blood. But she thought to herself, if the master is so wealthy, there must be many women who are eager to be by his side. She was just a servant, how dare she speak ill of her master? But Kong Meng's heart still ached. She quickly changed the subject. "Master, did you find he high? What was the result?" Qin Chuan said indifferently, "He's dead." Kong Meng was shocked. "Master, you killed him." Qin Chuan shook his head. "It wasn't me. It was a Japanese spy who killed him." Kong Meng was stunned. How could a Japanese spy suddenly appear? Qin Chuan continued, "Although enemy spies are not protected, this matter requires your father, Mr. Kong, to step in." Kong Meng solemnly nodded. "Yes, master, I will definitely tell my father." "Well, I'm going to go to bed. You guys find a room to stay in." Qin Chuan walked upstairs. "Master, I'll help you bathe." At this time, Sha Churan and Tian Xan on the sofa woke up at the same time. Sha Churan hurriedly got up. As a butler with an annual salary of 1 million. To this day, she has not worked for a single minute. And she had Qin Chuan stand up for her. Sha Churan quickly said, "Sister Kong, I'll do it. Today, I should be the one to serve the boss." Tian Xin on the sofa frowned and pouted. She wanted to say something, but she realized that she had no reason to compete with them for work. So she mumbled, "Qin Chuan, she hasn't eaten all night and just sat there waiting for you to come back. But as soon as you came back, you went to sleep." Qin Chuan stopped and looked at Tian Xin. "What do you want?" "I." Tian Xin suddenly blushed. "I." "You have to treat us to a big meal as compensation." Qin Chuan went upstairs without turning around and said one word, "Okay." Sha Churan and Kong Meng followed closely behind, leaving Tian Xin alone downstairs. Tian Xin was so angry that she jumped up and down on the sofa. She took out her phone and opened a review website. She filtered the restaurants by price from high to low. "I'll pick the most expensive restaurant in Kyoto to eat you out of house and home." The next day, Saturday. Sha Churan and Kong Meng, with great chemistry, went to the kitchen together to prepare breakfast. Qin Chuan was resting alone in bed. Yesterday's battle had taken some of his martial arts power. Rest is the best way to ensure combat effectiveness. Suddenly, a shadow jumped onto his bed. Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Tian Xin lying not far from him, her two little feet in white cotton socks sticking up. She turned the screen of her phone towards Qin Chuan and said, "I want to eat at this restaurant." Qin Chuan looked at it carefully. "Rongfu Banquet?" Tian Xin put the phone away, rolled over, and said lying on her back, "You let me choose the place to eat, so you can't go back on your word. Rongfu Banquet is the top Jiangnan restaurant in the capital, and it is the holy land of celebrities and big bosses. The price, is a little high, about 1,000 yuan per person." "Humph, you made me unhappy yesterday." Qin Chuan was confused. "What did I do yesterday?" Tian Xian's long legs were swinging up and down frantically. You know what you did." "I don't know." Qin Chuan said coldly, then picked up his phone and dialed Su Shayan's number. "Hey. Shayan, let's have dinner together this weekend." "Sorry, Xiaoxuan, I've been rehearsing recently and haven't had time." Su Shayan said apologetically. "Rehearsal?" "Yes, I made a video for the school, and it accidentally went viral. Recently, Douyin held a competition for the most beautiful university, and it will be broadcast live on the entire network tomorrow night. The school leaders take this competition very seriously, so I dare not relax at this critical moment. Xiaochuan, I'm sorry, but after the competition, I will definitely spend time with you." The two briefly chatted before hanging up. Suddenly, the martial arts power in Qin Chuan's body suddenly issued a danger warning. Chapter 66, Top-Notch Restaurant, Luxurious Dinner. Sha Churan turned his head and saw that it was Tian Xin next to him who was emitting a murderous aura. Tian Xin's eyes were full of murderous intent. "Who is Sister Sha Yan?" Sha Churan got up and stretched, and casually replied, "My girlfriend." Suddenly, a pillow was thrown at him. Kyoto, the center of the city, Rongfu Banquet Hotel. The hotel was converted from a royal mansion. The entire mansion was built with great momentum and an overbearing air. A SUV pulled up in front of the hotel. The doorman saw a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. He quickly ran up to the car and opened the door. 3 women got out of the car, and the man was tall and handsome. The 3 women had different styles, but they were all beautiful women. Sha Churan and his party of 4 entered the mansion. After entering the mansion, a concierge in a cheongsam with a curvaceous figure greeted the 4 of them. She led the 4 of them on a leisurely stroll through the entire palace. As they walked towards the private room, she introduced the architecture of the entire palace and the strange stones and trees. Tian Xin turned on her phone as soon as she entered the palace. From time to time, he took a selfie or shot a short video to send to Douyin. "The environment here is great. I feel like I'm playing a game of scripted killing." After about 10 minutes of walking, the group was led to a private room. After taking their seats, the waiter brought the menu and handed it to everyone. When they opened the menu, everyone except Sha Churan was stunned. Tian Xin almost screamed. The prices were outrageous. It was even unbelievable. The prices were completely different from what I had seen online, and they were several times higher. Not to mention that a single stir-fried seasonal vegetable costs 199 yuan. Judging from the picture, it's just a simple stir-fried kale. The ones in the back with a little meat are all starting at 4 digits. Before coming here, Tian Xin thought that the average person would spend no more than 1,000 yuan. But it turned out that 1,000 yuan was not enough. It may not even be enough for the service charge in the private room. She looked over to Sha Churan, trying to see how he would react. But Sha Chuan's face was peaceful, and he smiled lightly. "You can order whatever you want." The 3 women looked at each other. No one spoke. It costs tens of thousands of dollars to order a few dishes, and no one can afford it. Even Kong Meng, who came from a large family, had never been so extravagant. Seeing this, Sha Churan closed the menu and handed it back to the waiter. "Since they're not ordering, you can let the chef pair a meal for us." "May I ask what wine you would like to drink, sir?" Sha Churan thought about it. He had missed the opportunity to taste Romani Conti at his own hotel last time, so he said, "Do you have Romani Conti?" When he said this, the waitress almost jumped for joy. She was so happy that she could hardly contain herself, and quickly said, "Yes, yes, we have a bottle of 1986 Romani Conti in the store. This bottle of Romani Conti is the treasure of the Rongfu banquet. There was a case of it when the restaurant opened, and now there is only one left for sale. The price of a single bottle is 200,000 yuan." The waitress did some calculations and figured that if she sold this bottle of wine, the service fee she would get would be 15,000 yuan. Just for uncorking a bottle of wine, he can earn 2 months' salary. Who wouldn't be happy? At this time, Tian Xin jumped out, pouting, holding Sha Chuan's arm and said coquettishly, "What is Romani Conti? I've never heard of it. Can you change it to a 1982 Lafite? I think it should be quite good to drink 1 bottle per person." Sha Chuan shook her hand off with disgust and nodded helplessly, "Then let's change it to the 1982 Lafite." The waitress's heart was broken. From 200,000 yuan of wine to 50,000 yuan, her commission suddenly became only 3,000 yuan. She carefully put the menu away and then went out to place the order. Soon, the waiter brought a bottle of Lafite to Sha Chuan for inspection. After confirming that it was correct, he opened it to let it breathe. Another waiter brought the first dish. On a white ceramic plate, there was half a chicken. The waiter began to introduce it. "Dear guests, this is the salted chicken with sunflower flavor, which is said to be the most expensive chicken in Kyoto." "Isn't the most expensive chicken in Kyoto supposed to be the Hainan chicken from Jin Feng?" Tian Xin, as a foodie, is quite knowledgeable about ingredients. She picked up the menu and the next second, her whole face froze. The half-cooked salted chicken on the table was priced at 600. In her opinion, the most expensive chicken should be no more than 200 yuan. Before Tian Xin could finish being surprised, The waiter brought the next dish. This is a drunken blue crab. I know that the blue crab is also known as the red sturgeon in Fujian province, and it is always known for its rich and fatty meat. Tian Xin replied quickly. She estimated in her heart that crab, as a food ingredient, could not be cheap. But there were only 3 on the table. No matter what, the price shouldn't be too high. Tian Xin secretly checked the price again. Drunken blue crab, 3,000 yuan. That's 1,000 yuan per crab. Tian Xin swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fright. A few beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The dishes that followed, such as the choking red shellfish, the sand-tipped fish from the typhoon shelter, the sea cucumber and bird's nest in a sauce, the kung pao beef, and the fried bamboo shoots, were all normal dishes. When the main course, stir-fried Australian lobster with black bean sauce, was served, Tian Xin sensed that something was wrong. The previous dishes all had pictures and prices on the menu. She looked through the entire menu and couldn't find the price for this dish. Then the waiter brought a bowl of white shells. This dish is made with chicken soup and shishir tongue from Zhanggang, Fujian province. Each shishir tongue weighs 7 taels. After washing, our chef will cook it with a list of chicken stock. After showing the ingredients, the chef pushed a small cart in and began to operate it skillfully. Tian Xin quietly walked up to the waiter and asked in a low voice, "How come these 2 dishes aren't on the menu?" "Madam, this is how it works. If the customer chooses the set meal service, our chef will recommend dishes based on the freshness of the ingredients that day. Fresh ingredients are not available every day, so the price is seasonal." When she heard the seasonal price, Tian Xin felt her head buzz. "How much are these 2 dishes?" The waiter looked at the order pad in his hand and replied with a smile, 6,000 yuan for the stir-fried Australian lobster with black bean sauce, and 8,000 yuan for the braised tongue. What? That expensive? Even though Tian Xin had built up her psychological defenses, such a sky-high price was too outrageous. But the waiter still kept smiling and said, "Miss, the money you just saved for Mr. Chin is much more cost-effective than these 2 dishes." Tian Xin was confused, and the waiter continued, "Mr. Chin just ordered a bottle of Romani Conti for 200,000 yuan, but the Lafite you requested only costs 50,000 yuan. 50,000? Tian Xin was even more confused. She immediately took out her phone and opened Douyin Mall. She carefully compared the 4 bottles of Lafite Rothschild 199 in the mall with the Lafite Rothschild on the table. After searching for a long time, she finally found it. The wine sold in the mall is called Lafite 1982. The packaging is almost identical, except for the difference in the name. Tian Xin only felt dizzy. Overall, Qin Chuan's experience was quite good. The drunken green crab was soft and melt in the mouth. The chicken with sunflower flavor is tender and fragrant. The lobster is tender and chewy, and the soy sauce and chili flavor blend together perfectly with the lobster meat. The scallops in the clear chicken soup were refreshing and delicious. Regardless of the price, everyone enjoyed the meal. After everyone had finished eating, Qin Chuan got up to pay the bill. The final bill, including service charge, came to 120,000 yuan. Qin Chuan looked at the bill and realized that the meal had cost him almost 2 hours of interest on his savings. Just as Qin Chuan finished paying the bill, 2 burly men passed by him. The 2 men were carrying a glass tank, carefully carrying it from outside to inside. The glass tank was made of transparent high-strength glass on all 6 sides. The thickness is bulletproof, and there is an opening at the top for ventilation. At first glance, Qin Chuan's eyes were drawn to the object inside. Chapter 67, It's not too much to ask for a meal and a 15 million yuan recharge. Inside the glass tank was an extremely rare blue king crab. The medical classics in Qin Chuan's mind brought up relevant information. Blue king crabs are a rare delicacy that only appear once every 100 years. For ordinary people, is no different from a normal red king crab. It tastes no different. But for Qin Chuan, this blue king crab, just one bite, can help him break through the 4th level of peak combat power. He will be promoted to the 5th level of martial arts. Qin Chuan didn't think twice and bought it for 60,000 yuan. As soon as he paid, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Congratulations, Challenger. Complete side mission, rare treasures. Reward for the task, obtain the skill Golden Eyes. Note, when the Challenger uses the Golden Eye skill, he can identify any item. Qin Chuan was overjoyed and immediately exited the system interface. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and then, like when he turned on the computer, his vision went from blurry to clear. The whole process lasted 5 seconds. Qin Chuan couldn't wait to look around. Item: blue and white porcelain. Material: ceramic clay. Age: modern. Condition: 90% new. Quality: average. Qin Chuan didn't finish reading all the introductions and immediately turned his head to look elsewhere. Item: LV shoulder bag. Material: canvas plus low-quality cowhide. Era: modern. Condition: new. Quality: poor. Summary: D-grade goods. Qin Chuan was stunned. It turns out that the golden pupils are used to pick up leaks. He would be a force to be reckoned with in the antiques world. Just as he was about to switch back to his normal form, the eyes accidentally fell on the owner of the LV bag. Item: prosthetic filler. Material: silicone. Age: modern. Condition: new. Quality: soft. Summary: soft to the touch, with a certain degree of authenticity. Qin Chuan was speechless. This can be identified. This skill is a bit too much. He turned off the GoldenEye skill and asked the restaurant to make the blue king crab into a raw marinated dish. He ate part of it himself, and took the other half back to the school to visit Su Shaoyan. Soon, the kitchen staff took the blue king crab to the kitchen to prepare it. After getting the raw marinated blue king crab made on site, Qin Chuan couldn't wait to pick up a crab leg and eat it whole. In an instant, he felt a hot flame rising from his stomach. Then it spread throughout his body. Qin Chuan felt that his entire body had been rejuvenated and strengthened. It became even harder. Congratulations, Challenger, you have been promoted to the 5th level of martial arts. Qin Chuan immediately clicked on the system panel. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender: male. Martial arts: level 5 introductory. Medical skills: level 2 beginner. Skill 1: golden eyes. Skill 2: global language. After confirming his promotion, Qin Chuan closed the system interface. Tian Xin was holding a blue king crab leg and was eating it with gusto. It's so delicious. This is the first time I've eaten a raw marinated king crab, and it's blue. Qin Chuan, this restaurant is a bit expensive, but the ingredients are really amazing. Qin Chuan was in a good mood after his promotion. He touched Tian Xin's head and said, "If you think it's delicious, come here more often. A meal doesn't cost much, and if you like it, book a private room as a cafeteria." Tian Xin's eyes lit up. Really? Qin Chuan's eyes revealed a hint of panic. Really, the main reason is to let you learn the craft. The last time you fried eggs with tomatoes, it almost sent me away. Hearing this, Tian Xin raised his little fists and punched the 5th level master. As he spoke, a woman carrying a LV bag walked over, hugging a man. The woman was wearing a tight mini skirt and looked like a flirtatious woman. She hugged the man next to her tightly. "Honey, the food at the Rong Mansion banquet was really good." The man smiled. "Of course, a meal is worth nearly 10,000 yuan. The woman was both surprised and happy. "Wow, my dear is so good to me. Today you have spent so much on me, giving me a LV bag and treating me to dinner." As she said this, the woman kissed the man on the cheek. The man touched the lingering warmth of the kiss on his cheek. He thought to himself, "Tonight is perfect. Although the price is a bit high. But it was worth it. As long as you're happy, this money is nothing." The two walked past Qin Chuan. The man overheard Qin Chuan's remark, "A meal doesn't cost much. Book a private room as a canteen." Fuck, how do college students nowadays love to act like a show-off? They even treat the Rongfu banquet as a cafeteria. The woman looked at Qin Chuan, who looked like a college student. She immediately agreed, "That's right, they just come out and make trouble when they get a little money from home." She then turned to the man and said, "My dear, you are a mature and stable man." The man was very proud. Some people save up for a year to spend once, and think they've squeezed into high society. The woman snorted and said, "Humph, the Rong Mansion banquet casually orders 2 dishes, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars. Even the son of the richest family wouldn't dare eat like this every day." At this time, the waitress in a Cheongsam, Shabu, walked towards Qin Chuan. She was followed by almost all the employees of the restaurant, including the chef. She bowed respectfully and handed over 5 cards. The restaurant staff behind her also bowed. "Sir, your 5 recharge cards have been processed. Each card has been charged with 10 million yuan." The waitress in the Cheongsam spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. Although she has worked at this top restaurant for many years, she has seen many dignitaries and celebrities. But she had never seen anyone who would spend 50 million yuan on a meal and then immediately top up their card. She had never seen such a thing before. Xinchuan took the card and gave it to the 3 women around him, each of them getting a share. "The food here is not bad. If you don't want to cook when I'm not around, come here to eat." The 3 top beauties were dumbfounded. The man and woman who had just mocked them were also dumbfounded. A meal costs 500,000. This is really outrageous. He opened the door to outrageousness, and it was outrageous to the extreme. The man quickly pulled his female companion and left the scene in a hurry. He was still happy along the way that he had not spoken loudly enough for the other party to hear him. The woman kept looking back. It costs 500,000 to have a meal. If she were to become his woman in the future, she would be worth 100 million. It's all the fault of this idiot next to me, who dragged me away. After leaving the banquet hall, the woman used the excuse that she had her period and left, leaving the man standing there, confused. The next day, Sunday, Xinchuan went back to school alone. He was carrying a blue king crab and was going to visit Su Shayan's class. He had just arrived at the entrance of the auditorium of the University of Finance and Economics in Kyoto. He saw a crowd of people. A group of students surrounded a handsome boy who was over 1.8 meters tall. Some students who were passing by thought something had happened and asked behind him, "What's going on?" "The tyrant is coming to our school to do a live broadcast." "You mean the hottest male anchor on Douyin, Xing Baba?" "Yes, who else could have such a strong appeal?" "Shit, I'm not going to play with my roommates this afternoon. I'm going to watch the live broadcast of the tyrant." Xiang Bao walked into the school auditorium surrounded by a crowd of people. Along the way, he actively interacted with his fans. Chapter 68, Refusing $1 million Salary, Huh? Xingba walked among the crowd with a wireless microphone, followed closely by his assistant, who was live streaming the event on his phone. "Brothers, we have now arrived at the auditorium of the University of Finance and Economics in Kyoto. Look, who is that person rehearsing on stage?" The assistant follows Xingba's finger and moves the camera over. On the stage, a tall girl in a sailor uniform was singing with a microphone in her hand. Her voice is so beautiful that it can move people without the aid of a sound card. The fans in the live broadcast room opened their eyes wide and carefully identified her. "Who is this? She looks familiar. Wow, a 9-point beauty, could it be the boss's girlfriend? Don't let the boss's wife see you saying that." "I know, she's the school beauty queen of the University of Finance and Economics in Kyoto. She made the popular recruitment video a few months ago." As soon as they heard the word campus beauty, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately clicked on Douyin to search, entered the keyword Kyoto University of Finance and Economics School Flower, and rewatched Su Shaoyan's recruitment video. Some people were shocked after watching it. Then they closed Douyin and started studying again. In the live broadcast room, "Damn, this girl is really pretty. Boss, hurry up and go up. We want to see her face." Xingba saw the interaction between the fans in the live broadcast room and his mouth curled up slightly. He had indeed come for a reason. He trotted onto the stage, not caring that Su Shaoyan was rehearsing at the moment. "Hello, Su Shaoyan." Xingba went on stage by himself. He didn't reveal his name, because Xingba thought that he was the host of a live broadcast with tens of millions of fans. There is no way that anyone doesn't know him. Su Shaoyan frowned slightly. Suddenly there were so many people in the auditorium. She was a little uncomfortable. "Hello, is there something wrong?" Xingba was stunned, and a flash of disbelief crossed his face. But he had received training in facial expression management, and immediately smiled and said, "It seems that our beautiful school beauty is very good at joking. I am the general manager of the Sound of the Battle." "Boss? What do you want?" Su Shaoyan remained calm. This kind of reaction made Xingba a little unhappy, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He quickly said a few words of flattery, praising Su Shayan for her singing ability. Then he said to the camera, "Brothers, everyone should have seen that Douyin has a live broadcast of the most beautiful university tonight." In the live broadcast room, the class representative immediately explained the most beautiful university event. The live broadcast of the most beautiful university competition is a joint competition between 100 universities. The live broadcast will start at 2000 hours tonight and end at midnight. At the end, whoever has made the greatest contribution will win. When Xingba saw that his assistant had taken control of the situation, he immediately said, "Brothers, I, Xingba, owe my success today entirely to the support of my brothers. Yesterday, I made a decision to find a grassroots anchor, build a stage for her, and make her a host with tens of millions of fans like me. I will use the resources of the entire company to support her and help her win the most beautiful university competition." Xingba's impassioned speech mobilized the emotions of the fans in the live broadcast room. Boss Ba is full of hot air. This girl is really favored by the goddess of luck, and she can actually get the support of the boss. Boss Ba is a real man. Fog lights on. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was getting a bit too intense, the assistant sent up a wave of bots. In an instant, the entire public screen was flooded with Boss V5. The number of people in the live broadcast room directly increased to 1 million. Xingba was overjoyed at the data. He immediately took a wireless microphone and walked up to Su Shayan. "Xiao Su, say hello to the brothers in the live broadcast room." Although Su Shayan was a bit disgusted by Xingba's behavior, she still smiled politely and waved at the camera. For a moment, all the fans in the live broadcast room were captivated. Shit. From a distance, she looks like a 9-point beauty, but up close, she's a carbon copy of Lu Tianxian. I love it. I'm going to take the exam at the University of Finance this year, and I'm going to find Su Shayan. Fans kept refreshing the page and giving likes. Some even mistook Xingba's live broadcast room for Su Shayan's. They started to send gifts like crazy. For a while, flowers, sunglasses, billboards were flying everywhere. Xiangba looked at the popularity in the live broadcast room and was overjoyed. This trip was worthwhile. He took a contract from his assistant and handed it to Su Shayan. "Xiao Su, I just said that I want to do everything I can to help a grassroots anchor today. Let her become a big anchor with tens of millions of fans like me. This is the contract for a contracted artist in my company. As long as you are willing to sign it, you will earn 120,000 yuan a year. Are you willing?" After saying this, Xingba handed the contract and microphone to Su Shayan. The live broadcast room was in an uproar again. Damn, Boss Ba is V5, and he offered 120,000 yuan a year right away. Is 120,000 yuan a year a lot? Upstairs, she hasn't even graduated yet. She can already earn 120,000 yuan a year, which is 10,000 yuan a month. How much do you earn a month? The fans in the live broadcast room were all waiting to see if the school beauty queen would accept the contract. Su Shayan looked at the contract in front of her and smiled politely. "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept this contract." As soon as she said this, there was another burst of excitement in the live broadcast room. Xingba supported his forehead with one hand and made a look of regret. He glanced at the live broadcast room's background data. He saw the interaction rate and popularity rising. The number of people watching the live broadcast online exceeded 1.5 million. He smiled seductively and then threw the contract in his hand to the side. This move scared the fans in the live broadcast room. Before everyone could catch their breath, Xingba took another contract. He held the contract in one hand and said, "It seems that I have not made the school beauty feel my sincerity. Okay, I, Xingba, will amend the contract on the spot. The contract in my hand was originally prepared for a certain million-fan anchor. Now, I will give this opportunity to Su Shayan. As long as she signs this contract, her annual salary will increase tenfold, to 1.2 million a year." When the last 1.2 million was said, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. The public screen was covered with messages from fans. Bosses bragging. Boss V5. Xingba looked at the data, which was rising rapidly, and the hot atmosphere. He was full of pride. He had figured out how to get the traffic. But 30 seconds? 1 minute. A minute and a half passed, and the contract in his hand was still not taken by Su Shayan. Xingba gave Su Shayan a slightly embarrassed wink and said, "Shayan, what are you waiting for? Why don't you take the contract?" Su Shayan took a step back and shook her head. "Sorry, Boss Ba, I never thought of being an anchor. After this competition, I won't be broadcasting again." When she said this, the entire audience fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Someone actually refused a salary of 1.2 million yuan. Xingba's face twitched. He was stunned. He was so angry that he wanted to go up and grab Su Shayan, who was backing away. Chapter 69, Showdown. I am the legendary godly hero. A figure flashed onto the stage at a speed that ordinary people could not detect. He slapped Xingba's hand away. Xingba was stunned by the slap. He looked up and saw a boy carrying around disposable lunchbox. The other person was of average build, with a handsome face and a touch of elegance. Xingba subconsciously wanted to fight directly. But after a moment, he realized that he was still on live television. He could only swallow his anger and smile. "Brother, you're good at martial arts. Who are you?" Xinchuan ignored Xingba and turned to Su Shayan. He smiled and said, "Shayan, this is the raw blue king crab I brought you. It tastes good, you can try it." When Su Shayan saw that it was Xinchuan, the tension on her face disappeared. She said happily, "Sha Churan, why are you here?" "I came to see how your rehearsal is going." Su Shayan's face turned red and she lowered her head. "You didn't say anything before you came. I didn't even put on makeup today." Xinchuan held Su Shayan's face in his hands and said, "No matter if you're wearing makeup or not, you're the most beautiful in my heart." At the Tsaidi auditorium, with fans in the live broadcast room, I was inexplicably fed a meal of dog food. The public screen, which had just been quiet, was once again filled with densely packed messages. "Who is that guy? How dare he touch my wife? Kill the scumbag and take Xiaoyan. Boss, help us get Xiaoyan back." At the scene, in the auditorium, among the fans, someone exclaimed, "Fourth." Xinchuan turned around and saw that the person calling him was Tang Yuming, the second oldest person in the dormitory. Tang Yuming took 2 steps at once and ran onto the stage. He never dreamed that his fourth son could be with the school beauty of the University of Finance and Economics. His eyes were filled with the satisfaction of an old father. Tang Yuming saw that Xingba was up to no good. He immediately stood in front of his brother to protect him. Xingba frowned. "As a student of the University of Finance and Economics, shouldn't you be afraid of me, a big internet celebrity?" "This student, I don't think I invited you to the stage," Xingba said unceremoniously. Su Shayan stepped forward and said, "He is a student of our school, and he is qualified to come up. On the contrary, you have already affected our normal rehearsals." Xingba's mouth twitched. "Su Shayan, I helped you out of the kindness of my heart, and you repaid me with gratitude. Mr. Xing, I said from the beginning that I don't want to become a professional anchor, so there is no question of whether you can help or not. In that case, what is there to talk about repaying kindness with hatred?" Su Shayan is the vice president of the student council, and her verbal skills and logic far surpass those of ordinary students. Xingba was speechless by her retort. He had wanted to shut down the live broadcast and give the student across from him a good lesson. But the popularity of the live broadcast room, because of the current tense situation, had actually increased slightly. As a popular online celebrity, he knows exactly what his fans want to see. So Xingba didn't pretend anymore and started performing directly. "Su Shayan, you're bullying us because no one in the Xing family is good. Brothers in the live broadcast room, if you want to see Boss Ba give Su Shayan a lesson, click 1 on the public screen." Sure enough, the number 1 in the live broadcast room went crazy. Boss V5. Boss Ba is so full of himself. Although I really like Su Shayan, I'd rather watch how the boss beats her face. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Xingba took out his phone. He opened the Douyin app and found the entry for the most beautiful university competition. "Brothers, I'll pick the school with the lowest popularity rating and we'll go there and offer her a 1.2 million annual salary contract. I'll help her gain popularity and create a buzz in tonight's competition. I'll rub Su Shayan on the ground." He immediately connected to a beauty pageant anchor at the Kyoto Fashion Institute. After learning of Xingba's idea, the other party immediately agreed to cooperate with him. And while they were still connected, they kept belittling Sha Churan. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. This routine of being abandoned by a goddess and then turning a small nobody into a big internet celebrity won the hearts of the fans. In the live broadcast room, flowers, sunglasses. The billboards started to flash again. Xingba, you offended someone today, someone you can't afford to offend. Xingba was stunned and looked at the person who spoke. Qin Chuan stepped forward and picked up the contract that Sha Churan had just dropped. This contract you brought here is full of unequal treaties. After signing it, when the anchor is live, you will have to deduct 90% of the gross profit from the goods you bring. You will also have to deduct 90% of the gifts the anchor receives. The so-called annual salary of 1.2 million is conditional on meeting certain prerequisites, and the condition is to help the company earn 12 billion. American capitalists don't dare to be like you. When he was off stage, Qin Chuan used his golden eyes to scan the contract. In the summary, all the pitfalls of the contract were listed. Xingba's face immediately turned black. Qin Chuan was right on the money. He said in a low voice, "Buddy, which company? Are you here to make trouble?" Qin Chuan said coldly, "You don't deserve my attention." You. Xingba was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had never seen anyone so pretentious. But the other party didn't say much, and he couldn't find a breakthrough at all. Brother, doesn't company operation cost money? Doesn't live streaming equipment cost money? Doesn't streaming traffic cost money? I'm putting in money, effort, and people. Isn't it reasonable for me to promote a newcomer and take a cut of the profits? If it weren't for me, do you think Sha Churan would have won the championship? With me, Qin Chuan, the champion won't be anyone else. When he said this, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. I've never seen such a pretentious person in my life. He's dressed very ordinary, and he's not wearing limited edition sneakers. Why does he dare to say such things? Family members, his name seems a bit familiar. Someone suddenly pointed out this question on the public screen. Qin Chuan. I remember a while ago, there was a godly ID called Qin Chuan. Yes, I remember that too. It was this ID that gave the anchor Xiaomei 154 carnivals and 2 bottles of Romani Conti, causing her to gain 3 million followers overnight. As soon as Qin Chuan's identity was confirmed, someone in the live broadcast room started to flood the screen with "Godly Father, you finally appeared." Xingba looked at the fans' analysis and then looked at the young man in front of him. He asked warily, "Are you Qin Chuan, the Douyin ID?" "Yes," Qin Chuan said with a smile. He admitted it and called the cards. He said 154 carnival gifts. He casually gave away more than 400,000 bottles of divine wine. The anchorman has 3 million followers. It's the real thing. Xingba sucked in a cold breath. This also proves that people can be so pretentious. Although Xingba is an anchor, he has worked his way up from the bottom. He is very familiar with the social customs of the world. He knew very well that the godlike hero in front of him was of a different caliber. The real strength behind him is something he can't handle. Since he can't beat him, he'll join. More friends, more ways. He thought for a moment, and then he decided to completely change his appearance. He would act out the whole thing like a script. This would not only allow him to make peace with the godly hero, but also generate a wave of traffic. I'm a fucking genius, Xingba thought to himself with a smug smile. Just as he was about to change his face, 2 security guards in uniforms walked out of the crowd. The other 2 walked straight onto the stage and walked up to Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, you are suspected of a murder case involving 10 people. Please come with us." Chapter 70, A Crisis. Imprisoned. In the large auditorium. You can hear a pin drop. The entire audience was silent. No one would have expected things to turn out like this. It was supposed to be a war between a popular internet celebrity and a god-level player. It turned into a drama of the arrest of the godly hero. On the public screen, fans unanimously typed in question marks. Question mark. The students who were watching the scene also exploded. Is this a script? Shit, it can't be a script. The security guard looked real. I went to the bathroom. Did I miss something? Why is there still a scene with the security guard? Did the godly hero get caught? Various comments flew from the audience. The security guard pointed at the assistant of the criminal kingpin and moved the camera away. Don't take pictures. We're on a mission. Then the two of them flanked Sha Churan on either side and took him away from the scene. Su Shaoyan was stunned. Tang Yuming was stunned. Xingba was also confused. Su Shaoyan, who was the first to react, took the security guard's hand and said, "Comrade security guard, have you made a mistake? How could Sha Churan be involved in a murder case? The case is under investigation, and we have no comment." Tang Yuming took hold of the other security guard and said, "Comrade security guard, my brother couldn't possibly have committed a crime. He's studying hard. Have you made a mistake?" The security guard glanced at him and said, "Please let go." The surveillance camera at the crime scene recorded everything clearly. It's not that he's innocent just because you say so. We do things based on evidence. After saying that, he shook off Tang Yuming's hand. Tang Yuming turned to Sha Churan and said, "Fourth brother, what's going on? How did you get involved in this kind of thing?" The incident happened suddenly, and the security guard didn't give Sha Churan time to talk to his relatives and friends. He dragged Sha Churan away. Su Shaoyan and Tang Yuming followed Sha Churan closely. "Xiaoyan, don't worry, I'll be fine. You just focus on the competition, I'll be back soon." Turning around, Sha Churan said to Tang Yuming, "Second, you can tell the boss, and third that I'll be back soon." A security guard pushed Sha Churan into the car. "You have no right to speak now. If you speak to them, we will take them back for questioning as accomplices." Then the car of the Public Security Bureau sped away. Su Shaoyan looked at Tang Yuming and said, "What should we do now?" Tang Yuming thought for a moment and said, "I believe Lao Si. He would never do anything illegal. It must be a misunderstanding. I'll go find the principal. He will definitely be able to get the police department to release him. Su Shaoyan, don't worry about this. Listen to Lao Si and focus on the competition." After saying that, Tang Yuming immediately ran towards the principal's office. Su Shaoyan looked in the direction Sha Churan had left, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Sha Churan. Oh, I thought Sha Churan was some kind of godly hero, so tough-talking. It turns out he's a criminal. No wonder, he's full of negative energy and has no positive energy at all. Xingba walked out with a swagger. During his own live broadcast, there was actually a scene of a security guard arresting a criminal. And the criminal was the godly hero who had exploded on the Douyin platform. These gimmicks mixed together. This caused the popularity of Xingba's live broadcast room to soar, directly reaching the top of the entire Douyin. The popularity directly crushed the second place. In addition, Xingba immediately asked the company to increase its efforts to hype the topic. Very quickly. Boss Ba's live broadcast room captures fugitives. A murderer was discovered in the live broadcast room of a popular online celebrity. Entertainment live broadcast turned into a scene of the rule of law. A series of hype topics spread like wildfire on social media such as Douyin, Weibo, Xiaofishu, and Moments. Within a short period of time, the popularity of the criminal tyrant soared to the top of the entire network. Watching the number of fans and the popularity rise, Xingba was almost bursting with laughter. He immediately contacted various suppliers and signed a bet agreement. He demanded that during the live broadcast of the most beautiful university tonight, while performing, he will be selling goods. Su Shaoyan, you must be regretting it now. 30 years ago, you were in the East, and now you're in the West. You never thought that your sugar daddy boyfriend would be a fugitive. Su Shaoyan spat out, "Sha Churan is not a fugitive, Sha Churan must have been misunderstood." Ha ha ha, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, he definitely won't have a chance to come to your live broadcast. In that case, I still have a contract for a 100,000 yuan annual salary. If you sign it, we can put our differences behind us and make money together. Bah, I would never work with someone like you. Xingba raised his hand to slap her, but he had to give up because there were too many people at the scene. Su Shaoyan, you're not taking the toast, but the penalty. Fine, you wait. After the live broadcast, I'm going to post the video on the entire network and tell netizens the story of your fugitive girlfriend. I'll see what you do next. After saying that, Xingba put on a friendly smile and walked into the crowd to take a group photo with the campus fans. Kyoto, a place of peace and order. Officer Feng, the suspect is here, in the interrogation room, said a security guard to the middle-aged man in the chair. The middle-aged man nodded. His name was Feng Yiming. The head of the security team has many years of experience in handling cases. Yes, I understand. What kind of person is he? Well, he didn't make a fuss, he didn't admit anything, he was very calm. Feng Yiming nodded. Well, this kind of hardened criminal always has excellent psychological quality. Let's wait and see what happens. At this point, a female security guard rushed in, ignoring the crowd's attempts to stop her. Her face was covered in tears and her eyes were swollen. Li Ping, why are you here? I told you to take 2 days off. Feng Yiming frowned and asked. Li Ping wiped the tears from her face and said with a grin, Captain Feng, I heard that the suspect was caught. I'll interrogate him. What are you? Interrogating? Go back to bed. No. How can I sleep after seeing how Sasaki died? Captain Feng, I am a professional security officer. I know how to behave. Please let me interrogate him. Li Ping said resolutely. Feng Yiming's anger, which had just risen, slowly subsided when he saw Li Ping's swollen eyes. He spat out some tea foam and sighed, Li Ping, I know that your fiancé's death was a great blow to you. However, if you bring your emotions to work, that is irresponsible to me and the suspect. Li Ping slammed the table and said hysterically, Captain Feng. What responsibility is there for a murderer? The surveillance footage clearly shows that he brutally killed Sasaki. As she spoke, Li Ping burst into tears. She clutched tightly in her hand the engagement gift her fiancé had given her, unable to control herself for a long time. Feng Yiming shook his head and said, well, then you can sit in on the trial, but don't preside over it. In the case of the Bohemia mansion, the video evidence is conclusive. The final result can be said to be conclusive. But the basic process still needs to be followed. This is the rule. Feng Yiming first let everyone have a meal. Then he looked at the old-fashioned clock on the wall. Let's go and see what the guy who killed 8 people with his bare hands looks like. Chapter 71. Have you been on your knees for so long that you don't know what it's like to stand up? Kyoto, Public Security Bureau, Interrogation Room. Sha Churan was in handcuffs. He sat quietly in the interrogation chair. He closed his eyes to relax, his face calm and composed. With his current level 5 combat power, a pair of shackles and an interrogation chair can't hold him back. Even in the heavily guarded security department, he can come and go freely. However, Sha Churan did not do this. If he left by force, he would definitely not be able to return to the school. He would be wanted by the whole country. If the main task is not completed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sha Churan believes that he has done nothing wrong. If there is nothing wrong, why should he hide? When Feng Yiming walked into the house, his first reaction when he saw Sha Churan was one of utter surprise. The young man in front of him looked dignified and upright. He exuded a sense of righteousness from the inside out. Although he looked unruly, there was no trace of hostility. Feng Yiming said, "Tsk, Yang, what about him? What did he confess?" Captain Feng, he didn't say anything. Li Ping saw that Feng Yiming was talking to the others and wasn't paying attention to her. She dove at Sha Churan, you murderer, why did you kill my fiancé? Sha Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he looked up slightly. Your fiancé? Who is he? Feng Yiming was shocked and quickly pulled Li Ping back. Li Ping, he shouted angrily. Captain Feng. If Sasaki is gone, I don't want to live either. Let me die with him. Feng Yiming pushed Xiao Yang next to him and said, hurry up and pull your sister Li back. Yang didn't say a word, and went forward to pull Li Ping back. He then moved a stool for her to sit behind Feng Yiming and himself. Li Ping, you must know your own identity. You are a national security officer, not a street thug. Feng Yiming shouted angrily. Li Ping covered her face and sobbed, her eyes full of hatred and murderous intent. After comforting Li Ping, Feng Yiming took out a cigarette and walked up to Sha Churan, holding it out to him. I don't smoke. Feng Yiming put the cigarette in his mouth and lit it. Then he returned to sit across from Sha Churan and said, tell me. What do you mean? Qin Chuan asked in return. Yang Xiuzhong slammed the table and said, "Be honest. We have evidence. Don't play tricks on us." Feng Yiming patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder and said, "I'll ask the questions, you answer them." Qin Chuan nodded. "What did you do yesterday at the Bohemia mansion?" "To find He Hai." "He Hai?" Feng Yiming was taken aback. Xiao Yang explained, "He Hai is the first victim of this case. He is the president of the Daxian Street branch of the Beijing Huaxing Bank." Feng Yiming nodded and asked Qin Chuan, "What did you find him for?" "He Hai designed and coerced my housekeeper into serving him for his amusement. I went to the Bohemia mansion to ask him for an explanation." Feng Yiming narrowed his eyes slightly. "So, you went to the Bohemia mansion to seek revenge on him and then kill him?" "I didn't have to kill him at all. He was going to be charged by Huaxing and sent to prison. Besides, you can see from the surveillance footage that I didn't hurt him." Feng Yiming deliberately blew up Qin Chuan. "Because according to the surveillance footage, He Hai's death was committed by another Japanese. However, he couldn't hear the conversation in the surveillance. So Feng Yiming wanted to use this method to find out the truth." "Okay, even if you had nothing to do with He Hai's death, what about the Japanese you were talking to at the scene? What did you say? Why did you kill the 5 of them? Were you blackmailing them?" Qin Chuan sneered, "They don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as me because they are Japanese spies." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the interrogation room suddenly became strange. Feng Yiming looked at Qin Chuan with wide eyes. "You said that the 5 Japanese were spies. What evidence do you have?" Qin Chuan shook his head. He really didn't have any evidence. Because he judged the identity of the other party based on the prompts from his own Shinhao system. Now he couldn't possibly say anything about the Divine Hero system. That would be tantamount to provoking the security officer. It would only lead to a more targeted interrogation. Feng Yiming snorted and took the case file. He flipped through the photos and asked, "Since you can't explain the 5 people, tell me about your visit to room 1. Why did you kill the old Japanese man?" "He tied up a girl and did indecent things to her, trying to defile and toy with her." Feng Yiming flipped through the documents in his hands. "How can you be so sure that he was forcing her? Wasn't it just for fun?" Qin Chuan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. "You are a Chinese, and your own countrymen are being humiliated, but you say such things." "Qin Chuan, you have to see clearly who is interrogating who now. I am a security officer, and I am asking questions. Is that a problem?" Feng Yiming shouted. He wrote a few words in his notebook and handed it to Xiao Yang. The note read, "Have you found the person?" After reading the note, Xiao Yang shook his head. Feng Yiming glanced at Li Ping behind him and saw that she was still sobbing. So he rearranged the information in his hand, and then asked, "Why did you kill that Japanese woman in front of the thatched cottage?" "She was a Japanese spy, and she was going to assassinate me. I was defending myself." Feng Yiming looked at the photo in his hand. "A Japanese shuriken. With your skills, you could have easily avoided it. Why didn't you avoid it, but chose the worst way to deal with it? Why should I hide? An enemy spy doesn't enjoy any protection." Feng Yiming slammed the table, stood up and pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said, "Enough, don't talk to me about spies. I don't have time to play games with you. Qin Chuan, I'm telling you, because the case now involves the Japanese. This matter will have a huge impact, and our country will face a lot of international pressure. If you are really as patriotic as you say, you should tell the truth." Qin Chuan said with a slight frown, "Every spy of the enemy country should be killed. What evidence do you have to prove that he is not?" In the second room, the agent was making a deal with a traitor of the Republic of China. "Why didn't you mention it? The agent shot the traitor of the Republic of China, why did you turn a blind eye?" "I have my own way of interrogation," Feng Yiming replied angrily. "Oh, your interrogation methods? You hit hard when it involves the Chinese, and you avoid the important issues when it involves the Japanese. Have you been on your knees for so long that you don't know what it feels like to stand up? You." Feng Yiming pointed at Qin Chuan's nose, holding back his anger. Suddenly, Li Ping stood up. She glared at Qin Chuan and shouted, "Why did you kill my Sasaki? I loved her for 2 years, and finally we could have gone to Japan to get married and live together. Now you have ruined everything for me. I'm going to kill you." After saying this, Li Ping took a fruit knife from somewhere. She took advantage of the fact that the two people in front of her had not reacted, and immediately raised the knife and rushed towards Qin Chuan. Chapter 72, The Game in the Interrogation Room. Kyoto, Zaidai, President's Office. Qin Chuan had just been taken away. Tang Yuming rushed to the president's office. He realized that there was no one there. It's Sunday today. How can the principal be at work? He grabbed a teacher on duty and asked, "Teacher, where is the principal now?" The teacher on duty, who was wearing glasses, looked at Tang Yuming and, somewhat angrily, slapped his hand away. "This student, please be careful with your words and actions. Today is Sunday, and the principal must be busy with his private life. Come see him tomorrow if you have something to do." Tang Yuming's hand was not slapped away, but instead held tightly. "There is no time. My roommate Qin Chuan was arrested by the security guard." The teacher on duty was stunned. "Did you fight?" "It's hard to explain in a few words. He's already been taken to the police station. I must find the principal and ask him to go and see. There must be a misunderstanding. Qin Chuan is innocent. Classmate, the principal won't care about this kind of behavior. We are all adults and we have to be responsible for our own actions." The teacher on duty pushed Tang Yuming away and ran away. Tang Yuming had no one to turn to, so he took out his phone and called his boss. "Hey, boss, the fourth one got caught." Tang Yuming did not follow Qin Chuan's instructions and told his brothers not to worry. He told them everything about Qin Chuan. Wu Ming heard this and thought for a moment. Then he said, "Second, you go back to the auditorium and see if Su Shaoyan needs any help. Fourth is not here, so you'll have to help out. I'll call the counselor and see if he can help." I don't believe that Fourth would do such a thing. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yuming suddenly found himself in a situation where he didn't know what to do. He paced back and forth. Damn, at a critical moment, how come I don't have any connections and can't do anything? After thinking about it, he could only follow the boss's arrangement and go find Su Shaoyan. At the very least, even if Qin Chuan goes in, as long as he takes care of Su Shaoyan, I would have done my duty as a brother. Tang Yuming left in a hurry. The teacher on duty, who was hiding in the corner, breathed a sigh of relief. The student just now looked too scary. His little heart was pounding. A student from Keita was taken away by the Public Security Bureau. This could be a big deal. Today is my shift, and after thinking about it, the teacher on duty decided to make a phone call. He called the school's dean of students, Ho Yud. "Hello, Director Ho, sorry to bother you. The thing is, one of our students has been detained by the Public Security Bureau, so I'm calling to let you know." Ho Yud, who was reading a book, took off his glasses and looked very puzzled and angry. This year is the day of the World University Rankings, and this happens at a critical time. What kind of person? What did he do? They didn't say what the problem was, but they did say the student's name. It's Qin Chuan, a freshman this year. Hearing the name Qin Chuan, Ho Yud's mouthful of strong tea spurted out. Hearing the movement on the other end of the line, the teacher on duty was startled and hurriedly tried to say something. But he realized that his phone had already been disconnected. Ho Yud quickly opened his address book and called Principal Chang to report the situation. Chang Woolley was attending a meeting in the suburbs today. After hearing the news, he immediately set off for the police station. At the same time, Ho Yud also immediately notified the Seton Group. After all, it is a multinational conglomerate. They will definitely help. Kyoto, Public Security Department, Interrogation Room. Li Ping stabbed Qin Chuan with a knife. This knife was full of grief and despair. She knew that she would be punished by the law after she did this. However, the death of her fiancé had caused her great psychological trauma. The sweet memories of the two of them lingered in Li Ping's mind. Her future happy life was suddenly gone. It was all done by this young man in front of her. Li Ping had arrested countless young delinquents, all of whom were her age. They don't think about the consequences of their actions. During the interrogation, Li Ping had thought about it. If the other party would admit his fault, if the other party would say sorry, would she forgive him? But all of this was negated by this young man. In Li Ping's eyes, Qin Chuan was arrogant and uninhibited. Not a single word came out of his mouth that took responsibility for his actions. He was shirking his responsibilities. He was trying to avoid the crime he had committed. Li Ping could not stand such behavior. She would rather fall into hell herself. She could not bear to see the devil's legacy on earth. She took out the fruit knife she had hidden beforehand. She wanted to kill the demon herself. To avenge her fiancé, Sasaki. When the tip of the knife was about to pierce Qin Chuan's heart, Feng Yiming grabbed Li Ping from behind and held her tight. As a veteran security officer, his reaction was 10 times better than that of the new comrade Yang. Yang was stunned by Li Ping's actions. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Damn it, Sha Yang, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and help me take the knife off Li Ping's hand. Feng Yiming shouted, pulling Sha Yang back to reality. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed the fruit knife. Sisterly, let go, this is not acceptable. We are security officers. Li Ping frantically twisted her body to resist her superior and colleagues. Sasaki is dead, I don't want to live anymore, let me go. The evidence is conclusive, and he has been stubbornly denying it. I can't let a devil roam the earth, I won't give him a chance. I want to avenge Sasaki. Sisterly, don't. In the end, Xiao Yang was stronger than Li Ping. With the help of Feng Yiming, the two finally took the fruit knife from Li Ping's hand. Feng Yiming was so angry that he raised his hand to slap Li Ping. But his hand was in the air, and he didn't come down. In the end, he gave himself a slap. Li Ping, don't do anything stupid. Even if the evidence is conclusive, Qin Chuan still needs to be punished by the law. Neither you nor I have the right to take the law into our own hands. Li Ping saw that there was no hope of killing the murderer. Could only sit on the ground and cry. Seeing this, Feng Yiming turned to Qin Chuan and said angrily, Qin Chuan. Look at you, you're the one who tore apart a couple about to get married. Feng Yiming took the case file and slammed it in Qin Chuan's face. Everything you did was recorded on surveillance cameras. Don't waste your time trying to argue or struggle. Qin Chuan flipped through the case file and said coldly, I don't see any video footage of Sasaki trading with the traitor. Why isn't the scene of him shooting the traitor in the video? Feng Yiming was stunned and quickly looked at the case file carefully. He found that this was indeed the case. Suddenly, he thought of something. Li Ping. It's you. You took the evidence. Give it to me. Chapter 73, My student, I will protect him. Li Ping, sitting on the ground, revealed a chilling smile. Ha, Sasaki died so tragically, and you didn't punish the murderer. Now you want me to take out some photos that are bad for Sasaki. Feng Yiming, have you also lost your conscience? Feng Yiming was stunned. He never imagined that Li Ping would become like this. Li Ping slowly got up. Her eyes were swollen and her whole face had lost its color. She looked like a walking corpse. Feng Yiming, Xiao Yang, you have met Sasaki before. He is kind, polite, and well-mannered. Even if he accidentally steps on an ant, he will be very upset and repentant. The evidence you call Sasaki is a bunch of videos and photos without sound. You have no idea what Sasaki was going through at the time. He may have been coerced, and he must have had a compelling reason. Feng Yiming shook his head. He's crazy. Yang, take her out of here. Feng Yiming ordered. Xiao Yang walked up and said, Sisterly, don't make things difficult for me. Go outside. Li Ping knew that she had no hope of revenge, so she bowed her head and left the room. But after she had taken a few steps, a cold, mocking voice sounded behind her. Ha, you still have a hard time. Get out of here. If our ancestors heard your nonsense, they would have wanted to come and beat you to death. You don't believe a word your compatriots say, and you ignore the fact that the Japanese are right in front of you. Qin Chuan relentlessly rebuked Li Ping. Feng Yiming immediately said, Qin Chuan. Shut up. You have no say here. He wanted to beat Qin Chuan to death. Due to his status, he couldn't do that. Qin Chuan did not admit his guilt, and even if the evidence was conclusive, he would continue to mock. No one could stand it. Feng Yiming's outburst did not stop Qin Chuan from speaking. Instead, it made him even more agitated. Why can't I say it? How did this stupid foreign-loving fool get into the ranks of the security guards? I even suspect that she may have leaked secrets from the security team during her time with the Japanese. As soon as he said this, Li Ping's eyes momentarily went blank. Something deep inside her, some fragment of doubt, were stimulated at once. But Li Ping quickly suppressed those emotions. Death is the greatest tragedy. Sasaki is dead. How could I? Li Ping turned around and was about to hit Qin Chuan. Fortunately, Xiao Yang reacted quickly and grabbed her. Qin Chuan, I will never forgive you. Even if you are executed, I will dig up your grave. Dig my grave? When you go back to the grave during the Qingming festival, I don't know how you will face your 18 ancestors. Feng Yiming slammed the table and shouted, Qin Chuan, that's enough. Don't you ever again provoke our bottom line. Today, whether you say it or not, your crimes are too numerous to list and cannot be erased. Just wait for the law to punish you. You'll never get out of here again in your life. After saying that, Feng Yiming had no interest in continuing the trial. He was going to keep Qin Chuan locked up for a while. Let him repent alone in this small room. But what they never expected was that Qin Chuan did not rant or make any more sarcastic remarks about Li Ping. He leaned back in his chair and said, What time is it? Feng Yiming looked at the time subconsciously. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. It's going to start in an hour. Feng Yiming was shocked. The other party said this. There must be some big event that is about to happen. He quickly turned around and asked, What do you mean by 1 hour? Do you have any accomplices? Are you planning something? There's still an hour left, and Xiaoyan's live broadcast will begin soon. Feng Yiming was stunned. Yang was also stunned. Li Ping's desire to eliminate Qin Chuan was rekindled. Qin Chuan looked at Feng Yiming and calmly said, Xiaoyan's live broadcast is at 8 o'clock tonight. I have to leave the security department before 8 o'clock. So arrogant, so arrogant. Qin Chuan. You're so arrogant. Even the usually good-natured Xiaoyan couldn't stand Qin Chuan's words. Qin Chuan. Do you know what crime you have committed? You still want to go out to watch the live broadcast. What do you think the security department is? Just as the two were seething with anger, a security guard rushed in. Report to Captain Feng. What is it? The president of the Capital University of Economics and Business is here to see you. Feng Yiming frowned. The president of the Kyoto University of Finance and Economics? The president of Qin Chuan University? Because of the president's social status, Feng Yiming had no choice but to do him a favor. Then he looked at Qin Chuan again. Feng Yiming thought that the arrival of the president might make Qin Chuan behave more appropriately. If he can make him confess voluntarily, it might not be a bad thing. So, Feng Yiming nodded. He asked someone to bring the principal to the interrogation room. Chang Woolley put on a black windbreaker and walked quickly to the interrogation room. When he saw Qin Chuan handcuffed to the table, he was a little dazed. Although he didn't have much contact with Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan was able to stand up for a security guard and fight against the Li family. And donated another 10 million to the school. This proves that Qin Chuan's values and integrity are not in question. Principal, this is your student. You should persuade him yourself. The evidence is conclusive. Don't resist any longer. Chang Woolley glanced at Feng Yiming. He came to Qin Chuan and asked with concern, Qin Chuan, what happened? Tell the principal. The principal believes you wouldn't do such a thing. Principal, I killed all the Japanese. Upon hearing this, Chang Woolley felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. He had no chance of getting away with it. Feng Yiming handed some photos of Qin Chuan punishing the Japanese to Chang Woolley to look at. After looking at the photos, Chang Woolley's hands were shaking. Qin Chuan continued, Principal, they are all Japanese spies. They killed 2 Chinese people and plotted to blow up a bridge in the south. Spies and agents are not protected by any law. I protected national security. I did nothing wrong. Chang Woolley listened to Qin Chuan's words and looked at the photographic evidence again. In one set of photos, an old Japanese man was reaching for the Japanese Bushido on the wall. It was obvious that the other party was trying to take the sword. He was fighting with Qin Chuan, who was unarmed. And next to the old man was a woman tied up in ropes. The other person was covered in wounds. It seems that he has been abused. The second set of photos. A middle-aged Japanese man is holding a gun, pointing a gun at the Chinese man next to him. Then in the next photo, the Chinese man has fallen to the ground and died. The next photo. The Japanese man raises his gun and aims at Qin Chuan. The third set of photos. A Japanese woman is leaning on Qin Chuan. It can be clearly seen that the Japanese woman is holding a shuriken in her hand behind her back. Chang Wuli is the principal of the school and has a higher than average ability to judge. He immediately questioned, Captain Fong, judging from the 3 photos, my students are clearly in a passive state, and the other party is all about to commit a violent act against my students. Fong Yiming did not expect Chang Wuli to say such a thing. He immediately withdrew the photos. Just as he was about to refute him, a security guard rushed over. Report to Captain Fong. What is it? The chairman of the Shilong Group is here to see you. Chapter 74, Golden Scales are not meant for the pond. The chairman of the Shilong Group? What is she doing here? Reporting a crime? The security guard shook his head. No, she brought a team of lawyers. A team of lawyers? Fong Yiming was even more stunned. There haven't been any major cases recently that involved international groups. But Fong Yiming felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. He subconsciously looked at Qin Chuan sitting in the chair. Chang Wuli let out a sigh of relief. Captain Fong, I'm afraid you don't know. Fong Yiming's heart trembled. Principal, what do you mean? Chang Wuli pointed at Qin Chuan and said, this Qin Chuan student is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Seton Group. Him? Everyone at the scene gasped. How is that possible? He's only 20 years old. How could he own the Shilong Group? Besides, I checked his background, and he's from a working-class family in a small county. Chang Wuli shook his head and smiled. What's the big deal if he's from a small county? Fong, you've been a security guard for many years, don't you even know such a simple truth? Fong Yiming was speechless. There are many capable people in the world. A hero doesn't ask where he came from. Back in the day, Liu Bang was just a peasant. Zhu Yuanjiang was a monk for many years. They all achieved great feats. Why can't the 20-year-old in front of me become the boss of a big company? Fong Yiming took back his words. He was thinking of going out to take a look, but he ran into a group of people in suits at the door. The leader was a young woman. The woman was wearing a white mink coat and a professional suit underneath. Although she was young and beautiful, she was full of the arrogance of a superior. Her face, full of collagen, was written with anxiety and anger. The woman said forcefully, Team Leader Fong, I'm Xiaing, the chairman of the Shilong Group. Fong nodded, as if to say hello. Xiaing didn't waste any time and said, I want to see my boss. This. Fong team looked embarrassed. Xiaing didn't give him any slack, and directly flicked her finger, and several lawyers behind him stepped forward. According to the relevant regulations, we, as the lawyers of the client, have the right to meet with our client. The lawyer handed over a thick stack of documents. Fong Yiming's head grew big at the sight of so many documents. Okay, but I have to be present to watch. Qin Chuan is a very dangerous felon, so there can't be any problems. Xiaing stepped into the interrogation room in her Prada high heels. When she saw Qin Chuan, who was handcuffed to the chair, her eyes welled up with tears. The once overbearing, high and mighty man was now confined to a chair. Boss, I'm sorry I'm late. The woman who was so arrogant a moment ago suddenly burst into tears. She was extremely tender. She had already been conquered by Qin Chuan. That battle to save Seton and fight back against the American consortium was a non-violent battle. Had deeply changed Xia Ying's heart. She realized in the end that Qin Chuan's madness and Qin Chuan's pride were not without reason. It was the confidence that his strength brought him. He has the strength to look down on the world. Qin Chuan just smiled calmly. It's good that you're here. Hurry. Let go of my boss. Xiaing wiped away the tears and shouted. The lawyer next to him leaned over and whispered, Ms. Xia, this is not in line with the rules. What rules? I brought you here, not to talk about rules with me. Get to work. Xiaoying shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, several of the top domestic lawyers stood up. The lead lawyer walked up to Feng Yiming and said, "Feng, is it? What crime did my client commit?" Feng Yiming took the case file and handed it to the lawyer. "You can read it yourself." The lawyer took the case file and the several people studied it carefully. At first, they thought it was a simple assault case. However, every time they flipped through the case file overnight, a bead of sweat appeared on their foreheads. A big case with 10 people involved. It also involves Japan, which is an international case. What? You're not going to tell me there's no way? I don't accept any excuses here. Xiaoying spoke like her own boss, with no room for discussion and an overbearing attitude. The lawyers looked at each other. "Mr. Xia, the case is too big, and the people involved are elites from other countries. Maybe we need to discuss this at length." "Don't tell me that. If you can't find a solution today, all of you can just leave. I'll terminate our contract with you directly. The Seton Group doesn't need a team of lawyers who come knocking on our door." The lawyers in the team were about to cry. "How can you do business like this? You should take a look at the case file yourself. The evidence is conclusive, with video and photos. This is a major case that can be broadcast on prime time. It's not something that a few of us can casually overturn." When several people are about to cry, the security guard ran in again. Feng Yiming's head started to swell when he saw someone running over. First it was the president of the university, then the chairman of a multinational corporation. What kind of storm could a 20-year-old stir up to have such a grand appearance? "Report to Captain Feng, we've found the person." Feng Yiming was stunned. "People? What people?" The security guard panted and said, "It's the injured woman from the Bohemia Mansion case. We found her in a rented house on the outskirts of the city." Feng Yiming was overjoyed. The most crucial witness in the case had now been found. "Qin Chuan, the evidence is all here. I don't think you have anything to say now." In a flash, the security guard led a woman into the room. The woman's face was covered in scars, and she was wearing a long-sleeve sweater. Despite this, the marks of the ligature were clearly visible on her bare wrists. The woman was led trembling into the interrogation room, so afraid that she couldn't even look up. Feng Yiming asked in a low voice, "Are you Tang Xiaoyan?" Tang Xiaoyan nodded. "Yesterday, did you witness an old Japanese man being killed at the Zijin mansion?" Tang Xiaoyan nodded. Feng Yiming raised his hand and asked, "Was it that person who did it?" Tang Xiaoyan raised her frightened eyes. The moment she saw Qin Chuan, she froze. She ran madly towards Qin Chuan. This move scared everyone. Li Ping, who had been kept under control, sneered, "Another unfortunate woman. She should be like me, with her own loved ones killed. I really want to lend her a knife." Before Li Ping could finish her sentence, she saw Tang Xiaoyan kneeling before Qin Chuan. Benefactor, thank you for saving me." Tang Xiaoyan hugged Qin Chuan's legs and wept bitterly. It was the breath of life after the ordeal, and the release it brought. She was dumbfounded. Everyone in the interrogation room was dumbfounded. Li Ping opened her mouth, but all the words went back down her throat. Feng Yiming was dumbfounded. "I asked you to identify the real murderer, not your rescuer." Just when everyone was in shock, the security guard downstairs ran up again. "This is the 4th time he has come back today, doing high-intensity aerobic sprints. We almost sent him away." He was about to report, but was preempted by someone behind him. There were 2 people standing behind him. One was dressed in a neat camouflage uniform, exuding a masculine and righteous aura. A dark green jacket and a pure white shirt, he looked like a government official. "Who are you?" Feng Yiming asked in surprise. The 2 men spoke. "I am Xiong of the Battle Dragon team. I am the first-class director of the Ministry of Security of the Republic of China, Ximing." Chapter 75, There is a Japanese spy in this room. Captain Song Cheong of the Dragon Squad? Director of the Ministry of Security, Ximing? The interrogation room fell silent. What's going on? Why are these 2 great gods here in person? You should know that the Dragon Squad is the most secretive unit in China, the main force guarding the border. The Ministry of Security, the most secretive department in China, specializes in counterespionage and counterintelligence missions. Any one of them is a presence that reaches the heavens. Feng Yiming hurriedly asked respectfully, "May I ask what important business brings you here?" Shi Ming stepped forward and said, "I heard about the case at the Bohemia mansion yesterday." Before he could finish, Feng Yiming knew what was going on. He immediately replied, "The person has already been captured by our Public Security Bureau and is being interrogated." He then made way for them. At the same time, Chen Kuan and Shi Ming saw Qin Chuan sitting in the interrogation chair. Even though he was shackled, the young man was still unruly and unperturbed. The two nodded at the same time. They were very satisfied with Qin Chuan's calm and composed performance. They both sighed in unison, "The pillar of the country." The backbone of the country? Feng Yiming was puzzled and repeated it in a low voice. Shi Ming and Xiong Xiong walked towards Qin Chuan. "Gentlemen, he is a major suspect in the Zijin mansion case. Please." The two of them simply ignored Feng Yiming. They walked past the crowd and stood in front of Qin Chuan. This time, Qianqiang spoke first. "Comrade, hello, I am Qianqiang from the Zhanlong team. I have a few questions for you." Qin Chuan slightly raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. His arrogant attitude did not cause Zhang to feel disgusted. On the contrary, it made him admire him even more. People with ability need a little attitude. Otherwise, there is no difference between him and the rest of the world. "Do you know who you were facing yesterday at the Bohemia mansion?" "A bunch of nobodies." The sky was stunned. The four top fighters of the Yamada group, the top fighters of the second level. And Kumi, the smiling poison woman, was actually described by the other party as a chicken and a dog. This is an opponent that even Kengguang dares not underestimate. But Qin Chuan's performance on the monitor was completely consistent with his current reaction. A few monsters with a ceiling on their combat power were in front of him. They couldn't even last a few breaths. They were annihilated. "Comrade, are you a martial arts master?" "I have martial arts, but I haven't reached the level of a strong person." Qin Chuan seemed to be showing a humble expression. In his eyes, only the top-level existences can be considered strong. As for himself, he was only at the 5th level of entry. Qin Chuan's answer surprised Xiong Qiong. Because since entering the room, he had not felt the martial arts power emanating from Qin Chuan. This made him unable to understand. If it were the same as his own 3rd-level peak, then he should have felt a hint of pressure. But the feeling he got from the other party was ethereal and illusory. Unless there is only one possibility, that is, the opponent's strength is greater than his own. Has reached the level of a 4th-level master. But how could that be? He was the youngest dragon warrior to reach the 3rd level of mastery. When he was promoted to the 3rd level, he was already 35 years old. With anticipation and some worry, Qianqiang asked, "Comrade, can you tell me your current cultivation level?" 4th level peak. Qin Chuan replied without hesitation. "What? 4th level peak?" Sanqiang was shocked. He looked at Qin Chuan again, his eyes full of disbelief. After a pause, Qin Chuan suddenly spoke again. "Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Qin Chuan was stunned, and the qi and blood that had just surged to the top of his head suddenly dropped. This young man almost shocked me. If he is at the pinnacle of the 4th level at such a young age, he must be a genius and the only one of his kind in China. Chang Kuan thought to himself. I was promoted yesterday and am now a level 5 beginner. Qin Chuan. He stopped. He placed his hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder and used his martial arts power to feel the other person's martial arts power. When his hand touched Qin Chuan's shoulder, a powerful invisible martial arts force suddenly rushed from the other person's shoulder to the top of the head. This battle dragon captain, who has been in the battlefield for a long time and has defeated countless enemies, could not withstand this powerful martial arts power for a moment. He was suddenly pushed back a few steps and kept on retreating. He turned his head and walked straight out of the interrogation room. Everyone in the room was confused. They had no idea what had happened. After Qianqiang left, it was Ximing's turn to step forward. He brought a chair and sat in front of Qin Chuan. He opened the notebook in his hand and said, "Hello, comrade. My name is Shi Ming, a first-class director of the Ministry of State Security." Qin Chuan nodded. "I also have a question for you." "Ask away." "Yesterday's incident at the Bohemia mansion. Do you know who the 3 people you found were?" "Japanese spies." "How did you know that they were Japanese agents?" Qin Chuan didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't say that the system had prompted him. Suddenly, he remembered something. He had just acquired the skill, Golden Eyes. So Qin Chuan said calmly, "Because I have golden pupils." Shi Ming was stunned. "Golden pupils? What are they?" "Golden pupils can distinguish between good and evil." When he said this, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone took a step back, afraid of being seen by Qin Chuan. Shi Ming, as the director of the National Security Department, guards national security. Of course, he knew that such strange people and things existed throughout China and even in the world. Not to mention the Dragon Squad. Each of them is a talent, and their skills are all top-notch. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said something that made everyone tremble. "Can you demonstrate it?" "Why not?" Qin Chuan closed his eyes and a chaotic scene appeared before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a faint golden light appeared in his eyes. Qin Chuan looked around the room. When everyone saw Qin Chuan looking at them, they all instinctively moved to avoid him. They were afraid that something about themselves would be seen through. Every time Qin Chuan's eyes fell on someone, a series of relevant information will appear. Most of them are simple summaries, not very detailed. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly discovered a major situation. Qin Chuan closed his golden pupils and sighed lightly. Shi Ming hurriedly asked with concern, "What? Your skills have failed?" Qin Chuan's mouth curled up in a cold smile. "No, my golden pupils are all normal." "Then why are you sighing?" "Because I found out that there is a spy from Japan in this room." When he said this, the entire interrogation room was in an uproar. Everyone subconsciously moved away from the person next to them. Shi Ming immediately stood up and shouted at the sky outside the room, saying, "Xiong, control the door and don't let anyone run out." Hearing this, the luck-conditioned Sangxiong immediately returned to the interrogation room and blocked the way out. Seeing that the door was blocked, he hurriedly asked, "Who is the spy?" Qin Chuan raised his arm and pointed forward. Chapter 76, Come and join us. Everyone looked in the direction Qin Chuan was pointing. They saw that he was pointing to the direction of the outer edge of the crowd. "Xiao Yang?" Feng Yiming was shocked. "Captain Feng, control him." Shi Ming shouted. Feng Yiming hurriedly tried to go forward to control the other party. But Qin Chuan shouted at him, "Wrong. It's not him." Feng Yiming was stunned. "Not Xiao Yang? Could it be?" Feng Yiming looked sideways at Li Ping, who was trying to get close to him. "It's you?" Feng Yiming was shocked. Li Ping was dumbfounded. "Team leader Feng, how could you believe the words of a suspect?" Feng Yiming finally came to his senses. "Why did you say that Li Ping was a spy? What evidence do you have?" Everyone reacted. All of this is Qin Chuan's word. He may have just used Huan Department's Shi Ming's words to get off the hook. Li Ping immediately burst into tears. "Is there still justice in this world? My fiancé died tragically, and I can't kill my enemy, but I'm being treated like a spy. Huan Department Shi Ming, if you really think I'm a spy, just arrest me and sentence me for espionage. Sasaki is dead, and I don't want to live anymore." Feng Yiming and Xiao Yang hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. Shi Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He had originally been extremely distrustful of Qin Chuan's words. But when the other party said that she was Sasaki's fiancé, Li Ping, he couldn't help but take a closer look at the other party. Li Ping's information was in his hands. She had a clean background and good family values. No matter how you look at it, she doesn't seem like the type to be turned. Shi Ming was puzzled and asked Qin Chuan, "How do you know she is a spy?" "Captain Feng. Look at this. The comrades from the Ministry of State Security actually believe that scum. I don't want to live anymore." Shi Ming's words once again irritated Li Ping. She seemed to have suffered a serious blow to her spirit and began to shout. Feng Yiming quickly said, Director Shi, that's enough. Your Huan department is so powerful, if Li Ping is a spy, you would have already put her under surveillance. Tell me, do you have any evidence that my subordinate is a spy? Yes, yes. Xiao Yang on the side echoed. Chang Wuli and Xia Ying also stopped talking. The current situation has greatly exceeded their scope of involvement. The case that began as a simple one suddenly took a turn. It became a plot about catching spies. This was completely unexpected, and their heads could not keep up with the development of the plot. Xi Ming looked at Qin Chuan, his eyes full of emotion of responsibility. But he still gave Qin Chuan a chance and said lightly, Tell me. Qin Chuan slowly opened his mouth and said, Her pendant is a listening device. A pendant? A bug? Everyone looked at Li Ping at the same time. This look scared Li Ping silly. She immediately stopped crying and looked at the pendant she was wearing around her neck. This was the token of love that Sasaki had given her. Xi Ming walked forward and ripped the pendant off Li Ping's neck. And looked at it closely. Then he took out a special instrument from his pocket and disassembled it for a detailed inspection. In front of everyone's eyes, a humble, even somewhat ugly pendant was disassembled. Everyone took a look and saw that inside the pendant was indeed a miniature signal transmitter. To this day, the red dot on the transmitter is still flashing. They recalled that their every word, action, and movement had been monitored. Everyone gasped in shock. Qin Chuan, however, remained calm. The pendant was a transmitter, thanks to the analysis of the golden eye. When he saw a jade pendant with metal transmitter components, he immediately concluded that Li Ping was up to no good. Of course, there was one more thing. Li Ping had a 5 experience point on her head. Xi Ming took the transmitter and said to everyone, This is a unique eavesdropping device from Japan. We have also seized it in previous operations. Li Ping panicked. This was something she had not expected. She didn't want to reflect on it at first, but to deny it. This thing is not mine. I don't know where it came from. Then why are you wearing it? Asked Xi Ming. I don't know, you're wronging me. You're helping the murderer, and you're all ganging up to wrong me. Feng Yiming stepped forward and said, Li Ping, that's enough. Now that it's come to this, you still want to argue. When you first received this necklace, you took it to the office to show off. Now you're denying its existence. Captain Feng, I am innocent. I am not a spy, and I have not committed treason. Then how do you explain the bug in this necklace? Li Ping stammered. At this point, Xi Ming spoke up for Li Ping, saying, Team Leader Feng, I have investigated Li Ping and she is innocent. Feng Yiming was a little confused for a moment. She must have been used by Sasaki and became an unwitting whistleblower. Li Ping was dumbfounded. Before, she didn't believe anyone's words. Sasaki was a spy. Now, there was indeed a bug in the necklace. Everything pointed to Sasaki's identity. For a moment, Li Ping's mental world collapsed. Her eyes went black and she fainted. Feng Yiming immediately asked Xiao Yang to take Li Ping away. Xi Ming came to Qin Chuan and said, Comrade, your talent is truly enviable. The country needs you. Would you like to join our Ministry of State Security to protect the country? Xiang Kong was unhappy to see this. You let me guard the gate, but you're digging up my corner inside. He rushed in and grabbed Qin Chuan's hand. Comrade, the work of the Ministry of Security is not suitable for you. You should come to us at Zhanlong. With your level 5, I will let you be the captain. The two of them confronted each other, neither willing to give way to the other. Feng Yiming saw this and realized that his home court had been stolen. Gentlemen, Qin Chuan is still a suspect. What are you? Xi Ming, who rarely swears, said, What the hell? Comrade Qin Chuan successfully completed the counter-espionage operation and did his best for national security. How can he be a suspect? The Japanese people he killed were all spies and agents. These people originally planned to blow up a cross-sea bridge in the south of our country to block the path of our future development. Thanks to Comrade Qin Chuan, their evil plan did not succeed. If the counter-espionage operation was not confidential, the leaders would have given him a commendation a long time ago. Seeing this, Xiang Kong immediately shouted, Untie Comrade Qin Chuan. Feng Yiming was so scared that he stumbled and quickly went forward to unlock the door and release Qin Chuan. She and Song each took hold of one of Qin Chuan's hands. Comrade Qin Chuan, come with me. Huan needs you. Comrade Qin Chuan, the War Dragon team welcomes you. Everyone in there speaks nicely, and everyone hopes you can come. For a moment, the interrogation room was tense again. Qin Chuan broke free from the two men. Sorry, I have an urgent matter today and need to leave immediately. What's the matter? Have you discovered another spy? No, I'm in a hurry to watch the live broadcast. Everyone in the interrogation room was confused. Watching a live broadcast? What the hell? Qin Chuan was not at all relieved after the disaster. Instead, he was anxious to watch the live broadcast. He shook hands with Shi Ming and Chang Cohen. We'll meet again if fate allows it. I'm at school during class. If you have any questions, come find me at school. After saying that, Qin Chuan left in the astonished gazes of the crowd. He took Xia Ying and walked out. Take me to the University of Finance, quickly. Chapter 77, A Knife in the Ribs for Two Brothers. Kyoto, Fashion Institute, Indoor Basketball Court. This is where the Fashion Institute set up a temporary broadcast room for live broadcasts. In the middle of the basketball court, there is a dense array of high-end live broadcast equipment. In the middle of the stage, a beautiful young girl is singing and dancing enthusiastically. Xingba is sitting with his legs crossed, drinking milk tea and asking his assistant, "What are the current data like?" The assistant quickly checks the background and replies respectfully, "Boss, we are currently ranked first in the most beautiful university category, with 800,000 people online in the live broadcast room, and 20,000 in second place. The sales of the yellow bicycle hanging on the wall are 1.03 million. Shit, only 1.03 million have been sold. I signed a bet with several manufacturers, and I must bring 200 million goods tonight. Can the pen on the top line work? Singing and dancing are useless. Bring goods, say lines. If you can't, just skirt the line." Xingba is so anxious that he is about to jump. During the day, because of the popularity of the show, his news dominated the news app charts. Xingba felt that it would be a waste not to use this popularity to bring in goods. So, in a fit of passion, he signed a bet agreement with multiple manufacturers directly. Seeing that the data was stagnant, he urgently stopped the performance of the anchor on stage. He pulled her aside and said, "Damn it, can't you do a live broadcast? I'm paying you 120,000 yuan a year, not so you can jump around like a fool in the live broadcast room. You need to say the product-selling words, sister." The girl was a little embarrassed by Xingba's yelling. Her name is Wang Miao, a student at the University of Fashion and Design. Before the competition, she was the runner-up to Su Shaoyan. Today, the 10 million level internet celebrity Xingba approached her and offered her a contract with an annual salary of 120,000 yuan. He said he would make her a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers. Wang Miao was so excited that she almost burst into tears. She signed the contract without hesitation. However, when the live broadcast started at 8 p.m., Xingba gave her a target for tonight. Bring in 200 million. Wang Miao was dumbfounded. She had no experience in bringing goods. How can she bring in 200 million? Who would have thought that Xingba would not listen to any of this? He simply threw out the contract, in a place that was not easily noticeable. It was clearly marked on it. If the live broadcast fails to complete the company's performance task, this year's base salary will be cancelled. If the sales achievement rate is less than 50% of the required rate, the anchor must personally purchase no less than 5 million yuan of the manufacturer's products. When signing the contract, Wang Miao felt that happiness came too suddenly. If she didn't sign the contract quickly, the opportunity would be lost. When she discovered these terms, she felt like she had been sold out. This was a mission that was impossible to complete. Her dream of becoming famous had not yet come true. She was about to take on a debt of 5 million. She was distracted throughout the performance, and her singing was off-key. "I can't do it." Wang Miao was under too much pressure and burst into tears. Seeing this, Xingba slapped her across the face. Wang Miao's right half of her face was covered with palm prints. Red liquid was dripping from the corners of her mouth. Wang Miao crouched on the ground and wept. Xingba wanted to kick her again. The assistant was anxious and quickly stopped him. Damn it, boss, how can she broadcast live like this? Only then did Xingba reluctantly put away his foot. Before becoming a net celebrity, he was a street thug. It was common for him to touch girls. Fuck, if I lose money today, none of you will get off lightly. Xingba made a threat. Oh, my boss, it's only 9:30, there's still time. But you've made Wang Miao like this, what are you going to do with the next live broadcast? Xingba spat, damn it, what do you mean? I'll do it myself. Open up a live broadcast with the big live broadcast in my own account, and then let the company's anchors divert traffic. Don't forget, who created the record of selling goods with the voice of the fight? The assistant nodded repeatedly, and a dual-account live broadcast was one way to go. With Xingba's appeal, this hurdle will definitely be passed. While the stylist was applying makeup, Xingba said to his assistant, go and buy a few Apple 13 phones and some small appliances from the supplier. Draw one every 10 minutes in the live broadcast room. Damn it, I'll do it myself. It's only 500 million in goods. As long as we get 2 million people to watch, everything else is just a cloud. Xingba finished getting ready, adjusting his appearance and costume. Before going on stage, he didn't forget to give Wang Miao a kick, warning her, hurry up and fix my makeup. Stand behind me as a backdrop. Wang Miao stopped sobbing in fright, climbed to the dressing table, and touched up her makeup. Family members. The big school beauty Wang Miao is too tired from singing and dancing, so she is taking a break. In the meantime, I, the boss, will give everyone a gift. If you want it, click one on the public screen. I will give away an iPhone 13 or a small home appliance every 10 minutes. For a moment, the public screen was scrolling. The number 1 filled the entire screen. Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics, Auditorium. Compared to the professional-level live broadcast room built by Fuda University, it looks very shabby. A few fill lights, a tripod, and a mobile phone. That's all there is in the studio, even the sound card is amateur level. Only a few student officers were helping in the auditorium. 3 people from 511 Dormitory sat in the audience to accompany them. Lao-san, I told you to sell our 3 computers and buy a live broadcast equipment, Wu Ming asked reproachfully. Kang Huijun said resentfully, boss, we sold our computers too quickly, and they were marked down by 100,000 for the 3 of them. I didn't want to, just. Wu Ming was so angry that he grabbed Kang Huijun by the collar. Lao-san, you're so stupid. Computers are nothing. Tonight's live broadcast is the thing that Lao Si told us before he left. If we can't even handle this little thing, how can we face Lao Si in the future? Kang Huijun nodded like a chicken pecking rice. I was wrong, boss. I'll go sell the computer now. The whole set of equipment. Tang Yuming grabbed Kang Huijun by the arm. Lao-san, don't go. The competition ends at midnight. It's too late. Bang. Wu Ming angrily slammed his chair. Shit, the Fuxing team is shameless. They even hired an outsider. Tang Yuming angrily said, holding his cell phone. The 2 people around him also looked up and cursed. This is clearly cheating. Kang Huijun said. How popular are they on the live broadcast platform now? How much is the gap between their popularity and that of your sister-in-law? Wu Ming directly focused on the key points of the question and asked. Tang Yuming looked at the data and replied, they currently have 1.95 million people online in their live broadcast room, with a contribution value of about 5 million, ranking first among the top 100 schools. The 4th daughter-in-law's live broadcast room has 3,980 people online, with a contribution value of 120,000, ranking 55th among the top 100 schools. The difference between 1.9 million and 3,980 people, and 5 million and 120,000 contribution values, is simply too big to bear. Wu Ming made a quick decision and said, brothers, the 4th brother has never asked us for anything. This matter today was explained by the 4th brother before he left, so we must help him in any way. 2nd brother, you post on the school forum and call on everyone to support it. 3rd brother, you go sell the computer and replace it with a fruit phone. We will also learn to draw prizes in the live broadcast room. I will ask my comrades, some of whom are also Douyin anchors, to help my younger brother and sister send a video to attract traffic. After Wu Ming finished speaking, Kang and Tang quickly replied. The three of them immediately prepared to move. Kang Hui-jun was very fast and ran back to the dormitory. Chapter 78. Did the internet celebrity come to the annual meeting? In the dormitory, Kang Hui-jun packed all three of their computers into boxes. He looked at the computers that he was reluctant to unpack and use. Kang Hui-jun was reluctant to part with them, but then he thought of Qin Chuan's face. Damn it, fourth brother, you have to give me another one when you get out. Then he picked up the computer and was ready to leave. At the door of the dormitory, Lu Wei was leaning against the doorframe, laughing mockingly. Oh, what's going on? Are you selling your computer? Kang Hui-jun looked at the other person's face, which looked like he was begging for a beating, and spat out, "Get out of the way. No, the computer hasn't even been unpacked and you're already selling it. What's going on? Has something happened to the god of your dormitory?" I said, "Lu Wei, do you want to get beaten up today?" Kang Hui-jun's eyes revealed a fighting spirit. Lu Wei stepped back and smiled. "Don't be like that. I just want to see if you want to sell it. I just want to buy a computer for our dormitory. If you give me a good price, I'll take it all. After all, my money is clean, and yours is, hee hee." Kang Hui-jun kicked him with his leg. Lu Wei jumped back and dodged the kick. "Damn it, you 511 dormitory, you are all a bunch of rascals. You use dirty money to come here and act like a big shot. You've already been arrested by the police, so what the hell are you still trying to act like?" Lu Wei's voice was so loud that it attracted people from other dormitories to come out and watch. "What's going on? I heard that Qin Chuan from dormitory 511 was arrested by the Public Security Bureau." "Shit, Qin Chuan? He's a godly hero, why was he arrested?" "Who knows? The Public Security Bureau must have real evidence to arrest someone. I told you, who has money like that? It's just a dormitory, but it's like a high-end apartment. He even bought a computer for over 200,000 yuan as a gift. It's definitely dirty money, and he doesn't care about it." Kang Hui-jun saw that everyone in the hallway was talking behind his back. He was so angry that his face turned red. He roared, "Damn you all. Our fourth son is definitely not that kind of person. Kang Hui-jun, you took Qin Chuan's stuff, so of course you're going to defend him. Yes, if he didn't give you a penny, you'd be in the same boat as us, so go ahead and blast him. Kang Hui-jun, that's enough. Qin Chuan is already in, so don't act anymore." Kang Hui-jun lowered his head and pushed his way out of the crowd. A familiar classmate asked in puzzlement, "Hui-jun, where are you going?" "I'm going to sell my computer and buy 2 Apple 13s for Su Shayan to use for live streaming." "Live broadcast?" Someone immediately remembered and said, "Tonight, there is a live broadcast of 100 schools in the Battle of the Sound. Our school's school beauty, Su Shayan, is participating." "The live broadcast of the school beauty Su Shayan? I want to watch it." "Come on, what's so interesting?" "It's better to watch the live broadcast of the tyrant." "Right, the boss is now helping out at the live broadcast room, and the live broadcast room also has the million-level beauty anchors Nana and Xiao Yao. But Su Shayan is from our school after all, we can't not support her." "What the hell do you mean? Look at the live broadcast of the tyrant. He's only giving away iPhone 13s. Su Shayan's live broadcast doesn't even have anything." Kang Hui-jun listened with clenched teeth. Even if he didn't support his own people, that was fine. And helping outsiders. The alumni are too disunited now. He stormed out of the school. He went to several second-hand computer stores in a row. But when the shopkeepers saw Kang Hui-jun in such a hurry, they all kept trying to bargain down the price, and for a computer that cost 50,000 yuan, they were only willing to give 5,000. Even if he sold all three, it wouldn't be enough to buy an Apple 13. Kang Hui-jun helplessly looked at the time. It was already 2200 hours. There were only 2 hours left until the end of the live broadcast. He walked calmly to the auditorium. In the night, the wind was blowing through the campus. The wind blowing made Kang Hui-jun feel a little shiver. "Hello, classmate, how do I get to the auditorium at the University of Finance and Economics?" A sweet and melodious voice came from behind Kang Hui-jun. He frowned and turned around, and was instantly stunned. The woman in front of him was so familiar. Dai Mei. A net celebrity with a voice that can be heard for miles. Kang Huijun spent countless days and nights hiding in his bed, frantically watching her videos. The girl with the sweet smile waited for Kang Huijun's reply. Kang Huijun froze for a moment, then pointed at the front. Dai Mei's eyes curved into a crescent moon. "Thank you, classmate." Then she trotted forward, followed by 4 or 5 entourage members. Each of them was carrying equipment such as fill lights. Kang Huijun stood there, unable to recover for a long time. "Am I dreaming? Classmate, how do I get to the Kai Dai auditorium?" Another female voice, more cheerful, came from the distance. Kang Huijun instantly recognized the voice, a voice that had haunted him many times. It was Sister Zhou. Kang Huijun looked at the other person with trembling. He wanted to give himself a couple of slaps to see if it hurt. It was too dreamlike. Zhou's sister smiled lightly. Go straight ahead, the red roof is it?" Kang Huijun said excitedly. Zhou politely shook his hand and then jogged over with her assistance. "Hurry up, what time is it?" "I told you to hurry up," Sister Zhou said as she ran. Kang Huijun encountered more than 10 Douyin and Shark super anchors on the entire network platform. They all ran towards the auditorium. Kang Huijun was stunned. The students on the campus road were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Is Douyin holding a big annual meeting? Kang Huijun finally arrived at the auditorium door. Inside the auditorium, he saw a dense crowd of major internet celebrities. They brought their own equipment and decorated the originally simple live broadcast room of the University of Finance and Economics like a professional venue. Zhou Jie and Su Shayan interacted on stage. A group of internet celebrities were waiting nearby. It seemed that everyone was waiting to show their faces. "Lao San. Where have you been? Why are you only just here?" Wu Ming saw Kang Huijun and hurriedly said, "Boss, what's going on? There are so many big internet celebrities." Wu Ming shook his head and said, "I don't know either. They suddenly came, set up the equipment, and then helped with the live broadcast, bringing in traffic to the live broadcast room for my younger brother and sister." On stage, in front of the camera, Su Shayan was already dazed. She has been distracted since the live broadcast started today, and she has not been in the right state of mind. Later, the popularity of the live broadcast room continued to decline. At one point, she wanted to give up. She wanted to cry. But suddenly, a large wave of big internet celebrities rushed in. Some set up equipment and broadcast live to attract viewers to their own live broadcast rooms. Some even went on stage, like Sister Zhou, and appeared on camera with themselves to help adjust the atmosphere in the studio. After all this, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room, which had originally fallen to the 3 digits, suddenly shot up. The number of people watching online broke through 1 million. Gifts in the live broadcast room were flying, and people kept sending gifts. Su Shayan looked at the screen full of gifts and didn't know how to thank them for a while. Her eyes began to water. "Xiaoyan, if you were there, it would have been so much better." Suddenly, a classic animation appeared. It was a carnival. Su Shayan's heart ached, and she eagerly looked at the screen to see who had sent it. She hoped that Qin Chuan's name would appear on the screen. Zhou Jie saw the carnival and exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, he started sending you gifts." Chapter 79, while others are giving away mobile phones, I'm giving away BMWs in my live broadcast. Su Shayan's heart tightened. She immediately hung her head in disappointment. She saw that the person who sent the carnival was an online friend named the principal. The other party was giving away gifts like they were free. Oh, shit, the principal is here. Look. Principal Wang. My husband is here. In an instant, Su Shayan's live broadcast room's popularity rose to a new level. The number of online viewers exceeded 2 million. The auditorium at the University of Finance and Economics began to fill with students from the university. They were drawn online to watch offline. Wu Ming, Kang Huijun, and Tang Yuming helped maintain order. Due to the large number of people who came in, the scene was a bit noisy for a while. Fortunately, Dui Mei stepped forward to show her personal charm and adjust the atmosphere. At this time, a middle-aged man ran in a panic. He looked around and rushed straight onto the stage. Zhou Jie and Su Shayan were both shocked by the sudden appearance of the man. What are you going to do? Don't do anything rash. We're broadcasting live, and there are more than 2 million people watching. The man panted and swallowed his saliva. After a moment, he said, I am Du Wei, the general manager of Tiancheng BMW 4S. The boss has instructed that Miss Sue's live broadcast room will be responsible for the lottery. From now on, every 10 minutes, a BMW will be drawn until the end of the competition. When he said this, the audience fell silent. Even Sister Joe was stunned. She asked in disbelief, what did you say? Say it again. Our boss said that from now on, every 10 minutes during Ms. Sue's live broadcast, a BMW will be drawn, and the cost will be borne by the boss. Suddenly, the live broadcast room and the scene exploded. Wow, a BMW as a prize, that's too crazy. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. One BMW every 10 minutes. What kind of local tyrant live broadcast room is this? The key is that they don't bring goods, and they don't hang a little yellow car. Although some people were shocked. But there are also reasonable people who jump out and raise questions. Everyone calm down, this may be a script. Yes, everyone think about it carefully. There is still an hour and a half left until the end of the competition. That means that a total of 9 BMWs can be given away in this live broadcast room. Even the cheapest BMW, the 200,000 yuan BMW 1 Series, is 1.8 million yuan. Who would spend 1.8 million yuan for a lottery for no reason? That's ridiculous. Except for the rationalist. There were also some internet aristocrats who came from nowhere. Just a 200,000 renminbi car. 200,000 renminbi is not worthy of being called a BMW? A 1 Series BMW? It's not even worth the price of a dog. He's leaving. He's too stingy. Who does he think he is? When he saw the live broadcast room, there were a few people setting the pace. Dewey saw the rhythm in the live broadcast room. He immediately became angry. Damn it, these dogs, they even call a BMW a 200,000 yuan car. How dare you? Although he was angry, he still restrained his emotions. Dewey said to the camera, friends in the live broadcast room, it's not an X1, it's not a 200,000 BMW. The fans in the live broadcast room heard this. Immediately their eyes lit up. Could it be the 3 Series? Shit, if it really is a 3 Series, I'll call my whole family over to draw lots. Could it be a 5 Series? I've always wanted one. Hey, upstairs, you're dreaming. A 5 Series? How much would that cost? Manager, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us. Even if it's a BMW Mini, I can accept it. Dewey is deliberately keeping the suspense. He knows how to attract traffic. The tall, leggy black-haired anchorwoman in the 4S store was recruited by him. Everyone, our boss is generous and is giving away this top-of-the-line model. Dewey made a gesture of 8. Instantly, the live broadcast room was abuzz. All kinds of exclamations flew up. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Crap! 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 What chow? What chow? What chow? The students in the audience were also blown away. Everyone took out their phones and joined the live broadcast to wait for the lucky draw. What a godly hero, he actually won a BMW 8 Series in 10 minutes. It's still the top model. Brothers, I just checked the price. A top-of-the-line 8 Series costs 1.2 million. 9 of them, that's over 10 million. Everyone was shocked. Dewey saw this and quickly said, there's been a mistake. It's not the 8 Series. It's not the 8 Series. In the live broadcast room, there was an outburst of curses. Damn you, you old fart. I said it was a script, deliberately not saying what the actual thing was, just making a show of it. Everyone, disperse. I'm unfriending you. I can't stand this kind of script. Dewey saw that he had gone too far, so he quickly put his hands together and said, everyone, it's my fault. I didn't say it right. What our boss gave us was not an 8 Series, it was a BMW M8 top-of-the-line model. After that, the entire live broadcast room and the scene fell silent. No one made a sound for a long time. No one was typing. Dewey saw that the interaction on the screen had stopped. Only the carnival special effects kept repeating. He subconsciously reached out and poked the screen. Hey, 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 can everyone still hear me? Hey, hey, hey. After a moment of immersion, the messages exploded on the screen. This time, the screen refreshed so quickly that Dewey couldn't see what was written on the screen. But, from the time he entered the room until now, 10 minutes had already passed. The first red envelope exploded. Everyone looked at their phones to see if they had one. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! I won the lottery! A boy with glasses and a gentle manner shouted from the audience. He jumped up in a frenzy. He trotted up to Dewey. Dewey took out a key from his pocket and said, "Congratulations, classmate. Tomorrow, you can go to Tianchang BMW 4S to complete the relevant procedures with this key." The student who won the lottery looked at the car keys in his hand. He was so excited that he almost fainted. The comments in the live broadcast room were all full of envy and jealousy. Shit, I'm also a student at the University of Finance and Economics. I should have been there earlier. The odds of winning a prize seem higher at the scene. I'm changing clothes now and rushing to the University of Finance and Economics. Luckily, I didn't win the lottery. The BMW M8 is too fuel intensive. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. It's not environmentally friendly. The last fan who said it was not environmentally friendly. In front of the screen of the mobile phone, he was already so angry that his fingernails had drawn blood from his feet. The 10 minutes of waiting for the lottery draw were still a bit difficult. Su Shayan felt that she still needed to sing a song to liven up the atmosphere. "Joe, let's sing a song for the fans together." Sister Joe shook her head and smiled awkwardly. "I don't want to. I'm afraid that if I sing too well, I'll steal your thunder." Su Shayan smiled and came alone. "I'll sing a song by Jay Cho for everyone. I hope you all like it." As soon as the fans in the live broadcast room heard that she was going to sing a song by Jay Cho, they all perked up. Su Shayan took a deep breath and then began to sing along with the music. "Do you remember when you said that home is the only castle? As the river of fragrant rice continues to run." As she sang, there were fans in the audience. A fan suddenly whispered, "Su Shayan is lip-syncing, why isn't the original sound off?" "Yes, I heard it too. What's the point of singing if the original sound is not turned off? But don't say it, the sound effects at the scene are really good. I feel like I'm in the presence of Jay Cho, singing in my ear." As soon as the student finished speaking, he glanced over and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. "Oh, shit. Jay Cho."